So hello and welcome to day number 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It is stage 4, and while some of the production teams seem to be broken, it is break or breakthrough time for the team here and for our riders out on the race route. Emma, are you broken? Are you in bits? Are you on fire? Are you on form? Are you all raring to go?
I am seriously looking forward to today. I don't know about broken, but some of our riders may well have a breakthrough today because we are heading to Zurich and it is the first mountain stage today. I am really excited to watch this. And, I haven't said it for a while, but I love a stage race.
Getting it in nice and early there, I noticed. I'm not surprised. Yeah, I love a stage race too, and I've loved to see the riders on their performances in stages 1, 2, and 3, which have mostly, not always, but mostly, the vast majority, ended in some kind of sprint from a small group or from a bigger group. A few people managing to get breakaways and a few people overturning things. And Massive Mindakowic's been a great example of that, taking the yellow jersey as our leader in that men's category as well.
Yeah, and I think it's all going to change in the women's category today. Just to give our viewers a little quick roundup, 10 seconds is the time I'm picking today. 10 seconds separates the top 18 riders in category 1, the top 16 riders in both category 2 and category 3 in this women's race, the top 8 riders in category 4. In category 5 and category 6, there is one rider, a lone leader, who is between 20 and 30 seconds clear of second place. But it could all change today.
It could and probably will change today. Whether all of it changes today has yet to be seen. As the saying it goes, you can please some of the people all the time, and all the people some of the time. I'm hoping that we're keeping you entertained and our riders are keeping you entertained all of the time between us. It's not all of us, it's some of us at some point, at some time during the entirety of the race. Thank you everybody who's commented and everybody who's jumped on. So if you are watching this before you're going to race, please remember, do join the Zoom room, get your name correct on there to match your racing name, and follow the instructions to make sure that you end up in landscape rather than sideways or racing up towards the sky or anything crazy or like upside down. Do please remember to make sure that if you are watching, jump on the live chat. It was really fun yesterday. We want to see who's going to go on there, who's going to get the number 1 spot, the top 3 spots in terms of comments on there. Don't let it be Full Speed Events. So that's MMI's company and the team in the commentary box and behind the scenes for the commentary, because I don't want whoever's typing to think that they're any way, shape in the lead. We get to watch the racing, put words to the action. My name's Matt Payne. I'm alongside Emma Martin here. We've the pleasure of putting words to lots of different action. You can get in touch with us. My Instagram is Matt Fixer Payne, at Matt Fixer Payne. Emma's is at biking_Emma, and please do make sure that you jump onto at MyWhoosh and follow them as well. Stage 3, moving onwards, is going to be very interesting. It's a double loop circuit in Zurich. You were there commentating, Emma, on the Para Road World Championships for the UCI. So you've seen these hills in person.
Yes.
They are big.
They
it's
are.
in the Alps.
Well, they are, and it's really interesting because they go up into the hills, they go up into the mountains, but they also come down to the lakeside in Zurich, and it's beautiful. If you haven't been to Zurich, it is a place that is stunning. And when those Road World Championships were there last year, MyWhoosh obviously present as well, and it was great to see the team down there. But I can tell you, the roads that we are on today were lined deep, particularly the 2 climbs, and they are short, they are steep in comparison to maybe the long climb that the stage race is headed to tomorrow. But they will separate the group because, well, they come really, really early in the race. And we're going to take a look at the maps in a minute, but that is absolutely crucial and key. Crucial and key today: fueling, hydration, great warm-up.
Yeah, great warm-up is exactly. I think that absolutely says so much, because the warm-up will be critical today with that initial kickoff. 2 climbs coming very fast. Let's dive ourselves across from having a little recap and a little bit of a chat about matters general, and let's head directly into stage 3 here on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. So for 2025, we are in to stage 4 here today, and the race action unfolding across a very, very tough race route. This is a gargantuan race route today. Any of the old curmudgeonly traditionalists are definitely not going to think this is a nice, easy, just a little bit of a spin on your e-cycle. This is a proper, full-on road race circuit.
Well, it is 53.9 kilometres for the women today, 932 metres of climb, 2 laps of the largest circuit that was used in those Road World Championships in Zurich, and is available for anybody to ride on MyWhoosh. Well, they'll come out of the start pen today, and very, very quickly at the 1.7 kilometre mark, they turn onto that climb. There are steps on this climb, and steep steps, but it really gets steep towards the end. We're talking 14, 15, 16, 17% underneath those wheels. Yes, that early into the race, because the checkpoint comes at 3.5 kilometres. There's then a descent before they go into the second climb of the day, and this one slightly longer at 2.5 kilometres. And when you get to the checkpoint on the top, it's so deceptive because it is not the end of the climbing. You continue to climb and take a look at the plateau on the top. It's not really a plateau, it's a multi-stepped rolling terrain, and there are some really technical sections there where we've seen attacks before, and we may see attacks today before the long, fast descent that takes you down to the lakeside. And then there is, I can tell you exactly what that bump is. That's a flyover on the road in Zurich.
Yes.
And you drop down onto that descent, you take a right-hand turn, and then you go onto the flyover. And that climb, again, gives riders an opportunity for a break, particularly, and I mean a breakaway, not a rest,
not having a kick out or anything.
Before you run towards that finish line. It's the last real attack point, and should a group of riders go into that point on the end of lap 2, that is where I would expect the winning move to go. Now, 2 sprint checkpoints tucked away after the climbs. You've got to get over those climbs to win the sprint checkpoints today. So I think they will be taken by the climbers and GC contenders through the pelotons, rather than potentially those specific sprinters.
Yes, it really does change the makeup, doesn't it? Whereas previously on the stages, we've seen sprint segments before the climbs, allowing an accumulation of points. Some interesting press out there, lots of coverage of the MyWhoosh Championships, as you'd expect. But the tactics of getting early points by lots of different riders really starting to play out now. And I think this is where it's going to really come to the fore. Those people who've got those points in early may well be thinking they're really glad of those when we go over the top of the climbs. So, Stage 3 results for Category 6. Category 6, our first riders away today. The stage winner was Hannah Hermansen, taking the stage win in 1 hour 21 minutes 51.815 seconds, just ahead of Trudy Stevenson, with Bridget Bremner in 3rd place. Breakaway of 3 riders going clear. Hermansen taking the maximum points on the day in the climbs and in the sprint competition. So very much that battle between the 3 breakaway riders who are at the front of the race all the way pretty much into the end of the race there. And that is going to have a real reflection in terms of the overall and where those positions sit in those top 10s, the top 15. Also, of course, it's going to affect the teams. That breakaway was really, really impressive.
It was indeed. And in that team competition, we can see, the Tour de France still at the top of the table in 2, Kitty Hawk Racing Skyclaw in 3, Level Phoenix, Royal Ascent in 4, and the second Kitty Hawk Racing squad, the Moonpaw squad, in 5.
All those positions exactly the same as they were coming out stage 2 going into stage 3. We'll see if that changes, but the gaps have increased. Another 40 seconds between our leaders Tour de France to the Kitty Hawk Skyclaw team. So another minute 55 from Tour de France to Level Phoenix. An extra 12 minutes between the leaders and Royal Ascent, and another 25 minutes on the team time. As you'd expect, those time gaps going out as we go further and further through the race, if those positions were set as they were very early on stage 1. Well, it's time for our first set of riders to go off from the pen down here in Zurich, the home of the 2024 Road World Championships, where MyWhoosh was entertaining people, giving them the opportunity to jump on board and ride on MyWhoosh at the side of the Rosamund MyWhoosh, of course, the UCI partner for 2024, 25, and 26 for cycling esports. A very quick start out of the gate here. I suspect everybody will be holding their powder dry until they hit those slopes. Let's take a look at the top 10.
Well, Trudy Stevenson and Hannah Hermansen have been battling it with Bridget Bremner, those three riders we were talking about earlier in the breakaways. Hermansen taking the win yesterday, but not closing the gap down on Trudy Stevenson enough to take away the yellow jersey. So Trudy Stevenson in that yellow jersey, and you can see her in the pack. Hermansen in two. Well, it's just 35 seconds back between these two, and 1 minute 24 to Bremner.
And then a big gap to the riders behind, fourth downwards. So 5 minutes 55 is the gap between our race leader and fourth place, Fanucci Sarasu. Sarasu remaining in that fourth place from stage 2 to all the way through stage 3. Solazano, along with Hadjuka, Cadello, and Kirchner, all dropping down a place at a time, because we were just seeing the rider Jessica Hamilton move up through. She put in a really good move in during the racing. She pushed on, and that meant that she moved up from 8th to 5th. But those top 10 riders, the same top 10 riders. When it comes to the sprint points, 51 points in total, with Bridget Bremner in second place. Behind that, 51 points of Hannah Hermansen at 38, and Jessica Hamilton at 28 points.
Yeah, and I think Hamilton will struggle now because of the climbing here now as we move into the stage 4 and stage 5. I think she'll be really dominant in that final sprinter stage at the end, but she's got to get over these climbs. So I think Hermansen, Bremner, and Stevenson, for me, potentially could start picking up these points. But I honestly think one of the riders to watch today in this category is Fanucci Sarasu. She's in fourth place. She's a great climber.
And up on your screen, and now the King of the Mountain, sorry, Queen of the Mountain points on there, with Sarasu, the rider, in third place there for those QOM points. The Queen of the Mountain points again coming down through the rankings for the top 5 riders as they hit the top of the climb. The group at the moment starting to fracture, and they're heading into the right-hand turn where we begin that very first ascent of the day. And that is that Lindenhof climb that takes us up the checkpoint, the first of our climb checkpoints, at 3.5k in. And that's where we're going to see these riders scoring the points.
Yeah, it is indeed. And Hadjuk on our screens at the moment. Look at concentration in her face. She knows exactly what is coming. I tell you something, this screenshot here, this world in Zurich, I mean, I could be walking to and from work from my hotel. It is just absolutely so realistic here. And you take that right hand corner and straight up onto the climb, and it's less steep early on. You can see just around 4-5%, but it really does kick towards the top here. It's a really, really challenging climb. Well, the riders here in Category 6, Hadjuk positioning herself nicely towards the front of the group. Hermansen, Bremner, Londano, Agadello, Sarasu, all in the mix here. Well, the tram going through ahead of them at the moment as they take the right-hand bend here and push through. Stevenson on the front, setting the pace early on. Kirchner, Solazano, Botero, all in the mix. Now, this is a really interesting race today because 2 full laps of the course, and there's a real element here of balance, of really leaving enough for lap 2 but doing enough on lap 1 and not expending all that energy really early on. And for Category 6, Agudelo on our screen at the moment, for me this is really also going to be about hydrating, it's going to be about fueling, and it's going to be about getting a myriad of things right today.
And the riders in Category 6 at the moment, their race time, Stevenson, the fastest rider, leading the GC, 4 hours, 47 minutes and 31 seconds of racing so far in this tour. That cumulative effect, and with some of our riders well over 5 hours, and 7 minutes. That's a lot of racing. It's a lot of time on your limit where you're actually going to be burning fluids. You're going to be burning up not just fuel, I guess, but also all of those valuable vitamins, all the things that make your body tick, they all get burnt off at a much higher rate. So keeping yourself healthy as well as fueled is really important too.
Yeah, you've got to be strong. You've got to be healthy. You've got to be able to complete, and you've got to be able to look after yourself. You really have. I like using the term, and the term I always used to use was husbandry.
And that's nothing to do with the
Men.
partner of a wife,
No,
as in terms of a
no.
husband. It's actually husbandry, as in looking after yourself and your maintenance of yourself, uh, being careful about what you do, making sure that you've got everything in place to be able to
And it's
deliver.
as important or more important during a stage race because you've got to be able, you've got to be fit, you've got to be well, and you've got to be strong enough to race over those 8 days and be on form every single day. And the only way you can do that, exactly like Angie Solazano is to look after yourself and treat yourself well.
And she's on the front here with Bridget Brown and Trudy Stevenson, along with Agadello, Kirchner, Hadjuk just a little bit further back. Sarasu in this group. The gaps are starting to open, though. You can see that on the top right-hand side of your screen. If you've not been with us before, then each of those discs represents a rider on that top right-hand screen. The road unfolding in front of them, and you can see the gradient really starting to kick in. It will get steeper again. The road is going to increase. And this left-hand turn, when it came to riding in Zurich, and when this course has been used in things like the Sunday Race Club as well, this is where you see people really kick on because it is steeper at the top here. And once you've done that sort of little bit of recovery, take a breather. It allows you to kick even harder now.
It does. But at the moment, I would say, this is lap 1 of 2. I would be thinking steady state here. I would be thinking stay in the front group, get your positioning right, and sit in. Don't push on more than you actually have to. Don't expend more energy than you need to at this point. And they're only 3.2 kilometres into a 53.9k race. They've got more than 50k still to go. And now is not the time to put the big push in.
I think we're going to agree to disagree on that, because I think if you are a good climber here, and if you've been looking forward to this for the last 3 days, you've been looking forward to today's stage, you are going to be looking to really seize the opportunity. Also, if you're in the contention for the GC, you've got the opportunity here to set out your stall on today's climbing stage before tomorrow's big mountain stage up to Mount Fuji. I think for me, this is eliminate a lot, get this group down. I think that's going to happen at the moment. Solizano, along with Stevenson and Hermansen, are there. Bridget Bremner, 3 seconds down here. She's sitting in third place in the overall classification and has done for a while. She really needs to squeeze. She needs to get in that group.
Now, for me, this first climb is not the key climb on this lap. It's the second climb that's important. You may well be able to put some time in on this first one, but then there is a descent before the second. The second climb is longer. The second climb is where you will establish your break should you make one, not necessarily climb 1. Well, down in the start pen is category 5. They're going to be the next category away. 10 minutes between each of our race fields today. Category 6 coming towards the top of the first climb, and the push from Solazano, Hermansen, Stevenson, Hadjuk and Bremner. Agadello and Sarasu round out the top 7, and you can see there the really big push coming on. It is cracking, this racing at the moment, and really interesting to see what it's going to do to the race field. But Solazano at the moment is pushing for what will be the polka dot banner, because let's not forget, this is the first checkpoint of the day, coming really early, the 3.5 kilometre marker. They are about to hit it, and Angie Solazano, unless Hannah Hermansen does something here, and Hermansen is pushing, interestingly, she wants the points. Hermansen goes underneath the banner. Solazano, who we are in with at the moment, goes through in 2. There's going to be some really, really good racing today. Hermansen, Solazano, Hadjuk, Stevenson, Bremner, all potentially still in contention here.
So that is the climb complete. Those points will be added to the overall scores of Hermansen and Stevenson, Solazano, Hadjuk and Bremner as they go through. Hermansen extending her lead at the top of the standings, 11 points clear of Stevenson. Solazano moving from 4th into 3rd place now in that climb competition because of that big kick up into the finish. They are the Category 6 riders as we get ready to head out from race start with Category 5. You can see the riders are lined up and ready to roll. They're going to kick off from this start pen here in Zurich, almost on the lakeside. It's time to go racing stage 4, day 4 for our category 5 women who are away and out from that start line.
Well, away you go, category 5. The start is underway here today. Category 5, we've seen some fabulous racing, and we are about to see the overall. But Bago, Fu, Knowles, Ermolova, all coming out of that start pen fast.
So yesterday, Stage 3 results, fantastic racing in Category 3. Stage 3 being won by Isabel Alza at a time of 1 hour 17 minutes 42 seconds from Natalia Idzik with Megan Albin, the yellow jersey wearer, taking third place, a 0.146 of a second behind Alza. The sprint winner on the day was Natalia Idzik, and the QOM winner, the Queen of the Mountains winner on the day, Natalia Becker. Becker scoring 15 points. Idzik only dropping 1 point in those sprints on the way through the sprint competition, and a brilliant result for them on the way through. Great to see just how hard these riders have been putting those efforts in today. So the riders absolutely flying around now. The Category 5 Stage 3 results, of course, all affect then the overall standings, along with the standings in the KOM and the sprint.
Well, and Alzat's win yesterday. She's in second place now, but she didn't catch Megan Albin, who finished third on the stage. Albin's had a first, a second, and a third place, and she's currently sitting on GC right at the top. Alzat in second, 26 seconds back. Rona May Joy Mayer, 34 seconds back, along with Natalia Becerra. Claudia Gentili at 38 seconds, Gabriela Marshall at 45. Then we go over the minute. Idzik sitting there.
So real big movers in here. The gaps for me between first and second, that 26-second gap. And then the 45 to 1 minute 16 between Marshall in fifth and Idzik in sixth. In terms of the sprints, well, the top three at the moment, 50 points for Idzik. You've got Yazok there in 30 with 34 points in second, Ermolova with 27 points in the sprint competition. The riders in that sprint category really working well, but you can see Idzik's targeting that, really paying off. We'll see whether she can score any points when we go over the top of the climbs. Meanwhile, in the KOM and the QOM points competition, it's the QOM in the women's competition, the Queen of the Mountains rather than the King of the Mountains, with Becker just 2 points clear of Shiki Fu, with Yazok at the moment in third place on 19 points. Incredibly close here at the top, Emma, of the standings in the QOM. I mean, there's literally 5 points between them, and that is just the first place to no points, isn't it?
It is, and it could get really, really close today. So I'm really interested to see how this competition here is going to shake up. So the riders now on the climb here at 1.9 kilometres, and you can see the big group going in.
So they're on to climb number 1. They are pushing up onto this climb, the sprints competition, the points competition, all playing out today as well. You can see the right-hand turn being taken here alongside the trams, making the way up this climb. And we're in at the moment with our yellow jersey leader, Megan Albin. Albin absolutely flying up here, and let's see if she can hold on to the jersey. What's your thoughts on that? She sprinted really well, Emma. What do you think? Do you think she's going to be in there? She's shown so far she's been right at the front of the group when they went over the top of that climb on the Vessel Rock climb.
Well, I think Albin is really going to try and defend that jersey today, and defensive riding is what may be key, unless, you know what, she's thinking today could be the day where she extends her lead. But with tomorrow coming and the race in Japan, I think defence is a good strategy for Albin today, and then maybe cementing tomorrow. But there are some great climbers in this group that are really, well, I think, been saving their mantle for today and tomorrow. And there's a number of contenders, perhaps a little bit further down the overall standings at the moment, who will want to go well. Idzik is strong, but I think she's got that sprint target. Sudibayo could go well. Wilhelm could go well. Ferron, she's a great rider as well. And there's not a huge amount of time gaps at the moment, and I think we could see big time gaps today. Alexandra Knowles is on our screen at the moment. She's part and parcel of this pack as well. I think it could all change in category 5. And Megan Albon, for me, she's going to need to defend that jersey today. And if she is still in yellow tomorrow, that's the day to attack.
Yes, I think, well, tomorrow being the date, I think that's so. It's yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes.
Was I cagey?
Well,
I was thinking as I was talking. That was the problem.
Well, yeah, there's so many different options here, and what we don't know, we get these wonderful shots into people's pain caves, where we're looking in, like we did on Alexandra Knowles, as we see Brooke Samuel at the moment working the way up this climb. You get that shot in, but what we don't know is how they're feeling inside. When you get on that bike, aren't they having one of those days? You get on the bike and you turn those pedals and you think, oh, yes, this is going to be my day. I am absolutely pinging. Nothing. You climb up with the leaders and you just think, yeah, come on, bring it on. I can't even feel this. This is like so easy. And you just sometimes get those in a multi-day race. But then other days you get on the bike and you go, oh, no. Oh, no. No.
But you can
and
also,
you know that you are going to suffer from the moment you go.
Well, you can also, during the stage, I think, on stage racing, switch.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a given that how you feel when you get on the bike is how you feel when you, halfway through the stage. And I think that's one of the things you have to prepare yourself for. Just because you feel bad at the start and after your warm up, your legs are going, oh, don't think that's staying with you for the next 50K. It's very easy, to get halfway through a stage and suddenly have a second wind.
Yes, that is a very English kind of phrase, but I'm sure that translates to everybody, where you go well to start off with, and then you maybe have a bad patch, but you then get your second strength, your second wind, and then you're able to go. Now, I'll say at the moment in this group on the front here, interesting to see the contenders in the QOM up here. Shiki Fu moving up through. Now, Fu really interesting because she has been right up inside the top 10, but dropping down on stage 1, she was second and then dropped out of the top 10. But because those gaps are so close inside the top of the standings, it really, we are talking, only a few seconds in that top 10. She was moving back now. Fu right up there with Alze, with Becker, with Yazok as they go up towards the banner. This banner is going to score points. This climb is going to see points allocated out, and Becker at the moment on the move. This is going to be really interesting in terms of that overall competition for the Queen of the Mountains here as she goes over the line.
Well, Yazok, Fu, Alzat, and Idzik coming with a late charge. Interesting move there to pick up points. Kennedy's in the mix, Gentily's in the mix. And what's interesting is Albin is struggling on these steeper slopes. She's got an opportunity now to squeeze back in. She's just 2 seconds back. I think she will get back into the group. But they are about to descend to the second climb of the day. And as I mentioned earlier, for me, the second climb of the day is where the gaps will be established. It's a slightly less steep climb, but it is slightly longer also. Well, if the roads are to be believed, that is where the gaps will go. Now, taking a look on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can really see it's a great dynamic today, seeing those groups stretch and then the groups come back together again. Becerra, the question is, at this point in the race, do you want a 50K to individual time trial or do you want company?
and the draft on the downhills is going to be really key, particularly that big, long downhill. We'll have to see how that plays out. Category 6 looking like it's also breaking up as well. Let's dive in with Category 4, who are down on the start line here today. The the teams, the Unshakable team, have been right up there, haven't they? I mean, they're still in the same position. All our teams in the same positions they were before. Unshakable in 1, Rebel Riders in 2, Pedal Queens in 3. There's a women's sprint team in 4, Cycling District 4 in 5, and Never Give Up in 6th team position. The gaps have gone out between the teams in their positions, but overall in the teams, no real change up till now. Let's see if that continues as we go through stage number 4. Our riders are up and out from the line. Stage 3 for Category 4, yesterday's stage, was really fun to watch. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was really good. Category 4, really exciting racing, and the pack rolling and rolling strongly here out of the pen in Zurich yesterday. Well, it was Catherine Montoya who took the stage, her 3rd win in a row.
Indeed, and Kathy Collins, a really great performance for her coming up into that sprint. Laura Taconis, who I've got really down as an overall rider, not to moving away from there. But the real big thing for me was Montoya couldn't repeat her win. She scored big in the sprints, but she couldn't make it a sprint win at the finishing line. Nina Dowling climbing strongly there, 13 points scored on the day. That really did help her as well. So they are your stage 3 headlines.
Yeah, and really interesting. Kathy Collins taking 2nd place yesterday. That moves her up to 10th on GC. And you'd think 2nd moves her up to 10th. Well, it's 16 seconds back to 10th place. You can see her there on the screen in the overall standings.
You can. Big movers. Most of the riders moving up on the way through. Peretti, the rider who was in 4th place overall, dropping down out of the top 10. And that's why you've seen a big shift up from most of the riders. Angel Hadlock just dropping down a little bit. She moved from 3rd to 5th, but that meant that she dropped to a whole 3.394 seconds behind. It's not huge. And in the big scheme of things, when we go into this stage 4, I think realistically, for me, Emma, the gaps, 9th place, Kath Tomkinson, 16.8 seconds.
I know.
I mean, that's the relatively biggest gap in there.
I know, it is so close in this Category 4 women's race, and I think today, well, there are riders in here we know who have been waiting, I think, for this stage. But you can see in the sprint competition, Montoya picking up 45 points so far. Nina Dowling, 26. Gina DeGrazia, 21 in 3rd place. Now, for me, the challenge here is today, the 2 sprints come after all the climbing. They come at the end of the lap. So whoever is going to pick up the 10 points available today in that sprint competition in terms of the maximum number of points has got to be a good climber. Will it be Catherine Montoya? Or will it be Angel Hadlock or Nina Dowling or Gina DeGrazia? Because they are currently the top 3 in the climbing competition.
Well, Angel Hadlock has shown she's climbing and she's sprinting well, and she's in the right kind of place in the overall. Gina DeGrazia is getting better as the racing is going on. So is Nina Dowling there. Montoya has held that yellow jersey from the start.
Well, I'm just going to add into that Valentina Peretti, the rider from Switzerland, is currently tied with Gina DeGrazia on 13 points in 4th place. Well, does a home advantage work on cycling esports as well?
But she had a really bad day yesterday. I mean, the sort of days you don't want to have, because she really did drop down. So she went from 4th to 22nd overall, now 15 minutes down. But it does mean she's got the chance of a stage win, because if she went up the road, potentially, who's necessarily going to chase after her? Not the GC contenders. We're in with Catherine Montoya, our yellow jersey wearer, for the first 3 stages. Winning those first 3 stages. She's wearing it today. Will she be wearing it into stage 5? She's got to stay with our leaders on this climb and then put those sprint skills to good use as well. Montoya has been absolutely blisteringly quick. I don't think we're going to see a loser sprint here in terms of a sprint kick, but was it telling not taking that sprint finish at the end of stage 3? Is it that accumulation of all those sprints across 3 days? And she's contested pretty much every one of them.
Wow.
That's a big, you're putting a big sprint kick out time after time after time after time, day after day after day after day. At some point, your body's going to go, no, thank you.
Well,
And that could just be that you're not on that very sharpest edge
I
where
think
everybody else is.
I think it depends on her level of recovery, and I think it depends on her long-term plan. Because she may be targeting the first three stages and maybe the last stage. Those could be the four
Yeah,
stages she's targeting.
indeed.
Not everybody is targeting the overall GC. People will be playing to their strengths, and they will be looking at the stages, and they will be looking at the overall stage race, and they will be working out where their niche is.
So I know we've got Angel Hadlock on our screen. Angel Hadlock, I think, has got so many strings. She's going to really struggle to decide which one she's going to go for on the way up here. Now, for Montoya, if you were in Montoya's position here, Emma, and you were leading, and you were right at the front of the race here, and you've got basically a whole lot of riders close to you, you're in yellow, you're going into the first climbing stage. Could you resist trying to keep that through this stage and trying to see if you can actually challenge for the overall, because you've got this far, even if your original plan was, well, actually, I'm going to do the first three and then ride through the next couple of stages and then do the last one.
Oh, it depends on your willpower,
could you
doesn't
resist?
it? It does depend on your willpower, and sometimes you do get carried away. And it's really interesting. Sebra Ray, I think, will go well today. I think she's a will to follow, and it's interesting to see that Valentina Peretti and Sebra Ray are right at the front of the group here with Suzanne Stenman. Dinah Corrales is here as well as Angel Hadlock. Atahalupa is there too. There are some such strong climbers in Category 4, and one of the ways you can tell that is look at how close the riders still are to each other. Very different to how we saw this stage of the race in Category 5 and Category 6. Al Ray, for me, has been climbing superbly on the Sunday race car, but I think she really is one who, if we're saying someone's targeted a race today, she could be the one who's targeted this one.
Yeah, and it's great to see Peretti right up in the mix. Valentina Peretti, had that bad day, press that reset button, mental strength there, back in, onto the front, on the home turf. Let's go. I might have had a bad day yesterday, but I'm going to take it on today and go race today.
Oh, come on.
Brilliant. Love it.
It's got to give you a bit of joy, hasn't it? The fact, she's a Swiss rider riding in Switzerland, in Zurich, on MyWhoosh from home. However much we say, home advantage, in a big championships because the crowd are behind you, etc., because you're a home rider. You still got to feel that some way when you're at home in Switzerland riding on a Swiss stage.
I just saw Gina Di Grazia there just turning those pedals around, not wanting to let go. Very much an esports cycling technique there being shown, using a lower cadence but putting through big power. And if you compare that to Peretti here, this is a great shot. She's got the Swiss jersey on, out of the saddle, tapping that round. Really, you're trying to accelerate up here. The mountain points are up for grabs. The climb points are up for grabs. Peretti is leaving Hadlock at the moment for 3 seconds. The Queen of the Mountains competition leader is right in the mix, but she's in second place, and Peretti now sprinting over the top. Welcome back to the front of the race, Valentina Peretti. Here we go, underneath the polka dot banner, taking maximum points.
Brilliant.
Nicely done. Now, she's got the opportunity. If she pushes now, that's a decent-sized gap. Push this downhill, straight into the next climb, go for it again. Double points. 2 climbs in a row. We've got 4 climbs today.
Well, and the other thing is, what we could see is a small group go away. We've got, 1, 2, 3, 4 riders clear at the front at the moment with around a 10, 11 second gap. And that's going to be an interesting move. But just picking up the checkpoint scorers there at the top of the first climb segment. Peretti taking 5, Hadlock taking 4, Atahalupa taking 3, Stenman taking 2, and Gina Di Grazia taking 1. That would be such a strong group if they went away, and it's looking like that gap is growing.
So in the overall climbs competition, Hadlock now leads with 30 points. The gap to Peretti has come down fractionally, with Peretti coming through with 18 points. Dowling, though, not in the leading group in 3rd. Di Grazia, not in the leading group in 4th. Stenman is in that lead group. She's in 5th place at the moment, so she stands to score big in that Category 4 race. Let's dive in with Category 5 because Category 3. I was counting up, not backwards. My counting skills as ever showing me up as we go into Category 3. The team competition at the moment. The Chomp Bullies returning to the top, deposing Yellow, who have been holding the top spot in that team competition. Riot still holding 3rd. A little bit of a switch between Fight Talk and Grit in 5th and 6th places, with Fight Talk moving up to 5th, Grit dropping down to 6th. The time gaps are almost as they were the stage before for the top 4 teams, pretty much, even though there's been a little bit of a switch in 1 and 2.
Top 4 teams,
nothing.
1 second.
Yeah, basically there's nothing between those top 4 teams. Behind then you are into minutes, but it's still close between Fight Talk and Grit, and you're seeing that in that switch, aren't you? You know, they are relatively close at the moment. Fight Talk at what is 2:27 down and 3 minutes down for Grit as they head out. So here we go with Category 3. This yesterday was an absolute barnstormer, and I just absolutely loved the racing. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, this has been a case of sprint after sprint after sprint. It absolutely has. And we said at the start of the show, 16 riders separated by top 16 riders separated by 10 seconds at the moment. Yesterday, the stage results are on your screen, and you can see how close it was. Just 0.049 of a second, first and second, 0.067 to third.
And Kim Vanilla taking the win alongside, in person as well as in the sprint, Angelica Altamirano in the Pain Cave together. I mean, that must have been a great place. Can you imagine the celebration as they went over the line? A great result. In terms of our sprints and our QOMs in the stage there, Emma, picking up points yesterday was good, and particularly important in the sprint. But the overall standings really, really interesting. With Soper's still holding. And in fact, the top 6 riders, exactly the same. Hardly any change in that top 10. Soper's, Altamirano, Bonilla, Cassani, Real, Lip, Nilsson and Beltran switching places. So Nilsson now into 7th and Beltran down into 8th. Nyquist in 9th, Young in 10th. No movement. Same 10 riders there.
But it's really interesting, isn't it? Emily Sobers has had 2 firsts and a 4th, holding in first place. And it is fractions of a second separating these riders at the top. I mean, less than 1 second separates those top 4 riders on GC. I can tell you it's not going to be that close at the end of today.
No.
But who is going to come out on top is a huge question. Because, you know, we've got such class in here. Cassani, Lip, Nyquist, Daniels, Brooks, Soper's, Young, Bulwara can all climb.
Yep, totally. The sprint points top 3 overall. This is going to be very interesting with the sprints coming the other side of the climbs. McKay, Young, and Real, the 3 riders going over the top of those standings. And all riders who, realistically, I would expect to be there or thereabouts, but not necessarily our best climbers. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they deal with this.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting. Grassi is also with 22 points in 4th place. But look at this, you know, Emily Nyquist, Anne-Marie Lip, Asula Cassani in that King of the Mountains competition, Queen of the Mountains competition, whichever you want to call it, the Mountains competition, I think we'll stick with. 26 points for Cassani, 23 for Lip, 22 for Nyquist. I mean, it is so close. They are going to battle today. Gemma Daniels in 4th place in that competition with 11 points. And while Emily Sopers has only picked up 4 points in the Mountains competition, and that came on stage 2. It's going to be a really big question as to whether she can defend that jersey today, given the quality of the climbers in the field. I think she's going to give it a real try, but Angelica Altamirano, well, she's proved she can sprint, and the question is, how well are her climbing legs? She's in that Young rider's jersey in white, and for our under 23 competition, and well, she's got a real look of concentration on her face because they've just taken the right hand bend onto the first climb of the day. They are about to go skywards.
They are about to hit the climb, and this is where we see Altamirano can climb. You know, there's there is no doubt about that in my mind, that Benilla Altamarina can climb really, really well. I'll be interested to see what the third rider in that pain cave does, which is Prado as well. That for me is going to be very, very telling. So we're going to see, this is a big group at the moment, though, who've come up that first step on the climb. As they come in to this leveled off section, taking the right hand turn. They're going to take the tight left here at the moment. They go over the tram tracks, basically, effectively, it feels like, and up onto the climb. You can just see taking this tight turn, going over and across, now going in towards the second section. We're in with Asulia. Kasani there as we search for the pens. I'm doing a bit of pen hogging in the
You
studio
are
at
doing
the
some pen
moment.
hogging.
The legendary whiteboard, the whiteboard, Warlock the whiteboard. Should we call him Warlock, the new whiteboard?
Warlock the white. I can't even
Or
say
Warwick.
that.
Should we call him Warwick?
If you wish.
I don't know. I'm sure there is something. The riders are absolutely moving at the moment, Emma. In this Category 3 race, fantastic to see the movement in the team competition 1 and 2. Riot Team have been holding third place really well.
They have indeed, and we've got 2 Riot squads in this competition. The Riot 3 in the Category 3 competition and Riot 2 in the Category 2 competition. And it is good. One of the things I really like about these team competitions is that we're starting to see these teams develop across multiple categories. And it does allow movement between categories as well, which is absolutely brilliant. Well, at the moment, the movement is all uphill, and you can see them coming now towards the steeper section of the climb. We've just got a little push on the front. It's Anne-Marie Lip who's been pushing. Young is there, so is Altamarino and McAlpine, Beltran, Bulwara, all in the mix here. Helen McKay now starts to come to the fore. She's wearing that green skin suit, but the polka dot skin suit is there. The yellow skin suit is there. The leaders in all 3 competitions at the moment are in the mix as we drop in with Lorena Beltran, and you can see the power going down through those pedals at the moment.
Brilliant.
Take a look at that effort as she gets up and out of the saddle, and this is where it gets steep. It's nearly 11% at the moment, and it's quickly clicking skywards. I need to put my teeth in this morning, but Daniels, McAlpine, Kleinberger, Bulwara, Montgomery. No, I'm not that old, don't worry. Grassi, all pushing here on the climb. The pack. Look at the size of the group in this competition, and those 4 jerseys coming to the front of the group.
The young riders jersey in white, the sprint jerseys in green, the masters jerseys going up there, but it's the yellow jersey and the polka dot jersey that are right at the front, and the yellow jersey now kicking clear of the group. Emily Sopers, well, she has been leading the standings all the way since stage 1. What a ride by her. She's been showing that she can be right there at the sprint. But now, look at this. On the climb, she put in the attack. It's been responded to, interestingly, by Kasani here and Lip. And Lip has kind of been the unknown rider, riding for that Riot 3 squad. Just sitting behind Jem Riel, her teammate in the standings. They really are a consistent squad. You've got Nyquist in there as well. I just think they are really riding strong. It is the polka dot skin suit of Kasani who goes up and over the top
look
first.
At that.
Great riding by Kasani, just making sure she pushes over the top. You can just see her out of the saddle here. That's a great comparison at a really critical time, going over the top of the crest and down.
Yeah, it is indeed. And you can see Sopers and Kasani and Lip contending that, but Kasani picking up 5 points, Lip picking up 4, Sopers picking up 3, Nyquist picking up 2, and Altamarino picking up 1. Now, I think great work by Emily Sopers to defend that yellow jersey and stay with the leading group, but Kasani cementing that climbing competition.
Yeah, absolutely dialing that. So Kasani at the moment in the climbs competition, 31 points ahead of Anne-Marie Lip, 27. Nyquist is on 25 behind the 3 leaders in that competition, pulling clear of Daniels, Brook, Sopers, Balawa, but we'll have to see how that plays out. Now let's go down to stage 3, the stage 3 race, that sprint finish, and you can see it has been slightly over. There has been a slight change. Dorothy Gonzalez-Rua has been confirmed and spoke to MyWhoosh regarding that sprint finish. And this is the statement from MyWhoosh regarding that overchange, which has put Paulson down into second place. So, during the event, there was a brief calculation discrepancy caused by a small technical processing issue. The team quickly identified and corrected it in real time to ensure the results reflected accurately. The core race data was unaffected by this issue, and all the rankings now represent the true outcomes. So, MyWhoosh acting just to clear that up, because I know a number of people did, like me, think that it was that way around, but the issue quickly rectified, which is great to see that speedy response. So a big thank you to the team there, and that's exactly what you want. No system is perfect, but
I tell you
why
what,
not?
I'll tell
Why
you.
not? Why not make sure you fix it super quick if
Well,
you do have an issue?
I'll tell you what's cracking in this teams competition. The Swedish Fika Mafia, my pick, now on the top of the tree. Core in 2, United Cadence in 3, but just 5 seconds separating them. Continental Shift are only a further 2 seconds back. In fact, La Rosa Blanca 54 seconds back. I mean, it's really, really tight in category 2 in that teams competition. As we go down into the start pen, we're in with Jennifer Gothlander. They are getting ready to race.
Yeah, teams 1 and 2 switching. That's the Fika Mafia ahead of Core. Cadence going over Shift. Shift just dropping down. Not a huge time gaps in there, Emma. I agree with you. It's great to see a little bit of a change. I thought Core would have held on for another day from the Swedish Fika Mafia, but that Swedish Fika Mafia really pushing on strongly. But it's not a lot, is it? Let's face it. 2 seconds between Fika Mafia and Core, and that sort of 2 seconds between Cadence and Shift.
Yeah, it is indeed. And it's not a lot. It is really close. And it's not a lot on this overall standings either.
It certainly isn't. Dorothy Gonzalez holding the top spot from Paulson, that gap at 0.269 of a second. They're a couple of seconds clear of Mina Koinsonen, who moves from 4th into 3rd, switching places with Sarah London, who just drops down that 1 place. Anna Svarstrom moving up from 9th to 5th place, though, jumping over the top of Sarah Roach and Katarzyna Wellner, who hold their 6th and 7th places respectively. McLeod just dropping down from 5th to 8th position, but it's relatively nothing. She's still only 3.417 seconds back after 3 days of racing. And that's really, for me, the really telling thing. Even when you get to the bottom of the top 10, Sophie Giovanni in 10th place, 4 hours, 2 minutes, 50 seconds of racing. She's only 3 seconds back.
I know, it is so, so close. And in the sprint competition, you can see there how close that is there. And these two riders, Jennifer Gothlander and Kate Tridden, have been going head to head every single day for 3 stages in this competition. Gothlander holding it by 1 point from Tridden. Anna Svardström, Gothlander's teammate in 3rd. There's been a lot of teamwork here in this competition from the Swedish Fika Mafia. The sprint competition is one of those places the teams have been playing at, but Kate Tridden from Continental Shift has been doing a sterling job. The question for me is, who's going to be over those climbs to pick up those points, and can they be in the top 5 today? Well, these 3 riders have been climbing strongly. Katarzyna Wellner, 35 points in that competition. La Rosa Blanca, she is part of. Susnik has got 24 points. Denton has 17 points. And Sarah Roach, 16 points in 4th place.
And those are the 4 riders really who are pulling clear of everybody else. Everybody else in single digits, aren't they, on the way through there? So really interesting to see that. Dorothy Gonzalez were absolutely dominating, and I'm sure she'll be pleased about that switch round to the correct race positions. It was not shown correctly at the end of the sprint finish yesterday. They have been corrected, and quick action in there by the team at MyWhoosh, almost as quick as Dorothy Gonzalez can sprint, and she's absolutely fine. She is a real force to be reckoned with for that core squad. But they're not the only team in the reckoning at the moment, with that Swedish Fika Mafia coming over the top. What are the chances today for Gonzalez Rue? We know she can climb well, but she's not a pure climber.
No, she's a great all-rounder and with a phenomenal sprint on her. For me, can she hold the jersey? Well, it's going to be really interesting to see. I think that defensive nature of defending that jersey will come into play. And you know what? You just don't know what you can do until you try. And if you really want to, well, when you're in yellow, when you're leading coming into stage 4, even if it's not the type of stage that would naturally suit you, you've still got that drive to hold that jersey.
And that drive to hold that jersey, it doesn't just apply. I mean, we talked a lot about the race at the very front of this race and the teams at the very front, but every single rider in this race have to dig deep, don't they? Particularly on this stage, wherever you are and whatever team you're in.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. In the team competition here in category 2, just 3 minutes separating the top 7 teams. All of that could be overturned today. And one of the things that's really important is, do you know what? You just don't know what's going on out there. Heather Shanks says she's got those numbers behind her. She's continuing day after day after day in the race. And let's just not forget, life does not stop either.
No.
You know, these aren't Tour de France riders who are being taken around and driven in buses with coffee machines and washing
It's the word
machines.
you're looking for is cosseted there.
Soigneurs and chefs. You know, life carries on. And I'm giving a call out today to the Riot teams. There's a team here in category 2. There's a team in category 3. For me, these 2 teams of riders deserve a massive call out today because 3 of them have ended up in hospital with their children because of accidents and incidents, broken arms, allergic reactions. Whilst this stage race has been taking place,
they've been doing proper adulting.
They have been doing proper adulting, not just focusing on their race, but life takes over. And you know what? All credit to them because they're back on this start line. They're here today again. They're in the mix and they are giving it their all. You know, life happens. I always used to say, you know, everything was great, everything was planned, everything was simple until life happened and then it threw a spanner in the works. But there's no spanner in the works today. Anna Russell, part and parcel of that Riot squad. So is Heber Smith, Ortiz, Lucas and Reese in the category 2 race. In the category 3 race, that Riot team, well, they're currently lying in 3rd place. Jen Reel, Natalia Brooke, Nyquist, Ballara and Lip. So that's my call out for the day.
Oh, wow, that was early.
Riot squad,
get in there.
Life gets in the way.
Well,
nothing stops us.
No, well, yeah. Now we were on watching the riders coming up to the top of the climb here in category 2 here as Susnik working really, really hard, making it up on to the top here. So you can see really squeezing, but guess who has answered? It is the polka dot jersey of Wellner. Susnik second in that climbs competition with Wellner up there. London really working hard here. We're not wanting to lose this group at all at this stage. So Sarah London at the moment 4th place in the overall GC coming into stage 4, working well on the climb. And in this front group, the 2 climb leaders in the competition, the 2 leaders on the road as they come towards the top of the climb. And you can see everybody working hard here. Rutty Reese out the saddle here, the trademark headband on, usually contrasting colour I've noticed over the last few days. So over on to the top of the climb they go. We've seen riders just push to get those points. Susnik and Wellner side by side here. Really interesting that they're not breaking apart here as they go in to the climb. Susnik for the United Cadence screen. La Rosa Blancas, Wellner heading for the aligners to go over the line. I think that was Wellner who has just taken those points. Just have to have that confirmed from Susnik with Thompson, Denton and Eck behind. If my eyes serve me correctly, I have got the correct glasses on today and I have caffeinated at the right time as well.
Well, I'll tell you something, it's a big group going over in category 2. I'm looking at around 20 plus riders in that group at the top of the climb and being led by Wellner for 5 points, Susnik for 4, Thompson for 3, Denton for 2 and Paulson for 1. Big group.
Yes, it is a big group. You can see the 5-point scorers on there. When those points are added into the totals, it does mean that Wellner just opening up a slightly bigger gap over Susnik in second overall with Denton and then Roshan Ortiz at the moment. The riders scoring points on the climbs competition in category 2. But let's switch our attentions to category 1 with Mika Soderstrom breaking the winning streak of Kate McCarthy. McCarthy blasting through the race field, overtaking Van Heuling, just coming on to that finish line. You can see how close it was. Soderstrom coming across the line in 1 hour, 7 minutes, 49 seconds, 0.198. 0.276 of a second back Kate McCarthy, and 0.33 of a second back Van Heuling. Soderstrom cleaning up every single maximum score in the sprint competition, and McCarthy cleaning up every single maximum score in the climbs.
Well, that win by Mika Soderstrom, planned, intentional by Ablock International, and it was fabulous to see.
Did you have some behind the
I
scenes
did,
information?
and I didn't let it out until now. But the Ablock International crew putting out a phenomenal finale to yesterday's stage, with Hermansen going down the road for a long effort, and then Mika Soderstrom and Kate McCarthy coming up and sprinting alongside. It was a fabulous race. Ablock International currently leading that team competition from the Sweat Sensations, but just 5 seconds separating those two teams, 7 seconds separating Ablock International from the breakaways.
And what's really interesting, that you've got these gaps just starting to open up. What team and the Purebred Daisies switching places on the way through? So the What team switching with the Daisies for 5th and 6th places respectively, but all the other team positions staying the same. You can almost guarantee that is not going to be the case at the end of today, and it's certainly not going to be the same time gaps as we go over the top of the climb. Time to go racing. The final women's race field leaves the start pens here on stage 4, day 4 of the MyWhoosh Championship for 2025. It's time to see who in category 1 has got their climbing legs on, and who is going to have one of those days which you really dream of.
Oh, I'm giddy as a kipper.
Oh, now that is a proper UK phrase, if there ever was one. English commentary, complete with very colloquial English phrases like giddy as a kipper. A kipper is a very small smoked fish. There you go.
They're not really giddy.
Or a type of tie, which is the shape of a fish.
Well, anyway, Mary Kay McCarthy
It's true.
heading the overall standing. She took second place yesterday on that stage. She's had 2 wins and a second place. Catherine Fuhr, the rider from Switzerland, in second overall. For me, she's an interesting one to watch today. I think she's been keeping her powder dry, and I think she's been waiting and playing a waiting game. But she's been putting in some phenomenal finishes as well, because she's had 2 seconds and a 4th.
And I would normally say a whole heap about the standings and the time gaps, but I'm probably going to sum it up very quickly. Soderstrom moved from above Holcroft, who drops down to the place that she possessed. Gallegos went over the top of Alberg, and Alberg moved down back into the same place that had been previously possessed by Gallegos. But that was all fractions of a second. There is nothing to separate those riders at the top of the standing. In fact, the same 19 riders up at the top, the first 19 riders separated by a whole
15 seconds.
15 seconds. It's nothing at this stage of the racing. Not quite so close in the sprint competition.
No, Mika Soderstrom has been absolutely dominant early doors. And I say early doors because, well, as we talked about earlier, it's the climbers, I think, today who are going to pick up those sprint points. And Mika Soderstrom, absolutely dominant, picking up as much as she can in the early 3 stages, sitting on 54 points. Tennille Otto in second with 29, Hermansen in third with 23. In the King of the Mountains competition, it's not really got started yet. It really is today. But McCarthy, she's been slipping her front wheel over the line ahead of the rest of the pack to pick up those 35 points. Francesca Tomasi has been watching and waiting. She's picked up 16 points. Kristen Kolczynski's picked up 9 to sit into third. But let me just tell you, I've also got Kolczynski, Guerra, Soderstrom. All 3 of those riders have 9 points. Mika Soderstrom coming up on your screen in third place because she finished highest on GC yesterday. Catherine Fuhr on 8 points. So behind Kate McCarthy, it is very, very close in that competition. The question is, what is going to happen today? Who is going to light the fireworks? Is Kate McCarthy going to attack on a climb? Fuhr, the rider from Switzerland, whose sister took away a bronze medal on this course at those Para World Road Cycling Championships last year in 2024. Is she going to do the business today with the I'm just going to go sort of being the home rider. I don't know. It's really interesting. It's going to be fabulous to see this unfold. Kristen Kolczynski is on the climbing form of her life out in the USA at the moment on the hill climb scene. She's breaking her own PRs from last year, not by seconds, but by minutes. Guerra, for me, has had 3 steady days. She's not. She's covered the move. She's been in the places where she needs to be. What is she going to do today? You know, Holdcroft is looking good as well. But at the moment, Mika Soderstrom is pushing on the front here. I think teams are going to help today. Teams are going to work where they can. And the team competition is going to be really interesting because it's going to be about where those second and third riders are in that competition and who those second and third riders are at the moment. But at the moment, Mika Soderstrom, look at that fabulous national champs jersey on her shoulders, on the bike, pushing on those pedals.
And no ice vest today for the first time, I think, in the race that we've seen her in the Pain Cave without first time without an ice vest on, as far as I can remember. Certainly, at the moment though, climbing very nicely indeed on here, just pushing on those pedals, just trying to make sure that this stays nice and quick as they run up on to this flat section and then through the next steep section. It'll level again, then kick in to the finish. This is all about making sure you stay in contention. And for me, in those front 19 riders, the rest of the riders need to focus on getting to that finish. Remember, in that team competition, it's your best 3 riders each day, and they don't need to be the same 3 riders. So if you've had 3 fast sprint riders go in over the finishing line for your first 3 days, it may well be your great climbers, riders like Francesca Tomasi, are going to be in those 3 as you go up and through on this big day here today. Now, McCarthy very quickly up to the front of the race field here in that yellow skin suit as our leader on general classification. She took stages 1 and 2. She's already climbing very strongly here at 7+ watts per kilo behind the group altogether. So no one rider choosing to take up the chase behind. Really, really key. Interesting to see a switch of jersey behind Kate McCarthy there
well,
as
I can
well.
tell you, yesterday it was the local bike shop that supports her, their jersey in the background. Spoken Cycles. Today, apparently her uncle is in the house watching the racing, and it is his Aussie Rules football team jersey, the Geelong Cats. I don't know whether I pronounced that correctly, but that is the jersey in the background today.
Absolutely brilliant. Love it. Absolutely. I'm loving the changes, these little details that we get about riders and the crew behind them. So fantastic to see. Well, I hope the Cats have a successful season in the Aussie Rules football, as successful as McCarthy is climbing up in front at the moment towards those QOM points that are available at the top. McCarthy leading in that competition, looking like she's going to extend that lead behind.
I tell you, Tomasi, Guerra, Fua, all on the move. Holdcroft and Kolczynski. Now, we said all of these riders were really on form. They absolutely are. And this is the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. This is Category 1. These are the elite women in the world of cycling esports, and you are in for a treat today. The checkpoint scorers there. McCarthy picks up 5 points. Tomasi picks up 4. Guerra picks up 3. Fua 2 and Holdcroft 1. McCarthy just down the road at the moment, but a small and select group formed behind. Interestingly, Ulberg is there. Ulberg's been riding really strongly. I know we've not mentioned her yet this championships, but she really has.
And we're just in with home rider Catherine Furr in this leading group as riders try to make that junction to try and come across to the group. They are the second group on the road, or the second set of riders, because we have got the world champion up the road. Furr will know these roads inside out, and every little pothole, every little twist, every turn. I don't know that they have potholes in Switzerland.
No, there were no potholes, I tell you.
Perfect, smooth tarmac?
It was beautiful, and they were laying sections of tarmac on the first few days for the rest of the day's competition when I was there. Now, Fua, for me, you know, like I said, her sister took a bronze medal in that Para World Championships in the road race last year. She took a bronze medal in the Cycling Esports World Championships. I'm hoping her sister is going to be in Rons. She's been doing really well on the World Cup circuit this year, the paracycling, and I hope she's going to be in Rons at the end of August, testing that road race again and eyeing up the top spot. Like Fua in November, could well be eyeing up the spot at the World E-Cycling Championships.
Yep, Emma's going to be on the mic for both those events. Emma runs for the paracycling championships as well as the Worlds in Abu Dhabi and all of the action here. So we're going to see just how those races unfold. But at the moment, we are seeing a great catch here by Meyer and Gallegos, who have caught the initial front breakaway group. They are all left behind McCarthy, who is 12 seconds up the road. The tiny figure as this gap has stretched clear from McCarthy to the rest of the riders. I'm not sure the leading chasers sat up there and let the group come towards them, or whether that was a case that there was enough pressure from behind to come in. That what we are sure of is that the gap has grown here, and McCarthy at the moment riding clear in Category 1. Just taking a look across to our leaders on the road, they are Category 6 at the moment. Bridget Bremner, Trudy Stevenson, Fanucci Korn Sarasu, along with Hannah Hermansen in that leading group. I think Monica Hadjuk in there as well. So they are your leading riders, 5 riders together, and a big gap opening behind.
Yeah, there's big gaps opening behind across all of the race fields at the moment at the 27.4 kilometre marker. This is the leading group in Category 6. And well, you know, they are pushing on and riding strongly here. They are coming through into the climb again on the start of lap number 2. As we see through the Zurich Sprint for the first time, the Category 6 riders, in fact 12 riders now through that marker. That obviously came at the end of lap number 1 at the 25.2 marker. So that gave us, and I'm going to run you through them, Hermansen, Bremner, Hadjuk, Sarasu, Stevenson, Solizano, Agadello. Those were your top 7 riders in Category 6 at that point. This is the Category 5 pack going through, and look at this, there's a massive push coming on at the moment, and Idzik going through with Jos Cook, Ermolova, Albin is in there as well. This Category 5 race at the end of lap 1 here in Zurich, still really strong. There are 8 riders in the group.
So the point scored at that sprint that comes at the end of each lap, just before we get to the finishing point. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points going out there to Idzik, Yazok, Ermolova, along with Albin and Alza in that order. They were the 5-point scorers. They've been added to the sprint points in total. Idzik still leading with a huge gap, 55 points scored by Idzik to the 38 points so far of Yazok. Ermolova in third with 30 points. She's got double the points of Albin, which are 4 points in total. Fourth place, with 15 points in total. You can see the points on there that they scored on the way through. 5 for Idzik, 4 for Yazok, 3 for Ermolova, 2 for Albin, and 1 for Alza. Alza in the 5th place overall at the moment.
Yeah, the 3 other riders in that group, Annalyn Tejeros, Shiki Fu, and Natalia Becerra, rounding out that leading group in Category 5.
Just to update you on that, we saw the sprint in Category, so we saw the riders in Category 6 just going on to the climb. Sprints competition, because we saw those sprint points coming in from Emma there. When they've been added in, Category 6 sprint leader is still Hermansen, and that's not changed. She's at 56 points. Bremner in 2nd place at 42. Hamilton, who is Hamilton in that leading group, sorry, in Category 6?
No.
Didn't think so. She's on 28 points, so not going to score any more points, I think, today. Stevenson is in there with 23, so is Hadjuk, who's in there. So Stevenson potentially is going to have the potential, if she can score the 5 points, to overtake Hamilton if Hamilton doesn't score any points. That's in Category 6, but we're back in with Category 5, and we're in with Natalia Idzik leading the sprint competition in Category 5.
Yeah, at the end of lap 1 and going into lap 2, she's transitioning along the waterfront here in Zurich on this course, part and parcel of this leading group of 8, and It's a really interesting moment, isn't it? Just pushing on there and having to utilize that sprint effort at the end of that lap, knowing she's going out on another big lap to defend that jersey. It's a hard, hard day here on stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships. But Kate McCarthy is making it look easy. She's 34 seconds up already and 7K in.
And this could be the decisive move of the stage race in its totality. This is the big move. She's gone clear. We saw her push over the top of the climb. She pushed into that descent. A gap that was 6 went to 12 seconds. It was gone out again. 30 plus seconds now. That gap back between McCarthy. It depends on that time check. It's heading out towards 40 seconds, dependent on where those riders are on the course. And as she comes to the top of climb number 2, McCarthy's going to now need to make a decision here. She's going to take maximum points in the Queen of the Mountains competition that she is already leading by a huge margin. She's got double the points of Tomasi before she even adds these 5 points she takes over the top here. It was 40 points. It's now 45 points to McCarthy. Tomasi at the moment on 20, but she's in this group, and you could see the distance here, Emma. This is where McCarthy has to choose. Does she stay or does she go?
Well, it's a good question, isn't it? Do you stay or do you go? 45 kilometres, pretty much to the finish line. It's a long individual time trial, but you know what? It is perfectly doable, and it really depends on Kate McCarthy's plan. Does she want to sit up now for 44 seconds? I don't think so.
No.
I think the move now is to push on and just keep riding. Guerra battling with Tomasi behind for the rest of those points in that competition, and Guerra coming out on top. Tomasi in 3, Fua in 4, Kolchinsky in 5. The rest of that group, well, it's Alberg and Holdcroft who are with them. Van Hove, Gallegos, Bjarhead and Lethbridge are not that far behind.
And they really need to keep pushing all the way over the top of this summit plateau. The top of the plateau is not flat. There are rises, as you can see here. Just in with Francesca Tomasi, who is still in that second place overall after those points being added into the totals. Guerra in 3rd place in the climbs competition, with Fua in 4th place, Kolchinsky in 5th. Holcroft in 7th, just behind Sutterson. But I suspect we're now starting to see those points becoming a bit clearer. Certainly the top 5 riders, I think, now likely to pull clear in Category 1. Meanwhile, let's dive in with Category 2, who are a little bit further up the road. They are still on the top of the plateau before they dive down here, and this is a big group of Category 2 riders. We're in with Madana Dega-Mishandi, one of the great climbers in the group. She's been working well. She's been hovering around the top 10, but at the moment, interesting to see we've got riders in this mix who are all interested in that overall competition as well, in that GC competition. So Category 2, just making the way across the fields here in Switzerland, the pastures at either side of the road on Category 2. It's the cityscape heading down towards downtown Zurich at the moment for Category 3, who are in front there on the descent, and you can see that they're going to come diving down. They then very quickly transition onto the big overpass, the roadway that takes you back and in. It's an elevated roadway. It's definitely not a bridge, although it could be technically classed as a bridge over the railway lines. It actually does a lot more than that in one go. More bridge talk, watch back yesterday's show.
Well, Category 3, it's a big group at the front here, and Nilsson is in the mix with Real McAlpine et al. Category 4, you can see them just sprinting for that first sprint checkpoint of the day, coming towards the end of lap 1. That's the Zurich sprint, and Category 4 going through. Dowling, Tukanis, Stenman, Hadlock, Peretti all in the group, but they are chasing the riders ahead. Adafalupa picking up the 5 points, Dowling picking up 4, Tukanis picking up 3, Stenman picking up 2, Hadlock picking up 1, Peretti in the group as well. The rider we were talking about at the start of the show, the Swiss rider who we were in with on the first climb. 6 riders in that leading group in Category 4.
I'm missing from that group, if I am correct in there. It is Montoya, I think, who's missing from that group, the yellow jersey. Dowling, who is in there. She was second in the sprints competition coming into today. Dowling has got 30 points to Montoya's 45, so she's not going to overtake Montoya in the sprint competition, but now that yellow jersey competition is really hotting up because we've got the yellow jersey, the leader on the road in category 4, dispatched and distance. Don't know quite that time gap at the moment, but certainly it looks to me like we are going to see a change in category 4 at the very front of that general classification. You can see the leaders here as well, but along with Hadlocker, Takanas, Stemmen, Peretti, and Dowling, they're the riders who are in there. Now the chasing group is coming into the banner. My goodness me, this is a big gap back, and look at the pressure being put on here by Montoya. She knows that this is a chance on this flat section to try and pull some of that time gap to limit the damage. I think that it's going to be something round about the minute marker because you've got Collins and Collins is about 35 seconds up the road, and Collins is, I think, a minute down. I mean, it might be a minute 30 now, in fact.
It's 900 metres and 1 minute 44.
Wow. Oh, my goodness.
It's huge. Massive gap. But, look, one more lap to go. Could go either way, could go out, could come in. But also, we've still got 3 more stages after today.
Yep.
The stage race is not over till the final day.
Till the final checkered flag, that final archway, the final gantry, where our riders will be celebrating, finishing the race. Whether you are first or you are last in the race, we want to see you get over the line to complete all of the 7 stages.
Well, this is a nice move at the moment. Marisol Ortiz pushing on here off the front of the Category 2 pack. 22 riders in the leading group in Category 2 at the moment. Susnik, Quinston and Giovanni. Gonzalez Rua, the yellow jersey, is in there as well as Gothlander. They're on the descent at the moment here. Denton is in the mix too, and Ortiz putting a push on the descent. Sneaky move. Got 4 seconds at the moment, and London, Roach, Coiston, all in the mix, and everybody who you would expect to be at the front of the Category 2 race still in here. No rider, well, other than Ortiz, who's now being brought back in on the descent, clear at the moment.
It's too fast to go solo with a big group like that, and with that close fight that we're seeing in Category 2 that we are expecting. There's just so many climbers. Everybody's so close together. In some ways, I'm shocked by Category 1 having that solo lead with McCarthy, but in other ways, not so much. We know just what a talented rider she is, and the way she likes to go and really go so. She really doesn't mind riding solo. Whereas a lot of people would be more circumspect about that and just keeping their powder dry. And I think that's what we're seeing here. You can go off the front of this group, but realistically at this stage, save some energy for climb number 2. As you make your way round and onto that, I think that's going to be really, really critical in Category 2. Let's drop across to our Category 3 race. We're just in with Elisa Grassi at the moment in Category 3. Grassi working well at the moment on this section of course. Grassi sitting in 25th place in the general classification overall. Just chasing Designa, Vojte, and Brooks, so wanting to get into that group here.
This is
not
the
wanting
climb.
to lose too much. This is going over the top, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the climb we were talking about, just coming before you drop down onto the lakeside, before the sprint at the 22-kilometre marker. And Grassi just now needing to push on here. She's going to close the gap down and go back into the group, I think, no problem. She's just about, I'm looking at her numbers, waiting for them to turn green. That's what I'm doing. And Grassi very, very close to getting into that group. She's still got to push just a little bit more. She's not safe yet, but she is pretty much, there she goes. She's in the draft. The gap will close much, much quicker now.
And Emma, that skill of getting in, doing just enough to make your way into the back of the group without going snowballing through onto the very front, and getting that timing right, because it's not just your own speed you're trying to judge, you're judging the speed of everybody else on the way through there. Really, really, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. We're just up at the front of the group here with Valentina Designa out of the saddle in person on the left-hand side. As you can see, the support crew are there. And you can also see the TV in the background keeping, I probably suspect, some other members of the family entertained whilst you try and do some non-adulting tasks like get on and ride the bike race. I don't know.
Potentially.
Bike racing does not count as adulting. It can't be. It's too much fun. Adulting isn't that much fun,
Well,
is it?
do you know, and one of the things, you know, I am going to talk about Elise Gallegos actually, because I always love, she does always share on social media the family pictures of her racing her bike with sleeping bags and blow up air beds and tents and books and all sorts of things to keep her children entertained whilst they are supporting mum, because you've got your own support crew in there as well. I'll tell you something, I do remember, and this is, you know, what can I say here, but I do remember when my lad was about, I think he must have been about 10 or 11, and I went and did a 24-hour mountain bike race as part and parcel of a women's team.
How did you keep him entertained?
Well, actually, I have to say, the women on the squad, we all brought our children, and that's the only thing we took to the 24-hour race. The kids were pit crew, they were cooks, they were chefs, they were absolutely brilliant. And I have to say, and my lad played the role of mechanic. At the age of 11, he kept the bikes together, he fixed the punches, and what a race we had. Never discount your children as support crew. They can do much more than you think.
Well, clearly. How did you get on in the race?
Oh, we won it.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yes, we did indeed.
Well, there you go. That may be the answer.
It was at Gatcombe Park. We met Princess Anne. She awarded us our medal.
We put the kids. So, well, I'm not that we would for one moment suggest putting the kids to work in any way, shape, or form. But clearly, if you do choose to do so, there may be a winning formula for you on a on a big race, particularly in a team race. What a way to keep the kids entertained. Okay, let's go away from talk of slave labour and from family contributions to your sport, and drop in with Kimberly. What a day for Kimberly yesterday. Just great to see Kimberly in action, racing like she did. And today, she's got to be looking at this thinking, come on, bring it on. We know she's a good climber. She's got some great support in the room. She's great support on the race routes. And a lot of people will be rooting for her, particularly in the Philippines. I mean, an amazing rider. But she's up against some really good, strong riders here. Emily Nyquist, for one. I mean, what an experienced rider on cycling esports. And a rider who I think, you know, as this race goes on, I think she's just going to get better and better.
Yeah, you know, I don't disagree. I absolutely don't. And you can see her talking to someone in the pain cave whilst making sure she stays in the group. Good point in the race to actually be dealing with any issues and challenges. But Nyquist, Nielsen, Kasani, Lip, real young, all in this group at the moment. Montgomery is there too. And there is Montgomery. Writing some messages on her phone at the moment and different ways to communicate with your team whilst you are up and racing.
Chile Montgomery's having a good race. I think she's having a good race. I think today is a day where she's been thinking about what is she going to do, how is she going to do it, when does she put this in. She's 59 seconds down on our race leader, so just under a minute on Sopers. Sopers is in this group. We've got a lap to go on here. If you were Julia Montgomery, where would you choose? You've got one full lap left to go. What would you do? Where would you go? Without, I mean, assuming that Emily Sopers can't hear your tactical discussion here.
Well, you know, it's a big ask, isn't it? Because I have to say there are 16 riders in this leading group in category 3. You know, Julia Montgomery, she's strong. She's part and parcel of that yellow squad. They are in second place overall at the moment, near enough tied on time with the Champ Bullies. The Champ Bullies, Bonilla, Prado, and Altamirano. You know, we've seen those riders already, and we know that some of that team are in this group. Kasani, McAlpine, Nielsen, Montgomery, and Beltran. They've got strong representation again in this group. For me, I think this, you know, for the likes of Montgomery here, I mean, you've got to weigh in, haven't you, those individual race desires and the team desires, and you've got to balance those two. And for me, I'd be really looking with such a strong team. Today would be the day to get those numbers up and above Bonilla, Prado, and Altamirano.
Well, we're going to see if that plays out today. How do those team versus individual tactics play out. We're just in with Femke van der Vliet, the Netherlands rider for the purebred Daisies squad there. Ice vest on, interestingly, clearly expecting to work hard on this time. Got a good group around as well here. So Joanna Kalman in this group, along with Van der Vliet, Guerrero, Tennille Otto in here, Hackenden in, Tilly Field is as well. I think Shalek in this group. It's a good size group, and that now is where you've just got to decide, how do you make this work as a group? Work together on that downhill, share it out. Don't just rest on there. Try and pull back a bit of time on here, because we've got to remember, if this group just sits up and just coasts, they are giving away team time, because the odds are that there are riders in here who will be the third counter in their team. So you can't just sit back and let the gap go, no matter how much you want to. Your teammates are relying on you.
The riders will know where they are in the team overall on the day, on the stage right now, because they'll be talking to each other. They'll know exactly whether they are third or fourth counter. If they're fourth or fifth rider in their team, they'll know that they can take it easier today, because they could rest and then be the third counter tomorrow.
I just want to caveat that, though. If you are fourth rider, I really am always reluctant to say fourth rider, take it easy, because you don't know what will happen to the third rider.
Fair point.
And if that third rider has an issue, and that could be anything from snapping a chain to breathing at the wrong time, losing a group, you're going to go out. Now, we're going in to the pain game, and this for me is one of our great teams. Talking about teams and team tactics, Angelica Altamirino, Kim Bonilla in here. We've got German Prado in here. The Champ Bullies team room here. You can see it's basically the same room, just different positions on the bike. Angelica Altamirino is alongside Kim Bonilla. And then you've got German Prado just at the side there. Three riders all working together. The heat that must be generated by the work that is done and the watts generated, that is the byproduct of putting so much power down that you're getting from these three. I mean, realistically, they could probably light the room, and most of wherever they are situated with the amount of power they're putting out, it's going to be warm in there with three of them. But you've got that mutual support, of the three great riders, experience of Prado, the younger riders in Altamirino and Bonilla, but all three riders, great riders.
Well, yeah, and look at the team communication. How easy is that? All three riders together, and they've got the support of each other as well, and just not just the vocal support, but the sense of community in that room. Absolutely fabulous. And I have to say, talking about vocal support, normally within the teams there is someone, they play different roles in terms of that vocal support. You've normally got someone in the team that can make the rest of the riders laugh. You've normally got someone who's phenomenal support and really buoys up. There are so many different roles within a team, not just on the bike.
There is now one rider who we know is likely to be representing Great Britain once again at the World Cycling Esports Championships is Maria Holcroft. And having support, having teammates is key. Here in the leading group in Category 1, Ablock International, her teammate, is up the road. McCarthy's gone.
Yes, I was looking at that. It's not really the leading group, is it? There's a leading rider and then a chase group.
It's the leading group. It's the first group on the road, but it's
the leader.
Not but it's
Can
not
I just
the race
say,
leader.
Maria Holdcroft, I think, is
semantics here.
Maria Holdcroft is a really interesting athlete.
Yes.
She has a skating background.
Skating as in
ice skating.
Figure skating?
Figure skating.
Really?
Figure skating, and I do believe the conversation I've had with her, a little bit of speed skating as well, but mainly figure skating. And then she's come to cycling as technically her second sport. She's absolutely brilliant. She was fourth in those World Championships last year. She's on superb form at the moment. She really, really is. And I think she's one to watch. But they're on the descent now on Category 1 on the end of the first lap as we go back into Category 4. This is the first climb again on lap 2, and Seba Alray, she's up and out the saddle. We said she would go well today. We really did, and this for me is her sort of terrain. She's a phenomenal climber. She knows just how to pace herself. She knows just how to push and eke those final extra bits from her, and she's just brilliant when it comes to uphills. But I say that, and the climbing here going really well. And Category 4, she's in the chase group, and we've gone through the second ascent of the Lindhoft climb. And at the top of the tree in category 4, going over the second lap time, it is Valentina Peretti. She's done it again. She did it on lap 1. She's done it on lap 2.
But big changes in terms of the positions behind. Hadlock leading 36 points overall now in category 4. Peretti into 28 points. Dowling is in third place, but Atahualpa in fourth place, 16 points, tied with Stemman here. De Grazia not in this leading group, now into sixth place with Takanis in seventh, Montoya into eighth place. That's in the climbs competition overall. So the gaps are really starting to open up between the leaders of category 4 and those chasers behind. We're going to drop in here at the moment with Megan Albin in category 5 here. The leader of the GC overall is currently making her way up as part of this group of category 5 riders heading towards the top of that same climb section that we saw Gina De Grazia and co going over the top of. I think I'm just going to do a double check. No, they're further up the road. My apologies.
They are further up the road.
This is the second one, isn't it?
This is the Whitcomb climb for the second time, and that's the polka dot banner at the top of this climb. This is the final categorised climb of the day, and the category 5 riders coming up to the front. Megan Albin doing a phenomenal job of defending that jersey today here on stage 4. She's really in the mix here now. There's one or two riders who have just pushed on, and whether they've just pushed on for the points in this competition or they've just pushed on because now is the time to break the group, only time will tell. But the white jersey of Isabel Alzat, the yellow jersey of Megan Albin, and the green jersey of Natalia Idzik, all in this chase group here. And Becerra, Jarskok, Ermolova, Fu, just a little bit further up down the road. And the question is, how much recovery are they going to take up front, and will they let this all come back together?
I don't think they're going to have the choice. I don't think Albin will let that happen. I don't think Alzet will let that happen. I don't think Idzik wants that to happen as well. Idzik has got the sprint at the end here that she's looking to take points at. She won't want people mopping up those points. She will want to take those. You can see the checkpoint point scorers at the top of the Queen of the Mountains. Shiki Fu taking in 5 points when added to her total. That puts her now ahead of Yarzog, who scored 3 points there. And they're all chasing Becker. Becker in the overall competition, 42 points in first. Shiki Fu, 35 points in second. Yarzog, 34 points in third. Gentili, then Albin, then it's Alzat and Ermolova in the overall points climbing competition, with the last point scored in for today.
And Megan Albin doing absolutely everything she needs to do today, defending that yellow jersey. Well, on the right-hand side of your screen, it's the Category 6 race. They were the first riders out the start pen 1 hour, 26 minutes ago. And Bremner, Hermansen, Stevenson and Hadjuk, the 4 riders leading this race at the moment. Sarasu in 5th. She's a short way back down the road.
Yeah, just being distance on that second lap there. She was in contention, just being distance, just losing contact. It does mean that Bremner, Stevenson and Hermansen are going to extend their lead at the top of the general classification when they come into that finish.
And Hadjuk is going to move up.
Climb. Yeah, Hadjuk is really going to move up. Hadjuk coming into today had dropped from 6th to 7th position. Now, she was behind, though, by a substantial margin from the 3 leaders, so that's a relatively immaterial. But the riders who are losing out here, Sarasu is losing out. The gap between Sarasu and Hadjuk, 2 minutes, and that's the gap that she needs to go clear by. So I would suggest that Monica Hadjuk really needs to push on here if she wants to take away 4th place. She should go over the top of Hamilton and Solizano, but I think at the moment Hadjuk's got the opportunity to move into 4th if she pushes, but she's really got to push big style.
Well, talking about pushing, Kate McCarthy on the left-hand side of your screen at 24.1 kilometres. So she's coming to the end of the descent. And look at the gap now at 23k. So she's 1,200 metres ahead of the group on the right-hand side of your screen. And this is the chase group in the Category 1 race.
Meanwhile, in category 2, just in with Rhiannon Denton at the moment, in with this group of riders coming around the right-hand turn at the 27.8 kilometre marker. So just coming around to complete their lap and to head back out once again. They've gone over all of the climbs and all of the descents of lap 1. They've gone out through the finisher point very shortly. And I think, for me, one of the really interesting things here, that as they head along the riverside here, they're going to go right and left, cross the river bridge, and then go up on to the climb. Big climbers have pulled this apart well now. Giovanni, they've been really putting on the power, but it's a big group. They need to start breaking this apart, I think, for me, in category 2, and they need to almost get a wriggle on doing that, because
it is a big group, 21 riders.
You've got two climbs left. You want to start getting those gaps in now. You don't want to be leaving it till that overpass. That's it's like 5K to the finish.
Well, I think one of the things in category 2, the strength and depth and the well-matched nature of this race field, is what is driving this group. Also, potentially maybe a more conservative race, and I think it's probably a combination of the two. Leaving it till the second lap, well, that's potentially a good move, because you've got the first lap underway. You've whittled the group down somewhat, which is what they have. They're 21 riders now. And I think take this right-hand bend and let's see what happens.
Gonzalez Ruhr, the leader in the general classification in there, Welland, the climbs leader in there, London, the masters leader in the mix, as well as our young riders leader. This category 2 race now really could be decided. Will we see anybody able to go clear? They're on to the climb. Meanwhile, a little bit further around the circuit at 33.5k, Adriana Flores on our screens, the avatar on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side, Flores, a nice big screen up there. It's really easy to get that information, to get that data, to know your time gaps when it's that big, even when the sweat starts running in your eyes.
Yeah, I love a big screen when I'm racing cycling esports, and so does Flores. Reyes is with her here on the road as they continuing to tap along a good rhythm.
They are behind Vusa, actually, the nearest rider chasing behind. It's only one position in terms of the category, but it's a big gap here. Just under 2 minutes behind. Although it is yo-yoing just a little. Let's move up to Musa Al-Mansouri in our category 5 race. She's working hard here on the shoulders here of Quad just in front. Reyes is just behind. Al-Mansouri, one of our really strong riders, making her way up here in category 5. A tough day today, but Al-Mansouri's a tough rider. We know she's going to keep on pushing. She'll have in mind that she's looking to be one of the first GCC riders, because that competition continuing as well. So prizes for the riders, the best riders in the Gulf Cooperation Council area, those who reside in that region. And Musa Al-Mansouri at the moment going on to the wheels here of Birdie and Driscoll.
Yes, the Irish rider, Birdie and Driscoll from category 6, doing a sterling job. She's moved up slowly through the GC overall in category 6, as she's taken each day as it comes. Well, each day as it comes for Monica Hadjuk is at the 38.1 kilometre marker. This is stage 4. She's in the leading group. 4 riders here coming towards the top of the climb. This is the Whittaker. No, it's not the Whittaker climb.
She's well over it.
They're well over it. This is one of the climbs on the top, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is the rolling top of the climb here in Zurich, and this group of 4 continuing to tap a strong rhythm, and Trudy Stevenson now pushing on somewhat.
I'm expecting to see a big smile on the face of Monica Hadjuk when she comes in through that finish. She wants this group to keep on pushing, to keep opening the gap. Sarasu at the moment, 1 minute 30 back on her. That gap between her and Sarasu, and between her taking away the 4th place in the GC overall, 2 minutes. That's the target. Hadjuk, for me now, needs to be working, really trying to get this group. The group in front can extend their lead. So Hermansen, Bremner and Albin, the 3 leading this race. If I can't see Hadjuk getting time on them and pushing into to diminish the gap to the top 3. But what she can do is jump over all the rest of the riders behind. So putting in the work now for Hadjuk, getting that power, really getting this group working. That's what she needs to be doing, trying to motivate these riders, doing more, her share and more on the
Well, and the
front.
challenge here now is this is a category 5 pack on the right hand side of your screen. The rider in front of them is Fnucci Sarasu. So category 5 have now moved themselves in towards the top 5 overall in on the road today. And bearing in mind they started 10 minutes behind the category 6 race. Sarasu now, this is coming towards the top of one of the rollers. We're about to go into a downhill section. Now, there is nothing in the rules that says that Sarasu cannot sit in the group and take the draft and make use of the group coming behind.
Nothing in the rules, but there's plenty in your legs, and that is going to be absolutely key here as they make the way down into towards the finish. The women's finish coming up very shortly. So the riders making the way in and through. You can just see Sarasu responding here, jumping on very quickly into that group. So the riders on the way through now. This downhill and this run to the finish is going to be critical. This last run down. So the riders at the moment, leaders in category 5, including the yellow jersey, including the polka dot jersey, including the white jersey here. So our under 23, our climbs, our sprints, and our overall leader going into this critical section. This run to the finish is going to be key. Let's take you through that. The shot here, this fly through in Zurich, really showing the run down. So the mountains are basically inland from the lakeside. The run to the finish is about getting down off the mountain. And you can see that this 2-lap course, if you look to the right-hand side, we've just gone over the very summit of the top of the plateau. So basically the yellow section after the Whitcomb climb checkpoint. We go into a long, long downhill. This is where the draft dynamics are going to be advantageous for riders in bigger groups rather than solo riders or 2, 3, 4 riders if they're up against 10. It means that the advantages with the group. If you've been dropped and you can jump into a group, even better, because you can then maybe make some time up on leaders. And that's what Sarasu has to do. But we then have the run, the overpass, that little bit of a rise and fall. Little bit, it's big. It hurts the legs. Going into that Zurich sprint checkpoint. At that checkpoint, anybody interested in the sprints is going to go for it, but they've got to temper their effort because you're not that far from the finish. 52.2k for the checkpoint, 53.9 for the finish. And it is a slight rise into the finish, hardly any gradient, but that bump before the finish could well see riders distance. So in that category 6 race, in the category 5, the 4, the 3, the 2, the 1, that final run in is really, really critical. It does help to have raced this previously on the Sunday Race Club here on MyWhoosh. As you can see at the moment on your screens, our riders in category 6 at the moment. You were in with Hadjuk in with that leading group pushing on. Katarzyna Wellner in the leading group in category 2. You've got McCarthy leading out category 1. That time gap going out to 1.5 minutes from all the rest of the riders. In category 5, well, that is also the chaser in category 6. But let's go back to the front of the race here. 30k nearly covered here for McCarthy. This is the climb, the first climb of lap number 2, the Lindenhof climb. And on the Lindenhof climb, you can see McCarthy working her way up through this race field. She's got a group of Category 2 riders with Dana Davison, Holly Bergin, Leonie Dijkstra. I think McLeod just in front as well. So she can make her way onto that group, use some of that draft advantage on some of those downhill sections. It would help, but she's going to go over the top here, down, and then very quickly onto the Whitcomb climb. You can see McCarthy working hard here. The Aussie Rules football jersey behind, blowing in the breeze. The world champs jersey on there. Way too warm in the pain cave to be wearing that jersey here today. McCarthy out of the saddle. Kate McCarthy is showing just what skills she has when it comes to climbing. What determination. And at the moment, that gap really has rocketed out. Now, don't be fooled by the time gap. They're just going to see what that average is out at. But at the moment, I think McCarthy now has set today's stage. She's preempted the big mountain stage tomorrow that finishes on Fuji. And she's going to try and put in a race-winning, not just stage-winning, a race-winning move.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? The gap is holding at around Well, let me just take a little look. We are 1,200 meters, so 1.2k is the gap. It was the gap when we were on the descent on the far side. It's the gap now still as we go out onto lap 2. So the gap is holding here in terms of distance. In terms of time, well, that's different.
It is, because as McCarthy goes over the top, the riders behind chasing her on the steep section of the climb as well. But that gap is showing at nearly 5 minutes on occasion, and I don't think it's going to stay at that. However, this push is going to be key. What can they do here today? This is a battle almost for second place in the race overall. I think the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. You've got to come from this group. You know, these positions are going to be decided here today in terms of they can be in that selection.
Now, one of the things that's really interesting is these two chase groups on the road. And I say two chase groups because there's 6 riders in the group where Catherine Furr is located at the moment. And then around 20 seconds back, there is a further small group of riders with Lethbridge, Van Hove, et al. They are in that group as well. You can just see them coming around the corner behind. So 6 riders here in this leading group. We have Fua in here, we have Alberg in here, we have Guerra in here, we have Holdcroft, we have Tomasi. This is a seriously strong group here as they really start to climb now the steeper sections of this Lindenhof climb, going out on lap number 2.
So the Lindenhof climb steepening at the top. This is where we saw McCarthy not that long ago kicking up over the top, but that time gap big enough, I think, now to really be the case that this group are fighting for second, not just on the stage, but also potentially in the race here. The kick goes from Tomasi. She's starting to use the top of this climb to really wind up. She's at 8 watts per kilo. Guerra responds at 8.2. Holcroft can make the move as well, I think. Fua's answering. So is Korchinski. Alberg is also answering. They are so well matched here. They are absolutely on the limit. Those zone 6 right into the big red zone there. They're absolutely kicking at 13% gradient. The kick continues, though, and nobody has lost contact here at the moment. Tomasi now starts to be passed by Guerra. Tomasi just drops down a little bit in terms of power. Guerra goes over the top. There are points in the mountain competition, in that climbs competition here at the top of the climb. The question will be, do they want that more than they want to go clear? I'm not sure it's going to be a matter of choice here for some, because as they go up, Tomasi is going to lead with Guerra into this. Who's going to take those points? Tomasi pushes onwards here. Tomasi's going to take those points that will reinforce that second place in the climbing competition. Guerra will reinforce her third place, I suspect, when those points are added to the totals. But
wow,
what a push.
2
and a
minutes
gap's
35. 2 minutes 35, the gap between McCarthy and the chase group.
Well, Warwick, the whiteboard, getting cleaned down, ready for the new time gap to be added by Emma here in the studio. 2 minutes 35. That gap has gone right out now, and that is the sort of gap that is going to have to see a spectacular implosion by McCarthy, I think, for that time gap to be eroded a little bit later in the race. Let's drop in with one of our riders a little bit further around the circuit, on the top of the circuit at 41.4k. We can see Annalyn Tajeros at the moment, continuing to push on here in category 5. Tajeros, one of our regular riders on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club at the moment, continuing to push just out of the saddle at the moment, just making sure that she keeps that power down on these climbs, rolling over the top and then down into those descents.
Well, I'm just going to give you a little update on category 6 because we've got the riders gone through now. And I can tell you we've got Kate McCarthy clear. We've got a chase group of 6, 2 minutes 35 back. 48 seconds further back, there's a further chase group of 6 on the road, containing Mayer, Bjarhead, Gallegos, Van Shaw, Van Hove and Lethbridge.
So that was the positions in Category 1. Tajeros 20th in GC coming into today in the Category 5 race. The Category 4 race, well, at the moment we are in with Seba Al-Ray, who's got the company of Corrales of Mongeli, and I think it's going to be Giraldo at the moment. They are 120 behind the riders in front on the road by the look of it. So this group have got a little bit of work to do here to push themselves further up at the moment, just in with Al Ryan Corrales. That group, they've got a little bit of distance with Palmer Mongelli. So Palmer nicely in touch in with that group at the moment. She's well poised coming into today, and I think looking forward to the climbing stages rather than necessarily just the straight sprint stages today. That she's really got to work now. The time gap, she won't want to lose time. None of these riders want to lose time. They all need to work in this. You don't want any passengers on board. Everybody's got to give it some power and to try and attack and try and move on. So let's see. What can they do? Can they pull that gap back? They've got Al-Mansouri and Hamilton in front in categories 5 and 6, respectively. De Grazia is up the road by 1 minute 32, and De Grazia at the as far as I'm aware, not our leader on the road as well. So Musa Al-Mansouri is going to see this chase group in category 4 come up onto her heels as they come up towards the top of this climb. They've got to get up and over the top, though, and they've got to do that and then accelerate on that downhill. And you can just see big kick coming here from Mongelli, just going over the top. They're just opening up a little bit of a gap on the rest of the riders as we dive back in here. This is a Susnik.
It is indeed, and this is category 2. And Susnik's pushed on the climb, on the Witticon climb on lap 2, and she went over the top of the climb with Vellner ahead of her. And it's interesting to see what's happening here in this race. So the group that was 21 riders when we were heading up the Lindenhof climb for lap 2, now down to 16, but Susnik just off the front of it at the moment. Koistinen doing the chasing with Gothlander and Haag. This is a big group still of 15 riders. They're chasing Susnik. She's 7 seconds down the road. She's still climbing at the moment. The question is, can she stay out? I don't think she can, because this big group are going to want to bring her back into the fold and bring all 16 riders back together again in category 2. Well, Susnik at the moment, Koistinen, Gothlander, well, Poulsen on the front of the pack. There's a big stretch now on the group. I'm not sure the rest of the group can go with Koistinen and Gothlander. Poulsen maybe, Haag maybe, Eck maybe. But I tell you, this is getting dangerous here.
And Poulsen, remember, is second overall in GC. We've got Gonzalez Ruhr leading on general classification, looking to see where our yellow jersey is at the moment, but struggling to see her. She's down 10 seconds on the group. You can just see just out the back of that group. So 10 seconds down, the leader coming into today, Gonzalez Ruhr. She's got to really work over the top now that they've reached the summit of the climb segments, and this is Gonzalez Ruhr. She's at 1.5 watts per kilo. I think she's gone so hard trying to stay with him that she's got to put some recovery time in now. Look at this. The yellow jersey has been distanced here, and the rider who's going to benefit the most is Poulsen. Expect to see Poulsen moving to the front of the category 2 leaders and really pushing on.
Well, at the 50-kilometre marker, well, that's where they're 45-kilometre marker, that's where they're heading. Albin, Alzat, and Idzik, it's the Category 5 leaders, and it is a strong group of Category 5 leaders. We had 7 riders in this group last time we were here. They had caught Fanucci Sarasu, who was in 5th place in the Category 6 race. They've just got the 4 riders ahead of them, which are the 4 riders leading the Category 6 race clear now. This pack on the descent and rolling towards the finish. They're at the 45.4 kilometre marker. They are heading to the 53.9 kilometre marker, which is the end of the race today. Oh, it's one big push. We've got the leaders in category 6 on the left-hand side of your screen. We've got the leaders in category 5 on the right. This is the run down into Zurich itself.
And I'm just trying to take a little bit of a look in that category 5 group. That is where Sarasu was. Sarasu has been dropped by them going over the top and into the descent. So Sarasu not able to hold their chasers. The gap is going out. Meanwhile, category 2 starting to see a move go here.
Well, this is category 1, and
Sorry.
Kate McCarthy is already over the top of the Whitacon climb, and Gabby Guerra has now launched her attack. So Guerra pushing on, and she's ridden away from the chase group of 6 riders that we saw at the top of the Lindenhof climb here in Zurich. Guerra has made her move today, and she has left the group behind. They are 23 seconds back down the road. So McCarthy in 1 on the right-hand side of your screen at the 35.5 kilometre marker. Gabby Guerra in 2 at the 34.1k marker. She's now 24 seconds clear of what now is a chase group behind of 5 riders. Brilliant move from Guerra, timing that attack to perfection, and no one able to go with her.
Nobody going with her, putting that attack in. You said she'd been biding her time earlier on in the show there, Emma, and I think you were dead right. Just making sure she did just enough coming into this stage. Didn't go with McCarthy, was wise enough to not try and stay with the world champion, the race leader in category 1, who has pulled out that phenomenal gap well over 2.5 minutes at the last time check we got back from her. But this is going to be a big ask. I can't imagine that we're going to see Guerra come across and bridge across. That gap is too big. No matter how good a bridge builder you are, you're not going to span that distance. You're not going to get across. However, this could be a marker down for taking a second in the race overall. Very difficult to do. You can see riders battling their way around over the top of these last rises on the plateau before the run back down here in with Kirsten Hamilton. And I think that's a smile because she's up over the top now.
Well, and interestingly, you know, we talk about battles within battles within battles and all the way down the race field. Rodriguez and Hamilton here with Sudi Bio battling here for places within the race. Rodriguez and Hamilton and Sudi Bio joined by Dowling, the category 4 rider, who I think is leading that category 4 race. We'll check on that very shortly. But these category 5 riders, it's all about the places and the time gaps.
It certainly is. I think for category 5, we just 16th place for Hamilton in the race overall. Sudi Bio at the moment, the rider that we are in with on this descent. And what can Sudi Bio do on this run into the finish? It's going to be really critical. She started the day in 8th place overall. So Hamilton clearly having a good day on the climb. Sudi Bio working hard here. Dowling just in front, the very front of the racing category 4. Just up the road, I think, just going further down the descent, just looking for those discs on that radar view. But at the moment, there's going to be some big changes, I think, in all of our race categories here. We're in with the front of the race here. This is Peretti. We've got Altualpa, we've got Stenman, and we've got Takanas. These are your riders at the front of the category 4 race. Peretti, Takanas, Altualpa, Hadlock as well. Stenman's in here. And this gap, I think, now is big enough that they are going to be putting themselves into the top 5 positions overall.
It's an amazing attack and drive from this category 4 group of 5 riders. We're in with Valentina Peretti. We did ask the question as to whether the home advantage would play out today, and she's in the leading group in the Swiss jersey. So fabulous to see her here with Takanas and Hadlocked. Atafalupa in here too. So these 5 riders now continuing to push on. They're at the 57 kilometre marker. They've got 6.9k now to the finish. They're descending down towards the lake. They've got the last climb, the flyover to go before that run to the finish line.
And Peretti, the rider here. So all the rest of the riders, Stemmen, Atahualpa, up in the top 5 in there. Hadlock is there. Konis in the top, knocking on the door of the top 10. She's in 11th position. They've got overall to gain here by making time to go right up to the front. Peretti has a bigger gap. Peretti started the day 15 minutes down, so she's not going to jump into the top 5, but she is going to move a long way up here because those time gaps have opened up behind. They really have stretched out in category 4. 6 race categories are hitting the race start here today, making the way out onto a race route as we take a little bit of a look in here with the category 2 riders in this group. You've got Susnik, Gothlander and Co. It looks to me like Paulson not in this group. She's been dropped for 13 seconds, and that will give heart to the yellow jersey behind. Gothlander, Susnik and Koisten at the moment are pushing here. But this is not all over yet. One rider who really has ridden themselves into this race, Mina Koistonen. Oh my goodness me. I mean, what a comeback. What a way to come back into the racing. Absolutely top marks today. Top marks all race so far. And we've hit the climbs and she's getting even better.
Oh, she's chased and she's chased and she's chased, and she is absolutely been rewarded by that, because her and Gothlander coming over and catching Susnik. Paulson now at 16 seconds behind. Haag, Wagner, Rees at 44 seconds. So where Susnik went down the road, Gothlander and Koistonen gave chase. They've been rewarded with the catch.
Now, Koistonen third overall. She's dropped Paulson, the rider who was in front of her by 2 seconds. We've got 15 seconds into her, so she's in front of her. Gonzalez Ruiz is behind Paulson, so she's out of this at the moment. Koistonen could well be the virtual leader on the road. I'm just taking a little bit of a check to Wellner, though, because Wellner is going to be the rider who's going to be really, really critical in this. Wellner was only 3 seconds back from the race lead, and Wellner has been riding really, really strongly in Category 2 as well. And I think Wellner up the road in Category 2. Just have to get that confirmed. But I'd seen her go clear at the front. I haven't seen her come back in again. But with 6 race categories, so much racing to cover here. Right-hand side of your screen, no doubting the leader in Category 1, McCarthy. Kate McCarthy today. And what a masterclass so far.
Well, she went clear on the climb on lap 1. She's extended her lead out to 2 minutes 30 seconds on Gabby Guerra, who's 30 seconds clear of the chase group of 5. A further 40 seconds back is a second chase group of 5 in that Category 1 race. But McCarthy, the world champion, she's lit the fireworks and ridden away. Category 2, well, take a look at this. We've got 3 riders clear on the left-hand side of your screen. We've then got 1 rider in the middle. This is what is left. And look at that. Katarzyna Velnamat, the rider in the polka dot skin suit, well, she's 400 meters behind in that chase group.
Wow. Now that means that Koistonen really now needs to move. She really, really, really needs to move. She could take away top spot here. Koistonen with the opportunity to get up there, trying to get into position to take away the yellow jersey as the race leader on a general classification. She's got to work. Gothlander's going to be pushing herself right up through those standings as well. She wasn't inside the top 10, 11 places in Category 2 kicking off the day, but she's certainly going to do her overall no harm at all. 16th place starting off today. She was only 8 seconds on the race lead, so I think Gothlander potentially going to push herself right up into a position of being able to challenge. Susnik was at 6 seconds, so potentially you've got the 1, 2, 3 on the overall on the road at the moment. In our 3 leaders, potentially it could well be a case that Koistonen, Suslik and Gothlander go over the line, but it's only a matter of seconds. An attack by one of them that can take them clear should set themselves up for the yellow jersey in Category 2. Okay, let's dive in with Category 5. This leading group on the way down. They're currently about 13 seconds behind the leaders on the road as they come in towards the finish. They're at 51.7k. Category 6 are just a bit up the road. The 4 riders together, Hermansen, Stevenson, Hadjuk and Bremner, who are all looking to push on. This is the sprint for points here. Expect to see Idzik go clear and maybe be challenged for the points by 1 or 2 riders. I can't imagine everybody's going to challenge for this because it's as much about getting into the wheels. Yazok's going to take the points there in the sprints. Idzik will hold on to that lead though in the overall sprint competition across all of the stages. So they're through the last checkpoint. They've only got a few K to go to get to the race finish.
Well, and we could well see the leaders in Category 6 get caught by the leaders in Category 5 because it's just 13 seconds separating them. In fact, the Category 6 riders, if they turned their heads over their shoulders, they would see the pack coming.
They're behind you.
Yes, they are.
Enough panto. No, they're not. Yes, they are. No, they're not. Yes, they are.
Well, 4 riders in that leading Category 6 group, 7 riders in the leading Category 5 group. Let's just give you a heads up as to who is where. In the Category 5 group, it's Jarkok, it's Idzik, Ermolova, Albin, Alzat, Fu and Becerra. Albin, Alzat and Idzik are on your screen at the moment. In the Category 6 race, it's Hermansen from Stevenson, from Hadjuk and Bremner.
And really interesting here, Hadjuk is the rider with the most to gain in that Category 4 race. In the Category 5 race, the yellow jersey's in here. It's not going to change position unless there's a major time loss. Albin with Alzate, there was 26 seconds between them, and there is no way I think that anybody's going to get 26 seconds between here and the finish. It's just not going to happen. Yazop, though, with plenty to gain by pushing on here, and that's what's just starting to happen in the Category 5 races. They make the way in.
Well, it is around 750 metres to go, 700 metres to go now, and the attack is coming long in Category 5 as Yazok is pushing here. They've gone over the top of the Category 6 riders at the moment. Becerra, Albin, Ermolova, Alza and Idzik all in the mix.
So here we go. This is the run into the finishing line. Oh, my goodness me. This is going to be a big push here. 53.9K to go. Making the way in. This is going to be a big kick. They're still together here, Emma. This is going to be close.
This is going to be close, and it's going to be close between the Category 6 and the Category 5 race because they're all utilising the draft. That's the finish line we can see in Hannah Hermansen. The Category 6 rider has launched. So has Ermolova in Category 5. Ermolova coming over the top with Becerra, Alza and Idzik. Idzik is now pushing on. She's got a strong sprint, but can she get over the top? Becerra is there. It's Idzik going over the top. Idzik's going to take the win today, I think, in Category 5. Who's going to take it in Category 6? Hannah Hermansen, I think, is going to take that. Oh, 2 races in 1 sprint finish. Natalia Idzik takes it in Category 5 from Yazkuk, Ermolova, Albin, Alzat and Becerra. And Hannah Hermansen takes the sprint in Category 6 from Hadjuk, Stevenson and Bremner.
So the time gaps between the minimal. Bridget Bremner just being dropped on that run in there by 8 seconds. It means that the gaps will go out. So Category 6, first of all, Stevenson will retain the lead from Hermansen, from Bremner with those gaps pretty similar to where they were behind. I think we're going to see Hadjuk moving up from 7th place into 4th place here, dependent on that gap back to the riders behind them. The key rider there is going to be Vernucci Sarasu as to where she finishes in this race and what that time gap from Sarasu is to the leaders. Peretti really on a mission here. She's dropped the riders behind. She's back on a good day here today and on home turf, really starting to push on. We are going to see in Category 5, Albin retain the lead in the GC overall from Alzet, who was in that group. So a good day for the yellow jerseys in Category 6 and Category 5. Category 4, well, the yellow jersey Montoya has gone. This is going to be, I suspect, game over.
Wow. There you go.
Well, you can't be distanced by the leaders on the road.
Well, Valentina
Ferretti's
Ferretti's on the left-hand side of your screen. She's on the final 500 metres. She's going to see that finish line very, very shortly. Hadlock, Takanis, Atafalupa and Stenman. They are the riders behind, but this is Valentina Peretti. She's resplendent in that Swiss jersey, the Swiss rider in Category 4. We gave her a call at the start of the race. Did we believe in home advantage? Well, today she is absolutely proving that the Swiss riders can do it in Switzerland in style. She's going to come towards that banner. She's going to come underneath the line in category 4 to take the win today here in Zurich on stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Valentina Peretti, what a move!
Arms in the air, celebrating, pulling time back.
Well, Stenman and Atafalupa, Takanis and Hadlock are all in the sprint at the moment as we drop in with Hadlock. Can she come up and over the top? Is it going to be the young rider, Atafalupa? Stenman's in there as well. Who's going to take this? I think Takanis could be coming, but Atafalupa could well be over the line before Stenman closes it down. Unshakable rider, Camilla Atafalupa, is indeed unshakable today, taking it from her teammate, Laura Takanis. And I tell you something, both teams packing today because the Rebel riders have got 2 riders in the top 5. Unshakable, though, have 3.
And that's going to make a huge, huge difference as the riders come through to score for their teams. The Shakeable squad will have extended their lead at the top of the standings in category 4, with the Rebel riders going in through. Dowling just coming through in category 4 as well. Over that finishing line, 53 seconds down. But great riding by Peretti, 21 seconds back on Atahualpa. The big shake-up's going to happen in that category 4 overall classification. Don't forget, you will be able to catch all of the results on mywhoosh.com. Go to results. They're all provisional at the moment. You'll see that big blue stamp of approval when they've been verified and checked. Great riding by our riders in categories, leaders and winners in category 6, 5 and 4. Category 3, the next set of riders heading into that race finish. Well, on the way.
They are indeed 11 riders in this group. I'm going to give you a quick name check. Lip is here, Young is here, McAlpine Montgomery, Nyquist Bonilla, Real, Cassani, Altamarino, Sopers, she's here, Bulwara and Beltran. Well, Beltran is a little bit further back, actually, so she's not going to make this group. But these 11 riders who have made the group, lining up for the finish, they've got 900 metres to go. We're going to see an 11-up sprint here in Category 3. We said at the start of the show that the Category 3 pack was really, really close. It's still going to be really, really close after our first mountain stage. Nobody in category 3 has broken away on the climbs because this group are just too strong. Now, the young rider jersey, Angelica Altamarino, she is in here. We know she's got a really big kick. I can't believe we're going to come down to an 11-up sprint here in Zurich, but Altamarino's on the top of your screen, Bonilla is in the middle, and Nyquist on the bottom. All of those 3 riders lining up for this sprint. They're going to see the finish line very, very shortly. It's a long, straight run to the finish here in Zurich. McAlpine is on the front of the group. Bonilla is now starting to push. Bonilla is starting to go. She's now putting in the power. You can see she's got her head down and she's sprinting. Altamarino goes at 12 watts per kilo. It's Bonilla versus Altamarino at the moment. Can Montgomery get in? But Bonilla and Altamarino, they're both on your screen at the moment, and they are both side by side in the pain cave. They're side by side, and Altamarino comes up and over the top of Bonilla. Altamarino, the under-23 rider from the Philippines, is going to take her teammate, but Sopers is coming on the line. Sopers, I think, is going to separate them. Wow. Yes, she does. So Altamarino comes in 1. Emily Sopers defends that jersey in style today, coming in 2nd. Bonilla comes in 3rd. Nyquist comes in 4th and jumps off the bike to deal with something going on in the house.
Got to get off there quick. I tell you something, what a finish there. We saw Nyquist really fighting. She took 4th place there for the Riot 3 squad. The Champ-Bull is separated by our yellow jersey wearer, Emily Sopers, who will defend that yellow jersey and take it on to the next stage, on to stage number 5, our big mountain stage. At the moment, it's looking good on her shoulders. She's won it she's taken the lead and held it for 4 days now. That is impressive going by Sopers. Altamarino versus Bonilla. You saw the effort in the pain cave, absolute suffering, and a comment being put on the chat by Christoph. Good to have Christoph back on the chat once again. The riders doing the business here today. 2 more categories to go. Category 2, right-hand side of your screen. This is the race for yellow as well. Left-hand side, Kate McCarthy.
Well, just going back to that Category 3 race, we talked about the Riot Squad, and we saw MyWhoosh jump off the bike to deal with an issue at home. Riot 3 packed 3 riders into the top 6 today. Absolutely brilliant racing from them, and it's going to be really good in that team competition.
Well, yeah, the Champ Bullies have been putting 3 riders in. They've got 2 in so far. They still don't have their 3rd rider in over the line. The Champ Bullies were clear of Riot by, are you ready for this? 1.776 seconds. Yellow were in the mix, and Yellow have put 3 riders in.
4 in the top 10.
They have, but the question is going to be, it's going to literally come down to the calculation. Have they done enough to get themselves right up to the front? That is so close in that team competition. I think it's going to be Champ Bullies from Yellow, from Riot on the in the
we shall
overall.
Have to see after verification.
I don't think that's accurate yet. I think it's going to be Yellow from Riot by maybe a second or so, but I'm not. Don't quote me on that. The mass is just crazy to try and work that out at this stage with the riders that are there. Let's just dive back in with Category 2 and Category 1 now. Yes. Category 1, McCarthy leading from all of the rest of the riders. Guerra chasing hard behind. Brett McKinnon away from the rest of the riders, really now fighting for 3rd. In Category 2, they're the next riders to the line. They've got a sprint coming up after this descent down. They've got other riders mixed in there in Category 3. But the Category 2 riders, they are fighting for the overall as well. If they can open up a gap, those Category 3 riders really now pushing on, and Koivunen in the prime spot to take this.
Yeah, and this is the final sprint of the day, the Zurich sprint on lap 2. It'll give us a real clear indication of what the gaps are back. But at the moment, we've got Susnik, I think, Gothlander, Koivunen in the mix here in Category 2, mixed in with a number of the Category 3 riders who are looking to close things down. Rebecca Johnson is in here. She is one of those Category 3 riders. Gothlander and Koivunen at Category 2. So Gothlander, Koivunen and Susnik, the 3 Category 2 riders. Just doing a double check, there's nobody else around, and it isn't. So at the Zurich sprint, Gothlander, Susnik and Koivunen go through. They are in Category 2. They have gone through and they are clear of the group behind. Now, last time we checked, there was 1 rider off the back of this group, and I think that was Poulsen, and then 17 riders in the chase group behind. Well, this is the chase group behind, and you can see they're around 800 metres back. I wonder whether Poulsen is back in the group. Yes, she is. So it is 3 riders clear at the front of the Category 2 race, and a chase group behind of around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 riders, I think.
So the overall is going to be at stake here. Koivunen currently 2 seconds down on Poulsen. Poulsen at the on the road, though, is too far back for that to matter. Susnik's at 6 seconds and Gothlander at 8 seconds on the race lead. Koivunen's at 2, 6, and then 8 seconds on Poulsen. This is going to be really about where Poulsen finishes. How much time can she pull back on the 3 leaders as to whether or not she can stay inside the top 3, or will it be our 3 riders leading this out?
Well, let me just give you a check. It is 10 riders in that chase group in Category 2. Haag, Rees, Eck, Ortiz, Poulsen, Roach, Giovanni, Manshandi, Wagner, and Vellner.
Going to be close.
It is indeed going to be close. And let's just take a little quick check at Category 1. So Kate McCarthy coming through very, very fast in Category 1. She's got a chase going on with Guerra, but she is still a long way clear as we start to see the run-in towards the finish line for the 3 riders leading the Category 2 race. They're on the top right-hand corner of your screen. And that is the finish line ahead. And we've got Koivunen and Susnik in here. We've also, Rebecca Johnson is in here in the Category 3 race, but it's Susnik, it's Gothlander, and it's Koinstinen. They're heading to the line. You can see Koinstinen, the look on her face. Gothlander has gone as well. Koinstinen is pushing here. Gothlander is going, and so is Susnik. Can Mina Koinstinen do this? Yes, she can. Koinstinen takes the win today in Category 2 from Gothlander, from Susnik. That is one big smile amongst the pain.
It is, and with that win, Koistonen takes the yellow jersey, the gap back to the Poulsen, who was in second place. The last time check we got on the run into the finish was a minute clear. There was over a minute difference between them. That's not going to come down enough to take that away. So Poulsen, I think, is going to drop into fourth place overall. What a ride, what a sprint, what a finish.
Well, talking about what a ride, what an effort. There's going to be no sprint finish for Kate McCarthy today. She's got 600 metres of the finish straight to go. She broke away on the climb on lap 1. She extended her lead out to 2 minutes 40 seconds. The chase from behind, well, an attack then went from Gabby Guerra from that chase group, who established a strong gap in second place. But nobody can doubt the form of this woman. Kate McCarthy, she's in her pain cave. She's up and out of the saddle. She's tapping along towards the finish line. Just around the bend, she's going to sight that UCI banner. The finish line here in Zurich today on stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Oh, there are still 3 stages to go, but Kate McCarthy is stamping her dominance on the MyWhoosh Championships right now here in Zurich. She's going to come across the line in first place in the Category 1 race. A dominant performance today from the world champion, Kate McCarthy.
So with that ride, Kate McCarthy has extended her lead at the top of the standings. She was fractions of a second, 0.682 seconds. 0.682 of a second clear of Catherine Fua. Guerra was 1.798 seconds down coming into today's stage, but McCarthy decided to rip up the results book, throw it out the window today, and put down a move that sees her extend the lead to what is potentially a race-winning time gap to Gabby Guerra. Guerra clearly the best of the rest today, breaking clear, showing her strength on the climb that second time up. But after McCarthy's breakaway solo of over 46 kilometres clear in today's stage, Guerra breaks away on the top of the climb and the second time of asking, and it's going to come in through a near 20k solo for Guerra as well, but it's not going to be enough to close down. Enough time on McCarthy, I think. We will have to see what happens when we go on to stage 5 with its big mountain top finish. Stage 5, the Japan hard mountain stage, 1,018 meters, and it's pretty much all at the end of the day.
Well, Guerra has indeed closed the gap slightly to McCarthy as she went through that Zurich sprint. The time check tells me that she's made back around 20 seconds since she launched the attack on lap 2. But Gabby Guerra is clear of the chase group behind, who are going to battle away for third place today. She's made over a minute on them since she took the attack to the roads here in Zurich. She sees the finish line. She's up and out of the saddle in the pain cave. She's tapping a rhythm towards the line. Every second is going to be important as she takes it to the next stage. But this is stage 4, and Guerra has broken away from the group and ridden herself into second place today here in Zurich. She goes underneath the line for second today. She has got to be pleased with that.
A win for McCarthy and an extended lead in the general classification. A second place for Guerra and a second place on the GC guaranteed. Tomasi, though, looking frisky once again at the front of the bunch.
Well, she is indeed. She's taking this out at the moment on the a long run to the finish line. So they're 600 metres out at the moment, and Tomasi is gone. Kolczynski is following, so is Fua. Ulberg and Holdcroft, well, they're all watching the move from Francesca Tomasi. Tomasi's in the middle of your screen at the moment. Holdcroft's on the top, Fua's on the bottom, but Tomasi is pushing on. This is not an all-out sprint at the moment. This is just a concerted drive from Tomasi, trying to go long, trying to go clear here. Fua watching the move, watching the mark. So is Kulczynski and Holdcroft. Olberg is in the mix too, but she's a little bit further back in the group now. The finish line comes into sight, and Francesca Tomasi continues to drive. I'm waiting for a kick from behind, but Tomasi is leading this out. Is this a lead out or a long run? It's a big ask and a big question. But Fua now kicks at 11 watts per kilo. Olberg responds, but Fua is driving towards the back wheel of Francesca Tomasi. Can she get there? I don't think she can. I think Francesca Tomasi is going to come through in third place. Catherine Fua is going to take fourth. And wow, what a move from Francesca Tomasi in that final 700 meters, rewarded with third place today.
It's going to be very tight in those positions in third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, etc. in the top 10 overall, because you can see that Tomasi coming in and through there, just clear of Fua. It's not going to be enough for her to go over Fua in the overall standings, but whether Fua is able to take that fourth place from Holdcroft. Holdcroft came through within fractions of a second of Fua, and Holdcroft had enough of a gap, I think, to be close. Fua, though, ahead in the standing. It's going to be really crazy. I suspect Fua is going to be in third place. We'll have to wait for the standings to come in. The team of Ablock International once again getting the rider into top spot there, but also into 6th and 7th place today, really showing that they've got that strength in depth, and today's mountain stages really testing our riders.
Well, what an amazing race. Our first day in the mountains here in Zurich. Tomorrow we head to Japan, yet more climbing and a shorter stage in terms of distance.
A short stage in terms of distance, 45.5k, 1,018 meters of ascent, and 570 meters of that on Mount Fuji with its legendary, exceedingly hard slopes. I hope you will join us for that. Before then, we will be bringing you the men's race for stage 4. We are going to have a very quick break here today ourselves. Well, it was break or breakthrough, the title of the stage today. We saw breakaways taking race wins. We saw people breaking through the pain barrier in the sprints to make those winning moves. Brilliant racing from our women's competitors. And if you are out there racing right now into your race finish, still in that women's race, keep on going. The side of Lake Geneva awaits, and that finish line will come, and then we will be moving into Japan for stage 5. Before that, the men's race, Emma and I will be putting words to the action once again. Do join us for that. Make sure you follow at MyWhoosh on social media. Follow Emma at Biking_Emma, myself at Matt Fixer Payne. We can't wait to see you for that men's race. But from all the team here, thanks for watching. We'll see you in a short while.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome back. If you were watching earlier on, hello and welcome. If you're just joining us for stage 4 here on the MyWhoosh Championships of 2025. Break or breakthrough, well, earlier on in the women's race, as I rounded up that show with, we have indeed seen breakaways and we have seen riders breaking through and taking away the yellow jersey. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here all the way through the MyWhoosh Championships along with my co-host here, Emma Martin. Please do get in touch with us. We really love to get the feedback, see your suggestions in there, trying to shoehorn those in where we can, don't worry. But of course, lots of race action. 6 race categories to cover in the men's and women's races. Amazing competitions for the $1 million US prize fund across the sprints, the mountains, the overall GC, the stage results, the Masters competition, the youth competition, the GCC competition. Fortunately, between us, we have got a handle on at least some of it. And with the assistance of the amazing team at MyWhoosh and their results team, and Jakob over at MyWhoosh Info, there's a whole host of information there for you as well as for us. So a big thank you to everybody who helps us out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something. If you're one of our riders and something is going on, or you just want to drop us a little line and tell us what is happening and how your race is going now that we are day 4, stage 4 of the 8-day stage race, do just drop us a line. You can get me at biking_Emma. Well, let me just tell you, the women's race today, stage 4 for the women, really did not disappoint. We saw close races, bunch sprints. We saw lone breakaways. We saw a real mixed bag. And I tell you, when the results are verified overnight and it juggles up the tables, when we look at the overall standings tomorrow morning, it is going to be one really interesting story as we go into Japan for the women tomorrow. But today, well, the men are going to Zurich. And this is 3 laps of the big course in Zurich here. And let me just tell you, going into the stage today, 10 seconds. 16 riders in category 1 within 10 seconds. 24 riders in category 2. 23 in category 3. 19 in category 4. 11 in category 5. And 8 in category 6. Just 10 seconds. That is how close it is across all 6 of the men's race fields at the moment. Oh, I think, well, today it's going to be different at the end of 80 kilometres than it is at the beginning.
I think that's exactly right. And 10 seconds is going to be a small margin today at the end in those general classification categories and in those standings with those 3 laps. It's 3 laps of the same route, the same lap that we used for the women's race as well. So think the same 2 climbs, the same sprint checkpoints, but 3 rather than 2 is going to the men's race. Before we dive into Zurich, just quickly about tomorrow, we're going to be diving into Japan for the climb. Now, really interesting the race route tomorrow for the men, because it is 66.3k, 1,756 meters. And when you compare that to today, it does mean that tomorrow is shorter but higher, so more height gain. So it's going to be very interesting to see the mix. We are expecting to see the general classification shake-up and some of the big favourites maybe start to make some moves. We're not going to give you spoilers for the women's race. If you haven't seen it, please do go back and watch it. Make sure that you subscribe to MyWhoosh on YouTube or on Twitch TV, wherever you're watching. If you're on YouTube, do get in touch on the live chat. We do try and keep an eye on one of the 15 screens that has that on here in the studios, and we do try and respond to that. So do get in touch on there. Don't forget, as Emma says, get in touch with Emma at biking_Emma. Get in touch with me at Matt Fixer Payne, and follow MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh. Download the platform onto whatever you want to go ride on. So we would love to see you riding in Zurich, which you can ride on all day long, anytime. Just download it iOS, Windows, on Android. Jump on board, join us on MyWhoosh. It's great to see our riders, whether you're racing, training, or on one of those live coaching sessions. But time for us to take a deeper look into where we're heading here on the MyWhoosh Championships, day 4, stage 4 of the men's race in Zurich. So it's stage 4, break or breakthrough. It was very much a case of people really putting in, taking that to heart, I think, in the women's race. We're going to see if the men are going to take it to heart today here in Zurich. I mean, you've been to Zurich.
I have.
And you've commentated on the Para World Championships, Para Road Championships
They
in
use
Zurich.
this course.
And they used this course. And you were saying in the women's show, it really does replicate those climbs and the parkour that's there.
Oh, and even the visuals of Zurich itself, absolutely spot on here on the MyWhoosh platform. It is amazing if you take a walk along the water in Zurich versus riding here on MyWhoosh. 80.8 kilometers the men today, 3 laps of this course that laps out of Zurich and back along the waterfront, 1,398 meters of climbing. And you can see that in front of you because, well, early in this lap, we climb. We climb 3 times, obviously, 3 laps. So 6 climbing checkpoints today, 3 sprint checkpoints, but you've got to get over the climbs to go through those sprint checkpoints. The first climb checkpoint's coming at 3.5 kilometres and 7.6. The first is the steepest. It tops 17%. And you come out of the start pen and you take a right-hand corner and you go uphill. And it really is that steep in real life as well. A small descent before you come onto the second climb, that second climbing checkpoint finishing at the 7.6 kilometre marker. The top of this climb is not a flat plateau, it is rolling and bumpy, and then a big descent down before you go up over the dual carriageway section that brings you into the waterfront in Zurich. That is the descent before the sprint checkpoint and then a long straight run. And in fact, do you know what? It's a 2-kilometre run in real life and on MyWhoosh, a long straight run at that finish straight. And then you go out again. And we go out twice now, 3 laps in this course out of the start pen for the men. That finish at the 80.8 kilometre marker. Matt, I am expecting potentially long breakaways? Or are you expecting there still to be some sprints?
I think there'll be sprints from small groups only today. I think because of the climbs, I think we're going to see the contenders be in there. We're not going to see the big sprints that have seen Marius Fossier who has been riding and racing, taking that yellow jersey, that kind of big sprint, that big bunch sprint that we were seeing coming in. Fossier taking the win on stage 3. And I've got to say, Marius, great to have you with us. I know you're not able to continue on with the racing due to family commitments, but fantastic to have you with us and enjoying the racing. What a way to spend your days racing. Congratulations.
I know,
Chapeau.
absolutely brilliant. And family commitments now taking the yellow jersey wearer out of the competition. So a new yellow jersey wearer tonight in category 6.
So will it be Cadabona? Will it be Molostic? A whole host of riders will be queuing up to have a go. The sprint competition, well, with those sprints being on the far side of the mountains, it could well be the case that the riders who are contesting those sprints are not going to be the same. Sponsor taking the most sprint points on stage 3. Cadabona taking the most climb points on stage 3. Sponsor actually taking all the sprints and taking away maximum points on stage 3. They're your stage 3 headlines for stage 3. Stage 3 was very much categorized by those sprints that we saw coming in, and that did affect the team standings a little bit on the way through as they came in to the finish. Realistically, though, you look at the team standings, they're in order on the screen. There is no changes really. The only change in there is Le Petit Cannibal and ZTBR moving position. They've literally swapped one position from each other.
Well, and the top 3 teams, the BMC 6Es, Level Carbon and BMC Spinergy, separated by just 14 seconds at the moment. So the team competition is really going to be in play today.
So we'll see whether that's going to be the case. A little bit further back, BMC 6. They're like 4.5 minutes down. You're then talking into 8 minutes further back for those other groups. It's going to be big time gaps. If you are racing, though, whatever team you're in, don't forget today it's really important. As important, if not more important than it has been earlier, to keep on racing and riding, because those top three, the fastest three riders over the line from your team will count, and anything can happen to one of those three riders. Away we go. It's stage 4, day 4 of the MyWhoosh Championship. That $1 million prize fund shared out amongst all 6 categories. It's equal between the men and the women's races. The category 6 men leading the charge in the men's race here in Zurich, off from the line. An absolutely huge race field. I hope they've got their climbing legs with them today.
Well, if they have a choice of legs, those climbing legs are the ones that have come out of the wardrobe. The overall standings at Marius Fossi, we said, was at the top. Riley Milostic in 2.
Milostic holding second place. He moved up from 8th place into second place to take that. The rest of the riders, every single rider apart from Fossier, changing position within the top 10 places yesterday. But let's put that into context. The top 10 are separated by 11.997 seconds. So basically 12 seconds covers the riders that you can see on the left of your screen. And on that basis, realistically, today it really is up for grabs, because with no yellow jersey, and that's going to really change that competition. Sprint competition, super close.
It is super close. Stephen Tigert, the rider, with 26 points leading, 2 points clear of Escobar, and just look at that, 5 points clear of Sponsel. And Sponsel didn't compete in that competition in day 1 at all. So he's picked up those points on stage 2 and stage maximum points, huge points for him on stage 3, moving him up into 3rd overall. In the King of the Mountains competition, it's not quite as close. Julio Arrego has 33 points, Carabona 27, and Toro 14. Toro not picking up any points in that competition yesterday. Well, we're going to see who picks up the climbing points today. And the first of those is going to come very, very shortly. They're coming across the bridge now, across the water here in Zurich. They're going to swing onto the straight. The next turn they take is the right-hander onto the climb.
So the climb coming up very, very quickly indeed. Let's see who is going to be taking away the places, the positions today. It's all about that run in to the finish when we get to the end. But before that, who is going to climb? This group is together, Emma. The polka dot jersey is in there as we make our way in through. And got to say, in that competition, Arrego, with those 33 points ahead of Carabona, Toro, Fossier, Rooney and Diaz in that overall competition. I think today, Arrego really has to show that he can climb. But Toro, we know, can climb well as well.
Yes, we do. And I think also there are other riders in here who can push on. But Julio Arrego on our screens at the moment. Great to see him. Great shot, actually, of the pain cave there. And the setup with what looks like the iPad in front of him. Lots of riders and racers using different types of devices. Some with big screens, some with iPads, some with laptops. All sorts of different ways to ride and race on MyWhoosh. But Arrego right at the front here as we push into the climb now. Robert Cronget is the rider pushing on. Peter Cridland coming up into second. Arrego covering the move. Looks like category 6 have decided today is all or nothing. Well, Cronget at the moment pushing on. Cadabona, Cridland, Silva, Arrego, Milano and Montoya all looking to cover the move. The pack behind at the moment settling in, but you can see the damage already done on the top right-hand corner of your screen. The category 6 pack is a long line of riders. As you see the tram come up on the side of the riders, I bet one or two of them would like to hitch a lift.
You just want a sticky bottle. You want one of those sort
of
virtual, a sticky bottle being held out of the cab of the.
Could you imagine the UCI fine?
Well, it'd be more than the 125 Swiss francs fine that it is the standard fine that you can't contest that. Below a certain level, it's uncontestable.
Well, excellent. I love to hear these things, and
No, it's true.
There's some fabulous. Well, I don't know. We won't go into fabulous stories about UCI
Casket
fines.
alert, casket alert, Peter Cridland.
Yay, Cridland on our screens at the moment, watching the moves here at the front of the Category 6 race. They're on the second part of the climb, and the steepest section is the final section of this first climb today. But Cridland, Matt has casket envy. A casket collector, are you, Matt?
Yes.
There you go.
In a word.
There you go. Short and sweet. That's how we like it. And this pack pushing on here: Cadabona, Purcell, Terron, Russian Raj Terron coming up into the mix, and that's good to see him. Junior Silva in here too. Simon Purcell as well. David Milano right at the front, and so is the polka dot skin suit of Julio Orrego.
So do get in touch with us. Great to see Greg is back on the chat. Orrego's big white wall of the pain cave could do with a giant poster of Emma and Matt. Couldn't inflict that on anybody, Greg. That has to be said. It's a good job we don't see the cameras all the way through the show because we do pull some faces. It has to be said. A gurning competition in the UK. Well, me personally, anyway. Don't know about Emma. No gurning for Maxime Fabre putting down the power on the climb here. Simon Purcell moving up onto the shoulder of Orrego. Junior Silva, though, leading out on this climb. Really interestingly pushing the power down and stretching this out. And what for me makes this interesting is look at the damage at the back here. At the front, yeah, you've one or two riders in close attention. You've got a big group behind. But look further back. There are ones, there's two, there's three. It's a long train now. You can see that top right-hand side of your screen. We're in with Junior Silva. Don't look at the camera, buddy. Keep on pushing on that climb. He's heading up towards the summit in second place. Time to look at the camera and then look back down again, chasing the mountain leader, Orrego, looking to extend his lead on the top here. Cadabona holding position. He's fourth place at the moment on the road. Fifth place now. He's in second place in the competition. He needs to move up. Toro in third in the competition overall, also inside that top five. Orrego's going to extend his lead, but who can do the business behind?
Well, Orrego is extending his lead. And my question to Julio Orrego is, do you need a 13-second gap, a 14-second gap, a 15-second gap to points in the competition? Or do you just climb at the pace you're comfortable at?
Yeah, I mean, he's looking pretty comfy here. He's going to go over the top. And we've got to remember that the second climb comes quick. Really quick. You've got this descent down from the Lindenhof climb, that 3.5k as you go over the top. Well, you go through here at 3.5. You don't start descending to about 3.75, but then you go into the Whitacombe climb, and that climb starts kicking in. And it starts kicking in at about the 5.1k marker. So you haven't got far. It's only a k and a bit into the next descent. So why not push on, get the momentum on that downhill, and then drive up? The points on your screen, the checkpoint at checkpoint or number one. That's our climb competition checkpoint. Orrego taking 5 points in first. Cadabona taking 4 points in second. They are also the 1-2 in the overall. Sorrow, the man third in overall, takes the third place there and takes away 3 points. So the leading three stretching their lead at the front and the gaps between them increasing as well in the overall competition in Category 6. They are over the first of our tests of ascending ability as we go down into Category 5. Headlines from Stage 3 in front of you. Andrew Neville Ross, your stage winner ahead of Martina Wang, and then Rob Solina immediately behind. Reinheimer taking 17 points in the sprints and O'Donoghue taking 12 points in the mountains competition. Ross, I was really pleased to see Andrew Neville Ross take that win. He's been such a great competitor for so long on MyWhoosh.
Yes, absolutely brilliant win yesterday in Category 5 for Andrew Neville Ross. And interestingly, I'm just trying to take a little look as to where that puts him on GC. He's actually lying in 21st position overall on GC, so not contending at the yellow jersey, but that doesn't stop you taking the stage.
And the time splits there, really interesting, because they basically are in seconds up to 17th place to Martin Wang, who we saw on that stage. 18th down are minutes. Now, in the team competition, the gaps out there have stretched out, but the BMC Rule 5 squad are working well. Road racing team in there as well. The The big result, BMC rules the top cycling district to 5.1, just dropping down. We've got Level Up, Level Avengers, all these teams, though. I think it is by no means all over, because this is going to be very, very interesting to see who can make this stick at the end of stage 4. It's day 4, stage 4. Team competition wide open, the race wide open, and this is all about getting over those mountains. It's time to go racing here on MyWhoosh. So our riders out and away, making that left-hand turn. Here they go out. They're heading for the lake here in Geneva. In Zurich.
In Zurich, not Geneva. Geneva
Lake,
is a
Lake Annecy,
different. No,
No,
that's a different lake completely.
It is, isn't it?
You've got a lot of different lakes going on here.
I have a lot of lakes. I've got water on the brain, I think. I do need more coffee. I got my fueling strategy with the caffeine right on the way in. One man who's definitely had his fueling strategy absolutely dialed, Matt Smithson, moving up from 10th into 8th place, although Jussi Polacca moved from 11th into 7th. Cirillo moving up to top spot, though. He went from 2nd into 1st. Reinheim also moving up as well. Kendall and Mountier. Friedrich moving up through. Warren dropping down through the standings. But when we talk about this movement within the top 10, you've got to take it with a pinch of salt, really, because 7 seconds separates, not 10, although it is 10 riders separated by 7 seconds in category 5. It's very, very close at the top. Climbing ability today will be really, really key, particularly for those riders who are inside seconds of the lead. So Martin Wang, the top 17 riders.
Well, the sprint points as well at the moment after 3 stages. Joel Warren absolutely dominant in the early stages. 43 points to Reinheimer's 29. Ola Warren, who has pretty much been leading out Joel Warren, nothing against that in the rules, they're teammates, and with 16 points in 3rd place. It's going to be interesting to see what happens today in this competition, because those 3 climbing checkpoints come after the King of the Mountains today. And top of turn of those King of the Mountains, Ordono is in the lead with 29 points. Tapia has 24, Castro 9. Can Bruno Ordono pick up the points at the top of the first climbing checkpoint? Well, we've only got to get to the 3.5 kilometre marker to find out.
We have indeed. Let's see where this plays out. Who is going to be kicking on, though? We're in with Andrew Neville Ross briefly there, who took that win yesterday in the racing. Going to be interesting to see Neville Ross. I'm sure he won't mind me saying, he's got muscles on his muscles, that man. He's a great sprint. He's got a great sprint on him, but he can climb really well. Usually sprinters who are so powerful, generally not so able to climb. But you know what? Neville Ross never ceases to surprise me by his climbing ability. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes today. He's right in this group. Will he be able to hold with these pure climbers on these steeper slopes that we see coming in? And Zurich, as we make our way up those steep slopes at the top of the first climb, the Lindenhof climb, absolutely critical here. This is going to be very, very interesting tonight as we go into those results and we take a little bit of a check. So here we go. We're in with Andrew Neville Ross. He's on our screens here in person and in avatar form. And interestingly, nicely holding position in with this front group at the moment. But we are now starting to see a kick as the riders get that sense that they're getting nearer to the summit slopes, the top of this Lindenhof climb. And at the moment, Cirillo, whilst he's in the main group, is not right at the front, and he is a danger of those things. He now moves in, just starting to see that yellow jersey being mobbed as they come through. It's Sicilianus who's gone off the front of the group at the moment. So at the moment, the rider going clear. Sicilianus looking to open up those gaps, looking to stretch that out. And you can see at the moment that little bit of a squeeze from him has kept him clear of this main group.
Well, the push is on here on the climb, and well, they're on the lower slopes at the moment. It gets really steep towards the top, and when we were in Zurich for the World Championships, you could not move on these pavements. I'll tell you, the riders and the audience and the viewers and the people out on the streets, it was so deep you couldn't actually move on these pavements on this climb. You had to find your spot for the day and not go anywhere.
Well, the spot for the day for Pavel Sicilians is in his pain cave. You can see the fan is blowing as well. Currently sitting in 49th place for the Cycling District 5 squad. Currently 27 minutes down, so may well be allowed a little bit of room for manoeuvre.
That was a bit of a look across to the camera that went, this is hard.
Yeah. It is. It's horribly high. It's a dirty, great steep climb, and it's a climb segment.
It's not
and everybody
dirty.
wants.
It's not dirty.
dirty,
Zurich is one of the cleanest places in the world.
What you mean as well as being one of the happiest?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
And great tarmac or asphalt or blacktop, depending on what you want to call it, as we discovered in the women's race. The climb starting to kick off, I think, in earnest. The riders behind the pack just bobbing as they make this way up this climb. Reinheimer's right in the mix. Warren is in there as well. O'Donnell, the climb leader, is in the mix. So, and I would expect to see him really pushing here, because no matter what kind of climbing day you're on, if you are leading in that jersey, you want to score points on that first run through. O'Donoghue in the overall 29 points, Tapia 24, Castro 10, Hagland 8, and Polacca in 4. If this was a question, we would say at the moment it's a two-horse race.
Well, it's not a question. It is human powered, and Mohamed Mukhtari on our screen at the moment, powering his way up the climb, tightly in the pack here. Mukhtari around with Kendall and Lenador. He's been riding really strongly so far, and it's about to get very steep under the wheels. You can see the top of the climb, but it is going to feel like a long way to go. 15% at the moment, and climbing.
So here we go, leader in the climbs competition, putting up the gap on the rest of this race. Feels starting to see a little bit of a kick behind. We're in with Jussi Polacca. You can see out of the saddle here, really stamping down on those pedals. The revs are picking up as the speed picks up over the top of this climb. It's going to be a big bunch that come chasing through behind the polka dot jersey as they go up and over the top there. The leader in the climb competition taking maximum points going through in that lead as they went over the top behind Tapia, Printer, Kendall, and Roy.
Bruno O'Donoghue is 5 seconds clear at the front of that pack, and you can just see the polka dot skin suit now. I think he's sitting up and coming back in on this descent, but now you can also see on the top right-hand corner breaks starting to form in the group as the pace picks up on the descent.
So as you go over the summit, the riders still climbing, currently going to be going at sort of 20k an hour max. On that descent, 50k an hour plus, and it very quickly picks up speed going over the top of the summit, and that's where the gaps go, and that's why it's so important to stay right in the leading group. Do not let those gaps go. Do not let the air get in there, or you're going to be in trouble. Well, let's hope there's no trouble today for Category 4. There certainly wasn't yesterday for Jan and Yannicki, who took the race win, 1 hour 19 minutes, 56.869 seconds on stage 3, under a second separating him between him and a whole host of riders. The nearest rider, actually, 9 hundredths of a second behind, 0.090, and that was to Arroyev, and it was only half a second to Gomez. It shows you just how strong the group racing is in Category 4. Nicholas Spratt taking the points overall, not able to complete that with a sprint win at the end of stage 3, with Juan Restrepo, the rider scoring the most points across the 3 climbs of stage 3 yesterday: the Alpha Car Hills, the Vessel Rock climb, and the Face Rock climb. That was a real battle for position, and very close indeed in that climbs competition. In terms of the team racing, Well, BMC Racing, top of the tables, just under 13 hours of racing, 12 hours, 59 minutes, 13.795 seconds to be precise. Get it to the thousands. BMC Racing, along with all the rest of the teams in the same order they were yesterday. So they're in the order that you see it on your screen. The time gaps have opened up. The big gaps are between 6th and 7th place, between Cycling District of 4.1 and the Anzacs. And also then a big gap between the Ducks and the Black Horses, the BMC Ducks and the Black Horses. But still lots of battles between those teams close together.
Yeah, BMC Racing in 1, 3 seconds ahead of Peak Power Racing, and BMC Racing 10 seconds ahead of third place, Cycling District 4. The Inaki not that far behind, just 51 seconds back off of BMC Racing. So the top 4 teams in this category within 51 seconds of each other at the moment. I was going to say no spoilers on the women's race. I won't categories, but we didn't see categories in the women's race come in with bunch sprints today in Zurich. Will category 4 in the men be the same? Well, they're dialing it out the start pen at the moment. Mashando. Do you know what Mashando likes? A fast start. He did this yesterday.
He does, and I think partly that is just, it's about kicking on, making sure you don't get caught out. You don't want to go off the back of the group early on. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look in those overall standings as to what happened. Ibrahim holding on to top spot, doing an amazing job for that Cycling District of 4 team. His gap, 0.916 of a second back to Gomez, who moved up from 4th to 2nd, courtesy of that sprint. Pino moving up from 5th to 3rd. Lynn just dropping down from 3rd to 4th place. Great ride by Yannicki, puts him up inside the top 5 from being outside the top 10 before we came in. Spratt moving up, so was Quiros. Giuliano just dropping a little bit. Bush are doing the same. But it has to be said, this is all fractions of a second. Not a lot in it, which will change today. Sprint points, Nicholas Spratt, we've got right up there. Yeah, very dominant, Emma. And he can get over these hills as well.
He can, and expect Spratt. I think it's really interesting. He's been dominant in the sprint competition early on, but he can climb and he can get over the hills. So 39 points to Spratt at the moment, to Villada's 23, Ibrahim 15 points in that sprint competition. In the King of the Mountains competition, El Halami 33 points right up there. 14 points for Giuliano and Spratt, 13 points for Restrepo. So second, third, fourth, very close together. But El Alami really dominant yesterday in that King of the Mountains.
Which is really interesting because he was dominant in the King of the Mountains, but he actually dropped outside of the top 10. After being right up in contention. And that was the really big movement. Mohamed El Alami, I'm sure, will be looking to regroup, and he won't be worried by dropping outside of the top 10. He went from 6th to outside the top 10. But do you know what? It doesn't matter because it's still only seconds. It's not huge.
Interesting screen up in the pain cave, keeping the fresh air coming in, but keeping the sunshine out as much as possible, and hence the heat.
And that is really, really key, isn't it? Our riders are making sure they get that environmental conditions right, making sure that you get the temperature, that you get the airflow that you want, that you get the humidity level that you want, making sure that it's all correct. If you go too cold in your pancake, there's less oxygen in there, so a warmer temperature, you get more moisture in there. The oxygen levels tend to drop when you go cold. There's less humidity in the air. It's very different, and you can change those parameters. You can change. Really important to get right. The radiated sun, though, is going to make a massive difference. You're just going to cook if you are out in the sun, and I think that is one of the key things, particularly on a race of this magnitude. It's a gargantuan stage here today, 80.8k distance. It is 1,398 meters of climbing. It's 3 laps of what a curmudgeon spectator might cause absolute purgatory.
Well, it's not purgatory for Spratt and Manchando because they are right towards the front here, just covering the moves at the 2.6 kilometre marker. They're on the climb, but they're on the low. I'm going to call these the lower slopes, really, because they are nowhere near as steep.
Well, a suggestion from Greg to get
Oh,
some
come on, look
some
at that.
to get some ferns in there. What, João Machado? You take
The biscuit, the cap of the day.
Well, yeah, he takes the absolute top prize, sir. You are a legend, as always. So, Joao Machado, that is one way to modulate the heat in your pain cave.
Keep warm with your bunny ears.
Somebody, please, someone, anybody, please, 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 silly hat of the day.
Oh,
No
he
mind
wins the
casket of the
competition.
day. No mind
Bunny ears.
casket of the day. Silly hat of the day. Come on, let's keep everybody entertained with the silly hat of the day. Never mind doing the.
No. We're here for a stage race.
That doesn't matter. You know what? You've got to keep smiling. A happy rider is
He's
a fast
rider.
and we saw that yesterday. You know, Joao was smiling yesterday. He was quick yesterday. He had some great moves. He rode off the front whilst he was on camera, smiling that much.
I know, but you know it is true. If you are happy with what you're doing, you do it well, and well, wearing rabbit ears as well. Love it.
I've never worn rabbit ears in the studio, but I have had antlers on at Christmas.
Well, that's a festive thing.
Yeah, on camera, it does exist. The shots of me out there with some really random headwear.
At the moment, Mohamed El Alami is up and out the saddle because the climb is absolutely giving it large now. Whilst Matt doffs his cap to El Alami, the gradient is now starting to go up. Was the resistance getting strong underneath those pedals? But El Alami dealing with it beautifully. Mohamed El Alami in the polka dot skin suit, coming up onto the shoulders of Nicholas Spratt in the green skin suit. This is a push. This is a drive for the first set of points for the day at the first checkpoint at the 3.5 kilometre marker. The polka dot banner is coming. It is up there somewhere. And El Alami continues to move to the top, being matched by Nicholas Spratt. He's sitting on his wheel. Now he backs off slightly, but El Alami will go under and pick up the points at the first ascent of the Lindenhof climb today. 2 more Lindenhof climbs to go. Well, some rest and respite now, but look at the tail on that Category 4 pack behind him. What a start to the race here in Zurich for Mohamed El Alami.
Well, he's extended his lead, and he's the 3rd polka dot skin suit wearer in a row, because Category 6, 5, and now 4 have had their climb leaders go over the top of the first climb in first position, taking maximum points. El Alami from Spratt, the 1-2 on that climb, matching the 1-2 overall. Interesting moves behind. So Redley being the last of the riders to score points there. In terms of the overalls, El Alami now has 38 points to Spratt's 18. Spratt still clear of Giuliano, who didn't score any points. Neither did Restrepo. Giuliano at 14 points, Restrepo on 13 points. So Bradley up into 5th place, 12 points for him. We're going to see how that progresses all the way through and around this course. At the moment, Spratt, the sprint leader in there, he's going to be focused very much, I think, on making sure he has something left to kick when we get down back into Zurich. We drop off the main plateau and down over the bump and back into town. But that is going to be in a little while's time, because lining up ready to go next are Category 3. They're our next set of riders to go, and they're going to be the road of Zurich very, very shortly indeed. Let's take a look, though. Headlines from a fantastic race with Gonda take a race win. The race win from Amaro along with Almeida. Then it was Pavel Gonda, followed by in terms of the sprint, and then Christopher Morgan taking the QOM or KOM in the case of the men. That is a KOM. Gonda, Amaro, and Almeida. This was a really interesting race result yesterday, Emma, on stage 3 here with those 3 riders. And Gonda, that was all about what he did in the race that gave him that win.
Yeah, it was indeed. And, it was an interesting move. Rafael Amaro coming through just fractions of a second further back, and then a gap to Almeida. And it's interesting to see what happens overall in category 3, and we'll look at those overalls in a minute. But it's been really, really good.
Well, that time gap that the top three got, Gonda, Amaro, and Almeida, it was 8.5 seconds from anybody else on that race finish yesterday. And because Gonda's an individual rider, it didn't affect his position. But in terms of Guardians of the Galaxy, it certainly did, because Guardians of the Galaxy, Guardians of the Peloton. You can tell I was wanting to watch some film for downtime. Guardians of the Peloton. Guardians of the Galaxy is a great film. Guardians of the Peloton. It really worked for them. Amaro's move there by getting into that break really made a difference. Take this leading from Guardians of the Peloton. They moved from 4th up into 2nd, overtaking up WhatsApp, and Gold Grabbers dropped down from 2nd to 4th place.
Yeah, but the time gap's still almost nothing at the moment. Just 7 seconds separating the top 4 teams.
In fact, it's 32 seconds between the top 6, isn't it? And that means that those top 6 teams really in play here in category 3 as they go away from the start. And it shows you, I mean, the gap between Guardians of the Peloton and Take This, 0.174 of a second. You know, that's a blink of an eye, pretty much. A slow blink, but it's still a blink of an eye.
It is. And, well, will we be blinking at the finish today?
Blinking painful up the climbs.
Will it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, but maybe it will. But the overall standings, Nick Squilari tops the table, Almeida in 2, Guarin in 3.
Top 3 riders remaining the same. Story remains the same. Great album. As the riders go out from here, because Squilari from Almeida from Guarin was the same top 3 as we'd had the previous day. Behind Montoya moving up from 7th to 4th, and Elos from 9th to 5th because of that result in the race, in that run for the line. All of the top 10 changing positions pretty much, with the exception of the top 3, and Henrik Oya, who without any, I'm not quite sure how he managed to do it, but he didn't actually go anywhere in terms of position, despite everybody around him moving.
Smart.
Very smart indeed. Sprints.
It's close at the top,
wow.
I think is the message. So Gonda's race yesterday, brilliant racing from him. Points to him joint first with Christopher Morgan, with both of them having 36 points. At the top of the table in the sprint competition, Nicolas Fournier just 3 points back in 33. This is really close between these 3 riders, and it's going to be really interesting to see what happens today. In the King of the Mountains competition, well, it's not quite as close. Kowalski with 22 points, Morgan with 18, Oya with 15. Christopher Morgan is being very consistent at the moment.
He's consistently good.
Yes.
Consistently good. Really, really impressive, Morgan's riding to get those points and to keep himself in touch. 21st in the overall standings is Morgan for the Level Golden squad. He's 10 seconds back. You did say it was a day of tens.
I did.
21st is Christopher Morgan overall at 10 seconds. For me, the top 27 riders here are not out of this, you know, realistically, because Henry is currently 27th position, 37 seconds down. Behind him, then, it's a 1 minute 37 on the race leader for Niall Bassey, but he can climb. So maybe make that 28, 2 minutes 19 to Tidholm in 29th position. And it may well be the case that that's the time to start pivoting, as we've talked about previously on the show, and looking at the rest of the competitions, looking to maybe to go get a stage win or take away some more sprint points or similar, or the something maybe that's not on the overall. One rider going really well, Che Howala, one of our regular competitors here on MyWhoosh, a regular on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club that takes place each and every Sunday of the year, taking place this week as well on Sunday, when a lot of riders are taking a rest day. All of the regulars, well, some of the regulars.
I had a look at the Sunday Race Club start sheets.
Have you?
I have one
I've
word
yet to
for them.
do that bit of homework.
I've got one word for them.
Go on.
Light.
Compact and bijou, kind of.
That could be a different phrase of using.
Yep.
Yes. I'm not surprised.
Do you know what it is? It's an opportunity for riders to score big if they are there.
I absolutely agree with you, and it makes for exciting riding and exciting racing, because we may well see different riders at the top of the tree on Sunday on the Sunday Race Club. But this is the MyWhoosh Championships. This is stage 4, day 4 of 8 days. We've got 7 stages over those 8 days, with Sunday being a rest day for the MyWhoosh Championships. Raphael Amaro in the mix here with Van Vellegem, Holweiler, Yees, Schledek, Pony, all in the mix here. Bakken is here too. Rossoli in the mix as well. And we're going to drop in with Raphael Amaro. He's on your screen at the moment. This pack rolling strongly in category 3. They've got, well, not that far now, 600 metres till they get to the checkered flag. But to be honest, the only way is up.
Well, let's see if Raphael Amaro can climb like he has been so far. Currently tied in 5th place with Pavel Gonda on 9 points. So just behind Niall Batty, who'll be looking forward to these climbs. He's currently in 4th position with 12. Henrik Oyer sitting in 3rd place at the moment with 15. Christopher Morgan with 18 in 2nd. And Kowalski, David Kowalski, the WhatsApp squad, riding from the United States of America, leading this out. 22 points his total so far. But he has to now try and extend that further. Remember, this climb, all these climbs today are category 4 climbs, so essentially 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 points available for the top 5 riders over the line at the summit of the climb. Then straight down into the descent and onto the second climb. The Lindenhof climb coming first, the Whitcomb climb coming second. We then go across the plateau, descend, little bit of a rise and drop down into town to the lake shoreline, and then going very quickly into the next lap and back up again. We're in with Nick Scolari. Nick Scolari, he has taken the race lead, and then by riding smart yesterday, defended that race lead. He's got 2 seconds on Almeida, who's in 2nd place, and 3.5 seconds on Guarin. Montoya's at 4.5. So is Elos. Fournier's just inside 5 seconds of the race leader. Scolari today, if you had to, if I was to pose you a question that said, will he be leading at the end of today, yes or no, what would your answer be? Because I think it's one of the hardest categories to call, whether he can retain that jersey, because he's such a good all-round rider.
He is, and that is a really hard question. But do you know what? He could well do, but at the moment,
Well, that's it on
I've not really thought about it. I'm just now thinking and processing while I'm watching David Kowalski on the polka dot skin suit go underneath the polka dot banner at the top of the Lindenhof climb for the first time. Noel Batty in 2. Henrik Oyer is there. The young rider, David Badil, who we've seen recently riding really, really strongly, likewise not in a team, but he's riding strong. Ridley is there. Diduch is there. Kalman is there. And that's the way the points go.
It is indeed, and the spread of points that you see on your screen has changed the standings a little bit further down. The group splitting. There's some major riders being distanced behind the front of this race as they go over the top of that first climb. Kowalski's at 5 points going into his total. He leads with 27 points. He's extended his lead on Morgan, who didn't score any points. It's Oyer in 3. Batty, though, 4th place, and 5th place, David Badil, who has now got 11 points. So he's gone over Amaro there and Gonda and moved himself up. Amaro, Gonda, and Foy not scoring on the climb there. So that really interesting, the way that this is changing. We're going into the mountains. We're seeing that's our fourth climbs competition leader leading over the top of climb number 1 here. But remember, 6 climbs today. It's not necessarily going to be one.
But can I just tell you, what's really interesting is that the category 4 pack went over that point in the race at 3.2k, 13 seconds faster.
Wow.
Than category 3.
Category 3.
More steady start.
Yeah. Well, no steady start for Maciej Mindakowicz. This was one of the stories of the day yesterday for me, if not the story of the day. Maciej Mindakowicz going away in the breakaway with Martin Trojanowski. They went clear, and they were absolutely battling to get to that finish to take away the win. Maciej Mendakiewicz managed to go clear of Trojanowski to take the win. And in doing so, he also then took the yellow jersey from Matthias Van Heij. Van Heij, who had been leading and wearing that jersey, he'd won that on stage 1. He defended it on stage 2 and done so in style. Stage 3, unable to do so, it dropped Van Heij down into 2nd overall. Good running by Lucas Hoffman to win the sprint from the rest of the bunch who were closing closely behind. Your day's sprint and mountains leaders shown on the screen there. In terms of the team competition, the GOAT still leading at the top of the team standings. The Hitmen, though, moving up from 5th place into 2nd.
Wow.
Big jump from them. ABC Sports dropping down into 3rd, dropping down to 4th with the Watt Bombs, down to 5th with the Smarties. The UAE Clan team moving up from 7th to 6th, exchanging places with the Fast Guys who moved down from 6th into 7th place. Cycling District make up again the riders of the Raiders of the Storm, the Elite Racing Squad DMH, and the Emirati Gen Z squad, all remaining in the same position. Very close between UAE Clan team and the Fast Guys. They are both 20 seconds, 20.360 for the UAE Clan team, 20.735 seconds back for Fast Guys at the top.
20 seconds covering the top 7 teams.
It's 20 seconds covering the top 7 teams. There's 10 seconds covering the top 5 teams. Realistically, for me, though, the top 10 teams are all within 2.5 minutes. And on a team time with the big mountains in front, that means that they're all going to be there. I think DMH are battling against the UAE Team Emirates Gen Z squad there. That's quite a nice close battle between those two, a little bit further down that team standings. But the GOATs living up to the name.
Wow. Peter Mlostic, Jonas Bjarhed, Maciej Mendakiewicz, Bert Kane and Khan Kane. That is a team to watch. Well, in the overall standings on Cat 2, Matt said that Maciej Mendakiewicz's win yesterday took him into the yellow jersey, and so it does, ahead of Matthias Van Heij. But just 1 minute separates the first 34 riders in this category.
So 1 minute separating the first 34, 7.5 seconds separating the top 10 riders that you see on your screen. Mendakiewicz moving from 4th to 1st, deposing down and dropping down by 1 place. Van Heij, Kalman and Guerra. Khan Kane, Tatu Koisted, and even Bennett staying in the same positions. Big scorers on the day, though. Hoffman as well, with Becker and Morel and Fawcett all moving up. Fawcett just outside the top 10, but he is quite literally 0.2 of a second behind Ika Morel. That is super, super close in the individual standing. The riders who dropped out of the top 10, Goddarzi and Bjarhed, not really moved very far indeed. In terms of the sprint competition, though, Olivier Simmons, 2 points clear of Maciej Skiski, and the ever-aggressive Mr. X100, who has animated so much of the racing, currently in 3rd place with 17 points in that sprint competition. Simmons and Skiski, a fantastic battle between them. And Mr. X100 got so many of these sprints the other side of the climbs, and boy, does he love a good climb. He could well be up there to challenge, and it's climbing prize because he's 2nd in the climbs competition.
Adrian Alvarado with 31 points, though, is really strong in this competition. He's positioned himself well every single stage. Mr. X100 in 17 points in 2nd, and Khan Kane with 14 in 3rd. Khan Kane, for me, is looking really good. Real good all-rounder as well. He's one to watch. Manshando is in the mix. Fawcett is in the mix. Tagasugi is in the mix. Category 2. I mean, this is one of the races where I actually think it's really hard to call.
I think it's hard to call any of the competitions. I don't think any of the competitions are by any means over. And that is true. I mean, we have seen riders having to finish their race, whether that is because they're doing adult stuff, looking after the family. And got to say that Marius Fossiad, who has done that, he hasn't left us completely. He's at home with the kids that he's looking after, which is why he stopped racing for the week. So good to have him with us. Maciej Mendakiewicz, what a day for him yesterday. We saw him go on the attack, and you could see that he knew that there was a yellow jersey at stake. He's got the yellow skin suit in his avatar. He's in the pain cave here today, giving us a wave. Good to see Maciej with us. Congratulations, sir, on what was probably the move of the day in the men's ranking. That, I mean, astounding move. The question is today, can he defend that? Because we know he climbs well.
Yeah, he does, and I think he'll do absolutely everything he can to defend that jersey. And why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
If you've won it in the way that he did yesterday, you'd want to keep hold of it tight. Well, the rider who went down the road yesterday that Mendakowicz chased was Trojnowski. He was the rider. He was the brave rider. He was the first rider away from the group, and he really, really went. Mendakowicz may well have caught him and gone over the top, but this was the guy who made the move. Machando is making the move at the moment on the front of the group. Big push coming on. This is early in the climb as well. Steep section, not quite there yet, but just watching back behind, watching and waiting.
And it's not split. He's really, really close together. There's no big gaps. It's now just starting to elongate under the pressure of Machado up on the front. Out of the saddle here, Mitchell Machado before, and it has started to do damage. We've now got one rider at least being dissed back. In fact, one rider's gone. Now two riders are going, and we've just seen another rider in danger at the back. So let's see how these riders go up towards the top of the climb.
So the push is on the front here in category 2 as they head towards the steep sections of the slopes here in Zurich. They're heading towards the top banner of the Lindenhof climb for the first time. We're in with Mohamed Mutaway, the rider we were watching yesterday in the young rider's jersey at the moment. He's the rider in white on your screen. There he is, the number 2 on his back. The help back in the pain cave, keeping him fresh, keeping him cool, helping him out in there, handing over the water. He's watching the moves at the moment in the pack, but it's a big pack of category 2 riders all climbing together at the moment. I can see the polka dot skin suit just stretching off the front of the group, driving towards that banner.
So this run for the banner, really, really key. They're trying to push. Alvarado is our polka dot jersey wearer. And again, we're seeing the move by the climbs leader, pushing up over the top and taking those points as he goes in over. Interesting, Lipinski goes with him, I think, there, and going over the top line. Are we going to see an attack over the top? This group was all together not seconds ago. And that move, that push as they went up that climb, boom, it absolutely pulled it apart.
Well, it was Alvarado collecting 5 points in that climbing competition. Kaplinski takes 4, SS takes 3. Okay, takes 2, and Maciej Mendakowicz defending that yellow jersey picks up 1 point and covers the moves on the front. There he is, settled into the draft right now. Alexei Kalman is with him. Carlos Ospina is there. Quintero is there. Fawcett is there. Ivan Nuki is there. X100. These are all the riders I would expect to see coming to the fore of the group on the climbing stages. Though for me today, well, the climbs are not long. The longest climb today is 2.5 kilometers. It's going to be a little bit different tomorrow. This for me is the warm-up.
Yes and no. I'm not sure I entirely agree with you. No surprises there. Because you could almost say, yes, they are 2 climb segments, but this is one climb. It's one big climb. If you think that we climb from the start of the Lindenhof climb at 1.7k, you've got a short downhill section, but then we're climbing to 7.6k in segments and to what is nearly 10k overall. I would class this as a big one long climb. I'm sure Kankena agrees with me.
Multiple small climbs, recovery in between key, but you're not getting a lot of recovery on this course, I tell you. And the category 2 riders well and truly out onto the course now. The category 1 riders down in the pen, and we're in with Ricardo Panizza, who for me has been one of the surprise riders.
No surprises to see Ollie Jones take away yet another win in that sprint. I mean, he is proving to be a sprint supremo, and maybe it has blunted his climbing power. We will have to find out.
No.
Emma doesn't think that's the case. Great riding Michael Power to take second place in that final run to the line. 0.423 seconds down and 0.439. So only 2 thousandths of a second behind the Iceman, Stefan van Elst. Michael Vink sprinting, picking up points on the way through, and saw a very interesting article yesterday suggesting that the tactics of doing so was genius rather than foolish. We will remain to be seen whether that is going to be the case here today. So, teams, Alpha Jaw ahead of Abus Synergy, still holding position. In fact, all the team positions have stayed the same.
It's 1 second between the top two teams.
There's 5.9 seconds between the top 4. There are 16 seconds between the top 5. It's only when you go to the fight between the natural born gorillas and Les Domestiques that they have their own personal battle. It is going to be really interesting to see how that plays out at the front. Today, 16 seconds between those teams. No way on this planet is it going to stay at those time gaps. We're going to be talking about big time gaps, surely, by the end of this. Our last set of race riders away. This is going to be brutal. This is going to be a fast run, I suspect, up the very first climb of the day. Are we going to see our climb leader repeat what we've seen in every other race category in the men's race so far and go over first? And will that then mean that we're going to see potentially an attack over the top, let's get the grammar right, an attack over the top by Jason Osborne, our climb's leader? Or will we see Michael Vink now switch from being a sprint point collector to being a GC contender?
Well, I think the GC contenders will be picking up some sprint points along the way, but at the moment in the overall standings, it is indeed Ollie Jones from Michael Vink and Bjorn Andreasen.
Indeed, those were your top 3 on the overall standings. Vink moving up as well as Andreasen, Van Elst, Churek and Vujasin. Jason Osborne just dropping down a fraction. But to be honest, it's irrelevant.
Yes, 9 seconds, the top 16.
It shows you that they're in the right place, and they are in the top 19 riders, and that is a really key sort of number here. It might be a day for a day where number 10 is a key number, but in fairness, the riders at the front of this race are really key. Now, it's all about the gaps. 9 seconds separates Michael Knudsen in 16th position for top spot. They're all in it. In the sprints competition, Paradine showing he's such a great sprinter. Michael Vink collecting sprint points as well as Paul Skierski. Skierski, lots of power, short climbs. 2 climbs if you believe Emma, 1 if you believe me. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes on here, Emma. But the sprint's on the far side, so surely that plays to Michael Vink. They're on the far side.
Well, you say that. I think Paul Skierski could go really well today. I don't think these are the type of climbs that could put him off. He's a punchy rider. He might not settle in and do the 6, 7, 8K climbs, but he really does score well when they are short, steep and punchy. And that is really what we're seeing today. You know, the sprint competition, it was indeed Paradine's with 42 points from Vink in 32 and Skierski in 28. In the King of the Mountains, Jason Osborne's wearing that polka dot skin suit with 35 points. Ricardo Panizza, and this is why I said at the start of the Category 1 race when they were in the pen, that for me, he's been a surprise rider because he's behind with 25 points in that King of the Mountains competition. And he has been concerted, the Venga Boys rider, putting his nose out in the wind in the right places in those climbs to pick up those points. Leonard Tugel's Abus Synergy in 3 at 13 points in that competition.
Some great racing to come, some great racing so far. Who will take away the top scores today? We're on to the climb, this early kick already. Category 1 absolutely flying around here. I think they're going to beat the tram onto the straight. They're moving at such a pace up here. Osborne at the front of the chasing pack. 3 riders up the road in front. But will Nico, Milostic and Drzynski be able to stay clear? I think this is a big move at the front, really putting the power down early here. Drzynski up in that group, but surely Osborne, Vink, Betty, Don, they're going to be up there. Don's an interesting call for today. A rider who's been
Mm.
relatively quiet so far this race, but he can sprint, he can climb. Today could be a Ruben Don's kind of stage.
Do you think?
Yeah, well, it
Ooh.
depends. If the GC contenders, the real big GC contenders that we've got in our heads, and everyone is expecting, don't come out to play, and they just treat it as another stage, I think then potentially, yeah,
Oh,
Don has got a chance. But what the odds of that? I don't know. It's very hard to tell. Sorry, I'm just diving in with category 2 there. SS, he's on the go again. He's
well,
away.
they've just gone under the second climb of the day, and it's a really good point to attack. Personally, the second climb is the one where you can really put some power down and move on, and likely to extend a gap. And that's what SS has done, and the gap has gone out quite significantly. It's around 40 seconds at the moment. X100 picking up the points in 2. Alvarado, Ken, and Fawcett picking up the minor points over that second climb of the day. The group is behind, and the group is large in category 2, but SS 40 seconds now on a group behind that's got, well, I'm looking at 38 riders in it.
And as you can see, category 1 chasing, category 2, 3, 4, and 5 as well. 6. This is a lapped course where each of those laps are contributing 3 laps today to make up the difference. And it does mean that category 1 are going to be going around some riders who are already out onto their second lap.
They are indeed, but Jason Osborne at the moment in that polka dot skin suit pushing up the climb, and I'm giggling because I can see Ollie Jones in close contention. Ollie Jones not letting Jason Osborne go too far, paying close attention. Osborne pushing on though on this climb. This group need to move a little bit because Osborne may well sit up at the top. He might not. He might push into the second climb of the day, and then they might not see him again. I personally think a 77-kilometre individual time trial from Jason Osborne might even be a little bit too long for him.
Yes, maybe too long even for Jason Osborne. And I don't think Ollie Jones is going to let him get away with that at this stage. He's right up in the mix. You can see that chasing group all the way in and across the road, picking up the points behind Osborne. But every one of our climb leaders coming into stage number 4 have gone over that first checkpoint first. A real note for the date in the diary and for our notes here in the commentary studios. Osborne taking 5 points. Woo, who we know has got a phenomenal climber, when it gets steep, takes 4. Jones, the yellow jersey, takes 3. Pedersen takes 2. Skierski takes 1. Really interesting that every single mountain leader goes over first. In category 1, as they went over the top there, Osborne extending his lead from Panizza, from Tugels, from Jones and Wu. They are your top 5 riders in the overall climbing competition across all 4 of our stages in category 1. We're in with category 2.
We are indeed, and SS still clear. The gap at around 38 seconds. Peter Milostic on the front of the pack with Matthias Vanhee and Olivier Simmons. That tells me that they want to bring him back into the fold. They've gone down from the climb, and they're transitioning across the top, and you can see how rolling this is from that terrain. That red line on the top right hand corner really tells you how rolling the top of this climb is. Well, SS coming towards the 10-kilometre marker, Milostic and Vanhee on the front of the group behind, but the group don't seem to be helping much. And if anybody wants to bring SS back in, they're going to need to help Milostic, because the UAE Clan team are not going to do any of the driving.
No, why would they? Why would they put the pressure on to try and bring back SS? SS, a super dangerous rider to let go, and not surprised to see riders starting to move up there, like Simmons, who I think will have an eye on today's stage. Trzezinowski, Maciej Mandakowicz in here, Damsgaard in here, Hoffman in here, Ritter, still most of those big favourites. Kane still in this group as well. Gombert in here, a rider I think is going to go maybe a little better today on the terrain that we've got in front of them. The riders who've been right up there overall so far, they've got to defend on very different terrain. It's very different defending your lead here today on a mountainous stage, and riders inside that top 10, riders like Nathan Guerra, I think, the pressure to some degree is on to defend that. You've put yourself in a position where you're in the running. Now you've got to be able to, show that you can stay there when it goes very, very hilly.
Yeah, I get that completely, but this is dangerous. SS could stay out all race. He's perfectly capable of doing so. But this group have decided that it doesn't seem to be worth the effort to bring him back. Look at that! It's nearly at a minute now.
I know how much room can you give SS? SS, a rider who very, very much dangerous to let go clear. Just taking a quick check through the overall standings here as we speak for SS in the overall competition. He's only 28 seconds down. I mean, he's the virtual leader on the road.
Yes.
In a virtual world.
Yes.
Lots of yeses from her. Just a quick chat, a quick shout out to those riders that we regularly see racing on the live chat here on YouTube, and you can get in touch with us on there as well. Pierre Fell, a regular rider, just in there, just having a chat and talking about the heat wave in France. It is indeed scorchingly hot. The air conditioning here in the studios at Full Speed Events in France really going into overdrive over the last few weeks. So a big shout out to Pierre, and I hope that you are trying to stay cool with all the action that's going on, as well as the heat wave.
Well, talking about staying cool, Spratt and Ramirez are pushing on here. They're pushing on because they're coming to the first of the sprint checkpoints, and Nicholas Spratt wanting to pick that up from Category 4. So Category 5 and Category 6 have gone through the Zurich sprint already. Spratt putting in a massive effort. I've just seen 12 watts per kilo come out of Nicholas Spratt, driving towards that point in the race. He does indeed pick up the 5 points from Ramirez and Moreno. Cy Bradley picking up 2 points there as well. Interesting move. But the group at the end, well, coming towards the end of lap 1 in Category 4, 23 riders.
Ooh, it's still big.
It is.
How is it so big?
Because they're all so well matched.
Well, gotta say, today, one rider who should be going well, because you go well around the time of your birthday. It's not just around the time of his birthday. Sebastian Havo. Bon anniversaire, Sebastian. It is your birthday. I'm not going to sing happy birthday to you in any kind of voice. Never mind a Marilyn Monroe one. Can be done on the mic. Can happen. Emma's shaking her head in the other side of the studio. Don't do it. But happy birthday to Sebastian Havo. It's a hot one in France. I hope you are today going to have a hot race where you scorch up the roads. So congratulations. Big happy birthdays to Sebastian Havo.
Well, as you say, you go well around your birthday. So looking forward to a strong race today. And the Category 2 pack pushing on here at the 12.4 kilometre marker. They're up onto the rolling plateau. Well, Category 1 aren't onto the rolling plateau yet because they're not through at the second climbing checkpoint yet. That comes at the 7.6 kilometre marker. And at the moment, Jason Osborne back in the fold. Look at the distance. Look at the gaps already starting to form.
That somebody decided today, do you know what? Let's really make this hard. If you were in one of those groups at the back there, Emma, you and me, I think we would be going, oh, no, you're kidding. This is only lap number 1. We're on the second climb of 6, and it's already exploding. But that's what happened. Somebody pulled the pin, rolled the grenade, boom.
Yeah,
group's gone apart.
And they put Michael Vink on the front. Michael Vink, Jason Osborne's teammate, coming up onto the front now. And I think this is a big push on the front, and Osborne will go over the top to defend that polka dot skin suit. Wu is there as well as Wu. Yasin, Kaminsky, Van Elst, Safrazadi is there too. Chugels is in the mix as well. Really good to see the construction of this leading group. And if you look on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see multiple groups down the road. But at the moment, that's not bothering Osborne and Vink as they go underneath the polka dot banner 1-2.
They certainly do, and look who's not far behind. Michael Knudsen is not far behind. Neither is Saeed Safrazadi. I'll tell you something, I think this is going to be very, very interesting when we move on, because we have got Knudsen, Safrazadi, Osborne, and Vic in this leading group from the Boss Moves Only squad. They're the fourth team on the road. They're only 5.9 seconds back at the start of today, and they have put riders in force in there. 3 of the riders of the top 5 scoring points for the Boss Moves Only squad.
I'm going to give you the riders in the group because we've got 14 riders pretty much in contention at the moment, and then a small gap back to a further group. So Osborne, Vink, Tugels, Woo, Knudsen, Jones, Van Elst, Kaminsky, Vujasin, Turek, Safrazadi, Paradine, Skirski, and Pucker. Those are the riders who are in contention at the front of this race, but the push is already on. Panizza, Andreasen, Milostic, and Power with Pedersen are the group behind. A further 10 seconds back, Noren, Kroll, Harris, and then Thrall and Betty.
Wow, not expecting to see Harris go out of the back at this stage in the racing today. Not expecting to see these groups blow apart. You can see at the moment, Turek, Van Elsen, Safrazadi having to chase at the moment. This is a big, big push. Paradines is there as well. They're ahead of Pucker. Pucker is in that third group on the road. This is all about nailing it and getting back in touch with the leading group at the moment, because that lead group are in front of Daniel Turek, in front of Saeed Safradadi, in front of Paradise as well. Tugel's got to get up there. Woo is up in that front group. He's made the junction, but the pressure is on at the front of the race in Category 1. This could be decisive. It's certainly going to separate a large number of riders off the back. How many groups will go into the descent down in towards Zurich together? It looks like Group 1 and Group 2 potentially are going to come back together. You've got to hold the wheels in Group 2, though, because you can't afford to let it go. If Group 2 join Group 1 and you're not in the group, you're off the back, you're not going to get in. You've got to stay in the draft. Big push coming here. You can see Paradis moving on to the front. Van Elst is there. They'll get a little bit of draft advantage as they come flying past our Category 2 rider. The very front of the group, Vink and Osborne are aware of this, and they are making life hard. They've got Knudsen in that group as well. That is, and it's 3 of the Boss Moves Only squad, at least in that leading group. This is really about this team race and the individual at the moment. Vink and Osborne, they've seen the Group 2 coming and they've gone, oh no, no you don't. You think you're getting back on. We are going to make you really suffer. And the gap has gone back out again. They were almost in touching difference.
Do you know, and it's interesting, isn't it, at the moment, because it's like Vink, Osborne and Knudsen in the leading group, leaving Safrazadi, their teammate in the chase group behind, to mark the moves and try and shut it down, try and allow the gap to go. And Safrazadi playing a crucial team role here for the Boss Moves Only squad. His role is to sit in. His role is to slow it down. His role is to allow that gap to go, because he's got 3 teammates in that leading group of 5. Well, the Category 1 race is alight already. 10 kilometres into this race in Zurich. Stefan Van Elst is in the chase group, and he now pushes on the front of the pack here. He's trying to close the gap down. He's in a group behind. He's in the chase group behind, but the gap now at 8 seconds, at 9 seconds. At one point, it was at 4 seconds. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to shut this down. But, you know, they have all got to work together, and they've got Safrazadi in there, who is going to deliberately try and stop them. Well, the leaders on the road at the moment in the Category 1 race: Jason Osborne, Michael Vink, Yunfei Wu, Ollie Jones and Michael Knudsen. Those are the leaders in that breakaway group of 5 in Category 1. Well, at the moment, there's a breakaway group of 1 in Category 6. And Junior Silva is down the road at the 35.1 kilometre marker. Great move here. Out onto lap 2, Category 6. They've just gone up the Wishkon climb for the second time. And Silva picking up the top points, going 5 seconds clear of Cadabona, Diaz, Milano and Milostic.
Oh, loving this. Absolutely love it. Category 6. Do you know, Category 5 and 6, are some of the best race categories. They're always great fun to watch. They're always great. Well, I'd say great fun to ride. The riders are always effusive about the racing.
Mm.
Who race in category 5 and 6, and say how much they absolutely love it. And I know that's true of a lot of the riders, whether that's the Sunday Race Club or it's the MyWhoosh Championships. So the categories 4, 5, and 6, such great racing in there, and we're seeing that unfold once again here today. Category 5 here on our screens. I mean, big group.
Yeah.
I'm not sure this group will stay as is.
Well, 14 riders
It's
in
early
the
days.
category 6 leading group. At the moment, I think we've got a couple of riders down the road here in category 5, maybe mixed in with the group ahead, but not many of them. This big pack, it's like a big pack of fish hunting down something out in the ocean. But Tapia, Gavaria, Brambati, Neville Ross, Dotto, and Garcias, they are all on the move at the 33.6 kilometre marker. This is the leading group in category 5. They're catching up to a group in category 6 and really motoring out here on the course. Interestingly, Matt, the yellow jersey is amongst them.
Well, you've got to be in it to defend it. It's normally you've got to be in it to win it. You've got to be in it to defend it, and you need to be in that leading group. At the moment, though, for me, that says there's still lots of really hard racing to come. There's lots of attacks. There's lots of moves on the front to be made for sure. So for me, yep, yellow jersey in there. Yellow jersey likely to stay in there. And even if our yellow jersey's having a bad day, you know, you would expect in category 5 them to you pull something extra out when you're leader. That's kind of how I view it. Even if you're having a bad day, you see it time and time again. Leaders of big races, of stage races, always pull something special when they've got that jersey on, because there's a great pride in that.
Well, there is indeed. And category 5, now a number of category 6 riders sitting in the group, and they're going to try and hold on and hold in at that 34 kilometre marker. They are coming up towards the top of the Whitcomb climb for the second time. Category 6 have already gone over that point. Well, the leaders in category 6, Daniel Dotto, part and parcel of the leaders group in category 5, as they work towards that checkpoint. Around 400 metres to go, they're going to spot the banner as they come around the corner here in Zurich. Well, is anybody in this category 5 race going to pop their wheel out for the points here? The polka dot skin suit is tightly ensconced in the group. That's Bruno Ordonno, Daniel Dotto on our screen at the moment, part and parcel of this group. Martin Wang, Mukhtari, Castro, Mantier, Gavaria, all in the mix in category 5 as they start the push towards the polka dot banner.
Here we go. Polka dot skin suit wearer starts to wind this up. This is a smooth wind up as well. You can just see the pace increasing. He's gone up. He's now up at 11 watts per kilo. Tapia trying to match him. Little bit of a dip as he goes in there. Continues to kick through. Great rally by O'Donnell. Tapia almost matching him, and that is saying something here in category 5. Such a fantastic leader of the climbs competition here. I really am loving watching O'Donnell in action there. That was such a smooth wind-up, smooth power delivery, really starting to accelerate and then just winding and winding and winding, dropping everybody's wheel. Tapia almost able to match him. He takes 4 points, 3 points for Lozzie. Reinheimer with 2 points, and Andrew Neville Ross, thank you very much for proving that I was right, and you can climb as well as sprint. So those points added to the totals, it means that O'Donnell is still in the lead in category 5 in that climate competition. Tapia in second place, 6 points behind our leader, who has 47 points, 41 for Tapia. Hagland in third with 15 points. Castro with 10. Painter rounding out the top 5 with 7. Lozzie and Reinheimer, who are scoring points there. Lozzie in 6th place with 6 points, and Reinheimer with 5, but don't discount them for scoring more. Now, let's go back to that Category 2 race. SS at the moment with a, wait for this, 44-second gap. It's still holding. It's back to 50. It's round about that minute marker behind Fawcett, Newquay, Morel, Damsgaard, Miller, Goddardzi, Kalman. This is still a good sized group. We're in with Ross Fawcett here. And Emma, earlier on in the week, you were saying Ross Fawcett was going to come good in the mountains. I'm sure I remember you saying that he was a rider who was going to come good when the racing went uphill.
Well,
you've been proved right.
I
hate saying that, but you have been proved right.
Okay.
No, I don't. I've got to acknowledge the
I'm
fact.
putting a big tick on the whiteboard in the studio. But at the moment, for me, Ross Fawcett, one of those riders who's getting stronger and stronger and stronger and really, really coming into form. I'm really looking forward to watching him race throughout the rest of August. Olivier Simmons pushing on at the moment. So is Godzari on the front at the 22-kilometre marker. SS is still 45 plus seconds down the road here. Ivan Newquay coming to the fore as well. Olivier Simmons, we've got him on our screen at the moment, and you can see him continuing to push, continuing to race, and continuing to make his presence felt in this Category 2 race.
Indeed.
They're going to go up and over the top here, then they're going to descend towards the waterfront in Zurich, and then they're going to run along Lake Zurich and on the road towards the finish line through the sprint checkpoint. It's a beautiful part of the world. I've been to Zurich. Anybody who hasn't been to Zurich, I thoroughly recommend it for a long weekend. Make that happen in summer, unless you like snow.
Yes,
and then go in the winter.
Yes, it is in the middle of the Alps, and the stunning views in the sunshine reflecting off the water as well as off the fantastic streets, and plenty of places to refresh as well. I do believe.
Can I tell you? I mean,
you tell us anything. You're on the mic as well.
I was there in September, and we had some bad weather, but we had some great weather. And on those days where the weather was good, along that waterfront, think restaurants, think bars, think people sitting around, think water sports going on, swimming, beautiful lakeside swimming venue that had a pontoon out, think hot tubs, baths, steam, spas, are all on the lake. Absolutely stunning. And you know what? If you can't make it to Zurich itself, you can come and ride the Zurich course on MyWhoosh. I can tell you that what you are seeing here on your screen is so lifelike. It's pretty much like walking around Zurich, riding around Zurich on MyWhoosh.
Just not necessarily the sunshine, although it is sunny on MyWhoosh at the moment. I have to say, one of the things I really like about MyWhoosh, it doesn't rain. Have you ever ridden in the rain on MyWhoosh?
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
No, you haven't. Do you know what? And I absolutely love that fact, because as somebody who comes from England, where we have as many terms for rain as Eskimos do for snow, I have to say it's great that it is never wet. Now, at one round, who at the moment is in no danger of getting soaking because he's indoor in his pancake, Frank Flores. Thank you, Frank, for letting us have a little insight into your pancake and the effort that it takes here to ride with that Category 4 leading group. He's right in with the leaders here, Flores, and doing a great job. Looking, I thought and this is why the pancake views are so good, looking very comfy. He's only 7 seconds down on the GC, Flores, in 14th place for the Anunnaki squad. That's a great position to be in, 7 seconds down. And because this climb, I think what we're going to see here is we're going to see riders basically drop out of the GC, even if we don't see riders taking a break, putting a breakaway in and actually grabbing the race lead. We're going to see people taken out of contention.
Well, yes, and we're also going to see some very clever and smart riding today. This is stage 4. They've got 7 stages to race. Wanquiros is on our screen riding at the moment. He's part and parcel of this leading group at the 34-kilometre marker. Smart riding says minimise time differentials today. Tomorrow the men head to Japan, and it's a massive course and a seriously long climb tomorrow. 8 kilometres in length, the final climb tomorrow in Japan. And for me, well, yes, you could go off the front like we've seen SS do in category 2 and trying to establish a time gap. But the other strategy here is just to follow wheels today, to stay in the draft, to stay on a wheel, to just limit any time gaps that you possibly can.
Well, limited time gaps is going to be key. Maximising points is key here today for El Alami. Mohamed El Alami will, I'm sure, move back up through the overall standings, but he's going to go and extend his lead here. Can Buchasweski go up to him? I'm not sure that he's going to be able to match the climbing prowess of El Alami. Spratt's gone over the top behind, but they're not going to catch Mohamed El Alami. He is climbing like a man on fire today. It's like he's got rockets in his heels at the moment, wings on his feet, as the saying goes, because my goodness me, what a powerful performance going over the top there, showing that this is his jersey. For anybody else who wants to take it, they're going to have to wrestle it off him. El Alami, 53 points now in total, with those 5 points added to his totals. Spratt in second place now with 30 points. Giuliano with 14 points behind. How long is it before El Alami doubles the points of any other rider? It's not going to be long at this rate.
Do you know, it's still 18 riders in that leading group in category 4, as they are well and truly now into lap 2 here in Zurich. We just drop in with SS, who's the category 2 rider. He's coming towards the end of lap 1. He's going to go underneath the banner and out onto lap 2. 2 more full laps to go, and he's still holding that lead at 43 seconds.
He's putting the effort. He's gone clear. He's holding that now. He just needs to match the effort behind and the draft of the riders. But we're on a big climbing course. We're on a course with lots of ascents, lots of sharp punches. This is going to be really, really key. Let's see what he can do today. Can he push himself up back into contention? Can he get himself right where he needs to be? We're going to have to keep a check on that. I'm just doing a little shuffle in our studios here at Full Speed Events. One man who can't shuffle is Marcin Trajanowski, because he has got to stay in contention at the front of this race here. So we're going to see this big push by him. I tell you something, Fawcett and Van He, interesting. Van He being dropped, Fawcett with him there.
This is Trajanowski and Ross Fawcett, the 2 riders. Now, let's just remember, SS down the road, 45 seconds clear. This is the group chasing behind. It was 38 riders in this large group, and now we've got Ross Fawcett, and, they're starting now to think about closing this down. They're starting to think about going up the climb again. They're anticipating the fact that SS may be tired or more tired because of that breakaway, and that they could start putting an effort in onto those climbs on the second lap. Well, this is category 1 at the 21.7 kilometre marker. The 5-rider group that we saw are indeed clear by around 150 metres at the moment. There's a gap, Matt, but it's not huge. It's around, I think, 13, 14 seconds.
It's not a definitive gap, that is for certain, from our leading group of riders of 5 leaders on the left-hand side of your screen to the chasers behind. For me, the biggest issue that the chasers face as they go over the rise that drops before they drop down into Zurich proper, and before they get alongside the waterfront there, is that you've got so much firepower in the front of that race. Whenever it goes uphill, you're playing into the hands of Fink, of Osborne, of Knudsen, of Wu, and of Jones. And because you've got the overall leader in there, I think and a lot of different teams represented, because the leader is in there, you've lost a lot of the big chasing riders. Yes, the team competition is important, but that the overall is in there, and I think That group behind, it was set early. The die was cast early here. You know, the Rubicon had been crossed. The moves have been made in that first lap.
Well, I wonder whether it's going to stick. I wonder whether at around 15 seconds is enough at the moment, or whether that group can bring it back. Like I said, I still think with Safrazadi in that chase group, if he's still there, and we'll get that check when they come through that next checkpoint. It really is a tale of one team, and that is boss moves only.
Indeed, I think you're right. Now let's drop in with our riders here in category 3. We've got Arago and Morgan down the road. We've got Badil just sandwiched between. He's got Montoya, Howeiler, and Amaro just behind him. This is Badil. You can see the big group behind him here as they make their way up this climb. They're at 32.7k at the moment. They are just really into that Whitcomb climb. They've still got plenty of distance on that climb to go. The gap has gone at the front. It has opened up just a little bit. They've gone over the top of our third climb. That was the Lindenhof climb.
Now, this is interesting because Christopher Morgan and Nicholas Arago, is it, who have gone clear down the road? I think
no.
it is. It is indeed. So Nicholas
yes.
Arago and Christopher Morgan. Morgan has been out in the front before for level golden. Arago from the What's Up squad also putting in a great performance today. So 2 riders who have not been in the top 3 yet, pushing on in the category 3 race.
Yep, Morgan third in the climbs competition with another climb to go. So 3 climbs done, 3 to go. Morgan into third place, 1 point behind Batty. Now in with Osmar Vaz, the rider here out of the saddle, kicking on in category 6. Just seeing this big group of riders, the leaders in category 5 go past. And at the moment, Vaz trying to hold the wheel of Efre Mamba. Mamba just in front here. Big kick comes from Vaz. He's got Martin Newman behind as well. These 3 category 6 riders being separated by the draft effect as the big group goes over the top and going on and past. Really, really, really interesting the way that is changing. I find everything interesting today. You know this, sir.
Well, you know, when you are a fan and a commentator,
yeah, it's true.
Absolutely crucial. And at the moment the racing is good, and category 5 here we're waiting for Andrew Neville, Ross Matt Smithson, Garcias is here, as well as Reinheimer, Losey, Brambatti. The pack are rolling strongly. They're at the 42.1 kilometre marker. Let's just remind ourselves today the finish line comes at 80.8 kilometres into this race. A lot of climbing today, 1,398 metres of climbing, 3 laps. And can I just say, Matt, I see rain. It's raining in Zurich on the category 6 ride, and they need to be careful because they're on a descent, and when it's a mountainous region, storms do come in.
Yeah, but rain. I was just saying it never rains. They've just proved me wrong. It rains.
Oh, there you go. And sometimes Matt is proved wrong.
Regularly. Let's face it, you can't say as many words as we do without getting some of them wrong on the way through. So the riders on the descent there, that is Cadabona, Fabre and Cridland, clear by 21 seconds in category 6 from Arago, Milostic, Radamaki Diaz and that big chasing group behind. In category 5, they're a little bit further back down the road, 4k behind. You can see our big leading group in there, including our yellow jersey wearer, that is Clinton David Cirillo. In category 4, it looks like Pedancini with that little bit of a gap back to Russimaki, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, and it's a big group behind that are chasing our lone leader in category 4. On the top left-hand side, category 3, Morgan has got a gap to the bunch, but joining him is Niall Batty, and they are coming up towards the top of the climb. They're about 400 meters to the top of the Whitcomb climb segment in category 3, and that means there's more points than offer. And the battle between Batty and Morgan here, really critical in terms of the overall. Kowalski leading the competition with 28 points. He is not with the leading group at the moment, and this means that he's going to lose out on 5, 4, and 3 points here potentially, and they're going to go to Batty and Morgan on the way up here with Arago, and Batty and Morgan are separated by 1 point, 23 and 22 points respectively. This is really important to try and hold yourself in contention with Kowalski, narrow that gap back down again.
Well, I think Batty really is lining himself up for tomorrow in this King of the Mountains competition here in Category 3. Arago is going to go through Morgan and Batty. Interestingly there, Batty comes off of the pace and now goes up and over the top again and kicks again. But we're seeing the Category 3 riders come through. It's Arago who picks up 5 points. Morgan picks up 3. Morgan picks up 4, Batty picks up 3 in that Category 3 race. The lower places, Brignall picks up 2 points, Guarin picks up 1. 14 seconds separating the leading 3 in that Category 3 race. But the chase group, 24 riders chasing hard.
So 24 riders chasing, including the leader of the climb competition, David Kowalski. He did have a big lead. He hasn't anymore. 28 points for Kowalski. Didn't score any points there. Morgan has moved into second place and has tied on points with Batty at this stage. 26 points apiece. They're only 2 points behind Kowalski. Oyer at 20, Badil with 18. Arago moving up just outside the top 5 with 10 points now. But Morgan and Batty are snapping at the heels of Kowalski in Category 3. In Category 2, we have our lone leader hoovering up the big points with SS off the front. His teammate, Mr. X100, the rider we've focused on in this group for the UAE clan team. We can see, though, that this is a big group of riders. It includes our yellow skin suit of our leader, Masit Mindakowicz. He's still holding position. Our climbs leader in Category 2 is also there. They're also onto that same climb at the moment at 32.3k. Alvarado, the climb leader, with Mr. X100 in second. Big points gap between them. Mr. X100 just clear of Ken, SS and Ross Fawcett. On your screens, though, the man who was deposed from the yellow jersey yesterday, Matthias Van He, in here. He'll be looking for an opportunity to go. And he's a rider who could go hard on that final overpass before dropping down to put Mendakowicz in trouble. But they've got to get to that point.
Yeah, they do have to get to that point. And bear in mind, we're 50 minutes into racing now, 32.6 kilometres of racing done here in Zurich. 80.8 is where the finish line will come. I think we're looking at, well, what about a 2.5 hour race here, 2 hours, 40 minutes for Category 2. And the riders in this pack, well, whether it's this lap or the next, I don't think we're going to see the fireworks until we get to lap number 3 in Category 2. We're going to see a large group continue to roll together, and Tatu Koistonen on the back of the group taking as much draft as possible and taking as much draft wherever it is available. Absolutely key to survival today, and not just survival today, but survival into tomorrow, into that big stage in Japan before we hit the rest day. So Ivan Nuki now at the front here with the SS off the front, 33 seconds the gap now, so the gap's starting to close down. Koistonen moving up in the group, Bennett moving up in the group, Guerra moving up in the group, Ken moving up in the group. All the riders are looking for that overall GC position in Category 2, now really starting to pay attention on this climb. Jakob Bjorklund is there, Ivan Nuki is there, Lucas Hayland is there. These riders all starting to move up in the pack. Position is key, and the climb is about to get very, very steep here, and the riders continue to push. So we drop in with Jakob Bjorklund at the moment in the pain cave, and you can see the cleanliness and the trophies on the back shelf. Great to have those in the pain cave alongside Jakob Bjorklund. He's alongside Phil Graves, Adrian Alvarado, Alexei Kalman, and Adrian Alvarado right alongside the polka dot skin suit at the moment. Simon Walter is in there as well, all tightly ensconced within this Category 2 group as they continue to push towards the top top of this climb. Well, this climb is the Whittaken climb. It's the second climb segment on the lap. It is the longer of the two climbs at 2.5 kilometres in length. But Godzari at the moment still off the front of the group. Ahead of Godzari is SS. So Godzari closing down on SS. Ivan Nuki now coming to the fore. SS still some way up the road at the moment. I was still looking at around 40 seconds. He's at the 33.9 kilometre marker. At the top of the climb coming at 34.5. There's some big pushes and some big climbing going on at the moment in category 2, and some gaps starting to open now behind that initial push from SS. Well, whilst Godzari chases SS down the road and the group try and close it down behind in category 2. In category 1, they are well and truly out onto lap 2, and they're coming to the top of the Lindenhof climb for the second time. And it's Ollie Jones going head-to-head with Jason Osborne at the moment. Yunfei Wu closing down Michael Vink and Michael Knudsen a little bit further back down the road. These three riders now really pushing literally side by side at the moment. Jones, Wu, Osborne, Vink trying to close this down. Michael Knudsen, the first of the breakaway group, now getting gapped. I think Vink and Osborne will want Knudsen back in the mix after this push for the polka dot banner. But they do indeed push for the polka dot banner, and well, Osborne goes through, cements that polka dot skin suit. Wu goes through and picks up 4 points. Jones picks up 3. Vink picks up 2 points. And Michael Knudsen, well, he's going to need to get back onto that group. I'm not sure how he's going to do that at the moment unless the group choose to bring him back in.
And Michael Knudsen's such a determined rider. You know, he's so experienced. He spends a lot of time on climbs, riding outdoors as well as in, and really now has to use all of that experience, all of those skills to push back in to the mix. We're just taking a little bit of a look back on to category 2. Here we will round up those mountain points on category 1 in a second. But here in category 2, the pushes on behind, and you see Karen Kayan here really pushes in through, just goes ahead of Mr. X100 here. The front of this group, as Emma said, just really starting to break apart here. Godazi, Mr. X100, Karen Kayan, Mutawai's behind as well. The young rider from the UAE clan team really in the mix here today in category 2 as they came up and over the top of that climb. So Alvarado still holding on to the lead, not scoring any points that time around. 5 points for SS, 4 for Godazi. We've got 3 for Kane, 2 for Mr. X100, 1 for Ritter. When those points are added in, Alvarado with 43 points overall. Mr. X100 with 26 in second place. SS hoovered up those points on the front. He's at 25 points, which puts him in third place. Khan Ken in fourth place with 23. Big gap back then to the riders behind. That's really made a big difference there between those riders. A little bit of a shuffling up at the top. Alvarado, X100, SS, Kane, and then Fawcett. Your top 5 in category 2 on the climb competition. In category 1, Osborne leads double the points of Panizza. He's got 50 points now in total. Panizza's got 25, Wu 17, Tugel 16, Ollie Jones 15 points. Interestingly, in 5th place, tied with Michael Vink on the same point score.
Wow, interesting, isn't it? And the push here from Takasugi in the category 2 race at the 33.4 kilometre marker. Great to see him on our screens again today.
Yeah, nice kit, like that blue and yellow. My first cycling club had blue and yellow kit, very similar. Yeah, definitely feeling it. Yep. Come on, Tomoki, you can stay with those riders over the top of this summit, and then you've got a group together. Come on, buddy. Keep on pushing. No hill goes on forever. I tell myself that on a regular basis when I'm on the bike. Okay, let's jump in with Michael Nussen. Look at this. He's used that skill, that experience. And I think with a little bit of help from the teammates in front, but not that much, because I tell you something, Nussen's doing 7.5 watts per kilo here to get onto the wheels. Vink and Osborne and Nussen in the lead group. Remember, they came in today in 4th position. They were only 5.9 seconds down on Alpha Jaw. They had a bad day at the office in some ways on stage 2. They lost a second. Now that team is going to blast into the front of the team, to the top of the team standings here, because they've got 3 riders in the leading group of 5.
Yeah, they have indeed, with Knudsen coming back into the fold. So the group of 5 continue to push on. They're at the 33-kilometre marker. It's 1.5k to the top of this next climb, where the next climbing checkpoint is. So they're going up the Whitcomb climb for the second time here, going out well and truly onto lap number 2. There's another lap to go yet, and this is an epic stage here in Zurich, and Zurich, home of the World Championships for the road and paracycling in 2024.
Indeed. Do you know what? It's been so good. My coffee has gone cold. And anybody who hears us regularly on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club or commentating for the UCI on all the various disciplines we cover, from mountain bike, cyclocross, indoor cycling, para, etc. Real pleasure, but worse the action. But you will know that I am quite, I have to say, hello, my name's Matt. I'm addicted to coffee. My coffee has actually gone cold for the first time in a long time because of all the action going on all at once here in Zurich on MyWhoosh for the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. We were on the mic for 2023. That seems a long, long time ago, where our 2 races each day overlapped. An even longer day now because they don't overlap. They run one after the other. We're trying to cover all of those races, all of the race action. 2 of our riders that we saw in 2023, Mr. X100 and SS, on your screens at the moment, both riding for the UAE Clan team. And we've got to say a big thank you to our riders who have been here from the start. There is an elite group of riders who we have seen since the inception of MyWhoosh riding and racing. They're not always the riders that you see on your screen. 2 of them are at the moment with SS and Mr. X100. But I've got to say a massive thank you to those early pioneers who really have seen this game change and evolve to become what it is today, with such fantastic graphics, so many worlds, so many options to jump in, to race and to ride on MyWhoosh. You can join Emma, qualified coach as well as being a professor on MyWhoosh. At some point, Emma will
I'm
resume
not a
the
professor
coaching.
of MyWhoosh.
No, there isn't one yet that I know of. One day it will happen.
I'm sure
You've
there
got to
must
be
be
in
a
the running
professor
for
of
that.
esports somewhere around the world.
I'm sure there is a professor of esports somewhere in and around the world. But you can join Emma coaching the live coaching sessions along with a great team of coaches. You can see the coach, you can hear the coach, you can communicate them. If you go on the chat board, you can put down your comments in there. They will reply. Jeff Rooney, one of our regular riders on the Sunday Race Club and one of our real big supporters as well, in action here in Category 6, really working hard.
He's got to be loving the stage today here in Zurich, and he's got to be loving Japan tomorrow, because Jeff Rooney, the first rider to Everest on MyWhoosh, loves it when the gradient goes up. He is an absolute legend.
And losing day by day the course profiles off the side there.
I know.
Although I do notice the next one, I can make out the detail because you can see Mount Fuji waiting at the end as if the climbing wasn't enough so far.
Well, Category 6 were the first category of riders out of the start pen today, 1 hour, 40 minutes ago. Yes, you heard that correctly. They're at the 53.6 kilometre marker. The finish line comes at 80.8. At the 53.7 kilometre marker, they are through towards the end of lap 2. They are about to go out onto lap 3. Jeff Rooney, look at that MyWhoosh jersey. It's fire. It's flames. He is a light in person as he goes underneath the banner and out onto lap 3.
And Jeff Rooney can have a well and truly official 1 more lap to go. There is 1 more lap to go. And anybody who's been at a crit in the UK will remember that phrase because you get it drilled into you on the mic by me on a regular basis. And so thank you everybody from the MyWhoosh word and from the cycling word who comes up and says hi when we're out and about in person. But there is 1 more lap to go. Do you know what? I do like a laps race.
Yes.
And not just because I get to say that.
And do you know what is best about being a spectator at a lapped race? is that you can either choose to watch the same place for laps, or you can walk around the venue and the lap and spectate at different places. Well, what places might you choose to spectate here in Zurich? We're going to take a look at the map so you can pick your place.
Okay. This isn't just a laughy jokey profile. Where do you pick your place on the map as well? The map here, you can see this is the big Zurich loop that we complete 3 times. There's just that little run from the pens on the start. Each and every time round, ascending the 2 climbs before coming down into the finish. And the course profile here indicates those spots. And as we go into this last lap, the final 2 climbs are going to be really decisive. Really, really important to see who can go on the climbs. But also, for me, you've got that key moment coming back down in. We've seen sprints. We've seen riders coming down to the sprint. And I always think, well, it's one of the worst sprints is when climbers try to sprint uphill. It doesn't work. They just can't do it. It's just not funny. Here, we've got a flat finish, and we've got groups that have got some great sprinters in them, even though they are also great climbers. And I think across categories 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, we are going to see some big sprints. How much that will be dulled by the fact we've got the checkpoint immediately before the finish, I don't know. I'm not sure how many people realistically are going to go for that final checkpoint.
Well, the final checkpoint is only sort of around 1.4k from the finish line. And interestingly, all of our riders now out onto lap 2. Category 6 and Category 5 leaders out onto lap 3. And Category 6 at the moment coming towards the top of the Lindenhof climb for the 3rd time of asking. The 5th climbing checkpoint of the day out of 6. And you can see here very clearly on your screen, Category 5 at the 55.5 kilometre marker. They're on lap 3. Their wheels are going skywards at the moment, and it's a big bunch. Category 6, they are at the 56.9 kilometre marker. They've got 300 metres to go until the top of that climb, and I tell you, it's steep under those wheels at the moment. The gradient around 17%.
So in category 6, as they get towards the top of the climb, the leader in that points competition is still Orego from Catabona. 5 points separate them. They are a full 20-odd points clear of Toro in 3rd place, with Diaz and Silva behind them. Meanwhile, Category 2 at the moment, you can just see Mr. X100 being brought in to that fold of a big group of riders. They are making their way across the plateau. They're at 41 kilometers covered, so they have got the big descent down off the plateau over the overpass. You don't really go under an overpass, although you could do, I guess.
You could go under an overpass.
Yeah, I guess you could.
But they don't today.
Let me just rewind that. Going over rather than under the overpass is going to be coming up. And when they do go over there, you've got that sprint coming up. Are we going to see a little bit of a move being made there? I think it's going to come down to that climb. For me, can they bring back SS? He's been dangling 40 seconds away from the lead.
Yes, he is. And I have to say, does go. SS's lead at the moment goes out and comes back, goes out and comes back. It's fluctuating between about 45 seconds and 35 seconds. And at the moment, X100 and the group behind are now really starting to push. The differential at the moment, we need them on the same type of gradient. At the moment, they're not. SS on the descent here, and the group behind, well, the group behind are really starting to motor. And now either SS has to commit to this. But I tell you something, it's still got 38 kilometres to go. Commitment has been commitment to the break, and all credit to SS for doing so. But the group behind at some point, I tell you, have got to push and will be looking to close him down.
They will, and I think it brings to mind just how tough the course really is here today, because it is 3 absolutely brutal laps, and I would agree with that. A number of people saying that they are 3 brutal laps. It is 3 tough races, but we are getting harder and harder, and it's not the most climbing.
No, that's tomorrow.
Yes, it's 80k long, but it's not got as much climbing. We're only 1,398 meters of ascent here today. We're going to 1,756 meters in 66k. 3/4 of the race distance, and yet we've got a huge amount climbing more.
Well, we drop back in with category 1, and they are out on the course at the moment at the 38.1 kilometre marker. They're pushing on one of these small rises, and at the moment there is indeed a real push coming on, because Vink and Osborne, Jones and Wu have dropped Michael Knudsen again. So they dropped Michael Knudsen earlier on the course on the climbs as they came into lap number 2. Knudsen got back onto the group. One of the pushes now on the top of the rise on lap 2. Well, this push is now starting to drop Knudsen again. I'm just taking a little check here. Yeah, that is indeed one of the pushes on the top of the second lap. Those small rises can cause real problems.
And I think that's a move to try and distance, to try and get rid of Jones, not get rid of Knudsen. And Vink and Osborne are not going to try and get rid of Knudsen.
Oh, Jones
but I
is
think
going
they know
nowhere.
that they're secure. They're secure in that team competition. Now it's all about making Wu suffer, making Jones suffer and chase. They can back right off and let Knudsen join back on again and play the games on the front and really test those two riders from the same team versus two individual riders. Jeff Rooney in action here. You can see that silver fern in the background, the MyWhoosh jersey there. The fans are rolling. This is going to be a massive push for Jeff on the climb. He needs to try and keep kicking here. He's got Montoya behind him. Brett McMurtry. I mean, Brett McMurtry is a class rider. He's got his own fan club, for goodness sake. And McMurtry is 45 seconds behind Rooney.
Never discount the endurance ability of Jeff Rooney.
No, definitely not.
He is a phenomenal rider and a phenomenal racer and a
Come
phenomenal
on,
character. And he is one rider who has resilience. He has determination. He has absolute commitment. And I tell you something, he really enjoys his bike riding and he really enjoys his racing as well. And it's always fabulous to watch him race too. Well, Jeff, part and parcel of that category 6 race there at the 57.2 kilometre marker, and Rooney coming towards that climbing checkpoint. And that climbing checkpoint is the third time up the Whitcomb climb.
So category 5 on the way up there. Category 6 have gone through the Whitcomb climb. I don't know if Emma can find the scores on that, because it was getting really close in the category 6 competition at the top of the Whitcomb climb, going up and over there. I'm just taking a quick check through. What it has got close. It's got even closer. So category 6 at the top of the Whitcomb climb on stage number 4. Just taking a little bit of a check here. The overalls have changed, so they've come through, and Arago has scored on there. Cadabona has scored on there, because Cadabona at the moment in category 6 has 48 points, but he's tied on points by Arago, also on 48 points. Toro is at 22, Fabra at 11, tied with Diaz behind. But really is becoming a battle between those two riders at the moment, between Cadabona and Arago in category 6. Now, category 5 also making their way up these final sets of climbs, going up towards the top. Dono was leading in the points competition on the King of the Mountains there as well. But O'Donoghue with a lead from Tapia, Haglund, Castro, Reinheimer and co. Meanwhile, just taking a quick check on the racing. We're in at category 2. We're in with Nathan Guerra. That was a very casual Nathan that we just dropped in with there. Just tapping around at the moment. Good to see Nathan in action in the pain cave there, the air conditioning running to get that hot air out and to keep the temperature down. Looking pretty warm there is Nathan, I have to say. But for a man who has had a bit of pressure on his shoulders, not least added to by me by saying he's under pressure, making his way down. Going to rehydrate and Nathan fueled there by the Precision Nutrition team there, doing some real fueling on board. At the moment, nicely in with this group of chasers behind SS at the moment.
Yeah, it is indeed. And, with the position to defend on GC, he's going to be really watching what he does today at 46.2k. That chase group: Muktawi, Nuki, Godzari, Morel, Khan, Kuplinski, Ritter, Biarhead, Fawcett, and Guerra in there as well. Well, they're on the right-hand side of your screen. They are around 5 kilometres down the road from the leaders in the Category 1 race. And Michael Vink is on the front again. They've gone up and over the top and onto the descent here. And you can see that transition, the pace coming off. But Vink kicking into the descent to get the momentum up and then to carry that down the hill. So Osborne, Vink, Jones, and Wu, the 4 riders at the moment clear in the Category 1 race. Michael Knudsen is not far off the back of the group, and then it is some way back to the chase.
And we will get an updated time check between those groups in Category 1 as we go in through the sprint checkpoint at the end of lap number 2, Zurich sprint number 2. And the last time check that we had on the groups was back at the Whitcomb Climb, and so much has happened since then. I think really we need to wait now to that Zurich sprint number 2 to get those a good idea of who is where left and where on the road they are, how big those time gaps are, maybe a bit further down in the pack in Category 1. We're in with Category 2, we're in with Ross Fawcett at the moment, a rider who is clearly enjoying himself on the roads today. Might be a particular type of enjoyment as he makes his way in and along at the moment. But for me, Fawcett, he's got the endurance, he's got the experience, he knows how to race and to ride, and I think that's showing today. Sat in that pack, Category 2. Is it going to be an en masse bunch sprint? Is it really going to come back? I mean, you've got a feel for SS. He's been out there hovering. I think they're going to pull him back.
There's still like 33 kilometres to go. I do think they will pull SS back into the bunch. Will it be a sprint at the finish?
A big group sprint, like 20 riders plus. I mean, it's a huge group.
Do you know, I don't think it will. I think we're going to see a smaller group. I think we're going to see this group break. That's what I think is going to happen. They're at the 48.4 kilometre marker. They are, still pushing on lap 2 here. It's a really interesting race in Category 2. It's been so close the whole way, and we're on stage 4, day 4 of this 8 days. And, it's a real mixed bag. I think, for me, this is about team communication and perhaps, getting the right group of riders down the road. But the question is, at what point do you do that? This potentially, I think, still too early in the race to go, because a lot of these riders are also going to be saving their legs for tomorrow. Tomorrow really is the big, hard mountain stage. 66.3 kilometers of racing tomorrow in Japan, 1,756 meters of climbing. The first climb of the day, 5 kilometers long, coming at the 11k mark with an average gradient of 8.7%. Mount Fuji is where they finish, 8 kilometers of climbing, an average gradient of 9.7%. And I can tell you, there are some sections on Mount Fuji, the rule book has had to change for categories 5 and 6 and allow them a lower gradient feel on the platform than the standard 50% of racing because of the steepness of the climb and the gearings required.
That was the kind of worms that Emma just opened regarding gradient and feel. Essentially, it is so steep on Mount Fuji that categories 5 and 6 have been allowed to lower the gradient so that they don't have to put an even bigger cassette on the back of the bike. And that it is literally that because of the amount of power available versus the speed versus the gradient versus all of those things that go into the algorithm. So when you're producing those watts, categories 5 and 6 have been given dispensation.
Love that word.
It's a good word, isn't it? Given dispensation for that stage to lower the gradient. All the riders at the moment on 50% resistance or more for the setting on their turbo trainer, on their smart trainer. If you are going to struggle with that gearing, then the recommendation is, if you're in categories 5 and 6, to lower the resistance to, I think it's a maximum of 30%.
30%. Yeah. It's a small adjustment. So, category 5. That's where we are at the moment, 60.8 kilometres into this race. I tell you, they've already gone up and over the Lindenhof climb for the third time of asking today. Tapia, Reinheimer, Pulaka and Wang, 4 riders off of the front of the bunch, heading to the top of the Whittaken climb for the third time.
Yeah, really, really important this, because now Tapia is currently at 46 points. He's behind O'Donoghue, who's on 51 points. There are 5 points between them. There are 5 points at the top of this climb, and Tapia will desperately want those to tie with points with O'Donoghue. Behind, you can see Reinheimer, who's sitting in 5th place. He's actually in this group. He's leading this group up. He's riding there, and he's trying to spoil the party for the rider Tapia there. He's on a different team than Tapia. He's on the same team as O'Donoghue. So this is going to be all about where those points end up. Tapia will want them. Reinheimer's leading this out. Can Tapia kick at the right time? He's going to make a move. Polaki's coming up on the shoulder of Tapia, and Tapia is not going to take these 5 points. It's going to go to Reinheimer. This is teamwork at play here. Bruno O'Donoghue, the climber leader's teammate, is going to go through in front. They're all about taking the points here as they go through. This is over the top of the climb. Now we're seeing a push from Pulaka. Really starts to wind this up. He's going after Reinheimer, who's gone over the top as well. There is the opportunity to try and break this group properly as they go over here and get some gaps opened up, because O'Donoghue and the rest of the bunch at the moment are about 13, if not 14 seconds behind. There is a chance to break clear.
Well, at the top of this final climb checkpoint in Category 5, Reinheimer picks up 5 points. The young rider Tapia picks up 4. Pulaka picks up 3. Wang picks up 2. And Neville Ross is in the mix, picking up 1. Now we've got 2 riders clear, 2 riders chasing, and then a pack of 16 riders in Category 5. In Category 6, 8 riders went over the top there within 30 seconds. And it's looking to me, when I look down the road, that there are small groups on the road at the moment in Category 6.
So Category 6 with a smaller and much more fractured group, 16 riders chasing 2 in Category 5. The points that you saw on your screen in the Category 5 in the mountains competition being added in as they end the climb segments for today on the top of the Whittaken climb. Bruno O'Donoghue has held on to his lead in the climbs competition overall by 1 point from Fabian Tapia, who takes 50 points away to O'Donoghue's 51. Hagland is in 3rd place, with Reinheimer moving up into 4th place from 5th. He's now on 13 points. Pulaka moving up. He's tied on points in 5th position with Louis Castro on 10 points. But O'Donoghue holding on by the skin of his teeth, by the tightest margin, 1 point from Tapia in the points competition on the climbs in Category 5.
Well, they've just gone through Category 2, that is. They've just gone through the sprint checkpoint at the end of lap 2. And I can tell you, at that point in the race, well, SS's lead has gone out substantially. It's now at around 1 minute and 13 seconds. Yep, 1 minute 13 seconds. The chase group behind him, well, the size of that group is phenomenal. It's 29 riders. So Category 2, SS in 1, over a minute clear of a chase group of 29. I think 29 riders could well catch one man down the road, but 29 riders sound and look as though they're all looking at each other and playing the biggest game of cat and mouse there is out there. And do they not realise, they've got another, 27k to go?
I think they thoroughly recognise 27k to go, and they've gone, well, you want to go on the front and ride out the front for the world's longest breakaway SS, go for it. And you do see this. For me, I think this is really going to be a case of how long do you leave SS there before you put in a concerted chase? You're not going to get any help from the UAE clan team to chase down SS, but all the other there's so many teams in the running here in Category 2. And, you've got the Goats, the Hitmen, the ABC Sports, the Watt Bombers, the Smarties. They're all ahead of the UAE clan team. The UAE clan team have been trading places with fast guys. There's 0.4 of a second between them in terms of a team competition. 3 riders together, it's going to be a real battle there. And I think they should I think they're going to wait until they hit the climb, and then it's going to be boom. They're going to start to then think about that finish. Now, we're just diving in with our group of leaders in Category 1. Jason Osborne, Ollie Jones, Michael Vick, and Yunfei Wu in the mix. Jones, the leader of the GC competition, coming into stage 4 with Michael Vick, who has been really putting in the hard kilometres. He's in second place overall. You've got Jason Osborne. Osborne currently sitting in 7th place overall. And then you've got Wu Wu, started the day in 10th position overall. But Wu, the lowest placed of the 4 leaders, only 4.7 seconds back on Jones. So of these 4, if any one of these 4 can break away, if it's Jones, he'll extend his lead. If it's any of the other 4, they have the chance to take away the GC lead as they leave here, and that stage lead. Behind them, Michael Knudsen working hard.
Well, he is, and he's around 500 metres behind. Michael Knudsen's job as third counter now for the Boss Moves Only squad is to stay clear of the chase group behind. That's the job for Michael Knudsen right now here in Zurich, and he's doing a sterling job of that. He's working his way well and truly through the Category 2 group that started 10 minutes before him. Sebastian Havo, the birthday.
He is indeed the birthday boy. Will he hand out a piece of cake? You know, a bit
of
refueling, a bit of cake here. Michael, you're on your way through. Have a bit of birthday cake. Here you go.
Maybe Michael Knudsen will give him a birthday wave, but I don't suppose he will because he's too concentrated on continuing on the pace.
But look, you can see the avatar, and I bet that's Michael Knudsen in person. Crouched low over the bars, just really tapping out a rhythm. That gap at the moment, it's not huge, you know. I think it's about 20 seconds or so. We're going to get a time gap a little bit further on. But if it is only 20 seconds from Knudsen to the group behind as we go out onto lap 3, that is by no means secure. And there may be a
16 seconds.
There's got to be a thought here for the riders in front, for Osborne and Ving. If we're going to make this team gap decisive, we really need to push on.
Well, talking about pushing on, an X100 has pushed on the front of the Category 2 pack. His teammate SS is down the road, and at last check, he was over a minute down the road, which really means that the other riders in the UAE clan team can now do what they want with the group and ride off the front should they wish, because the gap SS has established over the first 2 laps of the race now cemented that lead. Unlikely to come down. I say unlikely. Just anything can happen on a stage race. But the riders behind here in this group, at last count, there were 29 riders in this group in Category 2. They're at the 55.2 kilometre marker. They are coming towards the start of, well, they're into the start of lap 3. They're coming towards the first climb of the lap. They are going to head up to the Lindenhof climb for the 3rd time as they come down along the shores of Lake Zurich and take that right-hand turn at the end of this lap. Do you know, this was the piece of road where they were laying tarmac and covering those tracks, the tram tracks that you can see here on the road as the riders take the right-hand corner. When I was in Zurich, the road workers were out the first 3 days of the championships before this lap was used, covering those tram tracks with beautiful metal plates and then fastening them down.
An insight into the world of race organisation from Emma there, and I just wish you'd seen the actions that went with the verbal description there, as Emma with her hands basically did a full-on demonstration of screwing a metal plate into a steel tram track. One man who is at the moment absolutely railing this, Marcin Wozniak, on his way up this climb and nicely ensconced in this group of chasers. This is the biggest group on the road in Category 2. It's also the leading group of chasers. In front of them, they have got escapees, but at the moment, the fireworks have yet to be lit. What I'm really hoping is that this isn't a damp squib that goes off from this group, because they are sat in this park and don't let hesitation. There seems to be a hesitation here to actually go. is it a fear of going too early? Is it a case of waiting for the opportune moment, and the opportune moment never comes? This is going to be really key. When we go up, we've got Mr. X100 up the road from that group. They are behind him. In front of him is his teammate. Interestingly noted that we had Motorway in the group as well in category 2. He's on the front of the big bunch here. So the UAE clan team with the front three riders on the road at that point in time. Now we start to see a move come from the group. The pace is picking up here, and this is now an acceleration from this group. They have got to try and close down on our race leader, SS. They've got to try and close down on his teammate, Mr. X100. Whilst they're doing this, they are towing Phil Graves and Mohammed Motorway up to the riders in front, because they're not going to be doing a job of work in terms of breaking the wind. They're going to be just following in those wheels to make sure that they've got as much energy left later. Now, coming to the top of the climb, in category 2, the King of the Mountains competition in category 2, well, Alvarado leading that. He's clear. He's not going to be touched at the top. Alvarado's got 43 points. Missed X100 ahead of SS by 1 point. They're going to be tied on points, I suspect, as they go over the top. But we will see. Meanwhile, category 1, Vic and Osborne on the wind up here. And they have distanced Ollie Jones. Can they keep on pushing? That was a run down in, I think, through the checkpoint there as they go in through. We're at 54.5k. And that checkpoint, I think the sprint for the checkpoint, the aftermath of that was that Jones and Osborne kept on kicking. Osborne went with Vink. Jones had to keep pushing to go with them, stay with them. Wu goes back in. Status quo resumed. 4 leaders back together again. They have a gap to Nussen, and Nussen has a gap to the group behind, but we're going to see if that sticks, because I'm just taking a little check back, a little look back, and I think that Nussen may have been absorbed into the chasing group. We will know when they go through that checkpoint.
Well, I'll tell you something. The top 4 riders in category 1 now out onto the final lap here in Zurich. The final lap for Vink, Wu, Osborne and Jones. Are we going to see a 4-up sprint at the finish, or are we going to see an attack after attack on the climbs today? Well, category 2 come through. The Lindenhof climb on lap 3. Oh, the time gap. 1 minute, 7 seconds to SS.
So 1 minute, 7 seconds to SS up in front. Carcane leading the charge over the top in pursuit of SS. SS taking 5 points on that climbs competition. Carcane taking 4. Stuart Miller taking 3. Matthias Van He taking 2. And Moritz Ritter taking 1 point. That means at the top of that climb, with 1 more climb to go, Alvarado on 43 points in the lead. SS now on 30 points in second place. Carcane jumps over the top of Mr. X100. He has 27 points to Mr. X100's 26. Ross Fawcett tied with Marcin Trojinowski in 5th place there. So Alvarado in 1, SS in 2, Carcane in 3, X100 in 4, Ross Fawcett and Trojinowski in 5th place in category 2 with 1 climb left to go.
Right, let me give you a little update on where we are in category 1. We've got 4 riders clear: Vink, Wu, Osborne and Jones. Before going out onto the final lap, Michael Knudsen was around 40 seconds back. 15 seconds behind him, the chase group of 4: Turek, Van Elst, Safrazadi and Tugels. Then a further 35-second gap back to Skierski. Skierski had company in the shape of Hayden Pucker, two riders battling in that young rider competition, and then a further 35 seconds back to Power, Vujasin, Kaminski, Pedersen, Paradians, Noren and Andreasen.
That is a relatively big group for what is a very fractured race.
It is a very fractured race, and really interesting to see who is putting in the power today and who is going to take top spot. I think the final lap is going to be exceptionally exciting because that lead group of 4, no one is going to want to break away. Well, no one is going to want to let a breakaway go. There's a number of riders, well, 4 of them, who are all going to want to break away off the front.
Well, break or breakthrough today. It is well and truly broken apart to the Category 1 race field. However, we have 6 categories out on that race field. Category 6 at the moment at 69.9k, 69.5k. The Category 5 leaders in with Wang there. You can see at the moment a real battle in Category 4 with the yellow jersey on the road there, right in the mix, along with Buchanowski and Co. They are at the 66.4k marker. Category 3 at the moment are at 61.6k, and that is Rafael Amaro, Morgan, and Fourier, the leading 3 riders, with a 17-second gap back to Kowalski.
Yes, and then just behind Kowalski is the chasing group, and that chasing group in the Category 3 race, well, it's 21 riders strong.
And David Kowalski had been leading, and it is now past tense, the King of the Mountains competition in Category 3. As we've gone over the top of the final climb, Christopher Morgan, who's up in that leading group, has overtaken him. He has 37 points. Morgan has 37 points. He is in this leading group of riders going up over the top of that 62.1k marker. So Morgan leading the competition, claiming that polka dot jersey that he'll pull on at the end of the day today. At the end of stage 4, going into stage 5, 37 points to David Kowalski's 32 points. Now Batty in third with 26 points. Henrik Oyer in fourth with 20. And David Badil, 18 points. He's in 5th position. Riders on your screen at the moment. Well, Nicholas Spratt in Category 4, right-hand side of your screen, just going off the screen in the lead at the moment. We're in with Rafael Amaro at the moment. He's got companies on the wheel of Morgan at the moment. These leaders, Rafael Amaro out of the saddle in person. The Avatar sprinting to stay with Morgan. Morgan with the sprint and the climbs jersey at the moment. They're both those jerseys there. But you can see behind Brignall, not all that far behind. He's certainly within visible distance of the leaders. Benjamin Brignall on the left of your screen in person. The Avatar on the right hand side here, out of the saddle. Brignall really putting the power down here at the moment. Well, over 360 watts, 378, 377. He's really holding that power for a long time. 13 seconds in front of the race leaders. Squillari and that bunch behind. Well, yellow jersey Squillari at 3 seconds, and that means it's 16 seconds from the breakaway group to Squillari, the race leaders that came into stage 4.
Well, Brignall pushing it on the front, but I don't think he's going to get away from the group, and he's not going to transition over to these leading 3, Amaro, Morgan and Fournier. The 3 riders leading Category 3. Christopher Morgan holds the polka dot and the green skin suit, so his race is going really well for him. These 3 riders clear of the race group behind. You cannot see them. They are out of sight, but maybe not out of mind. But the chase group of 21 riders, it's going to be hard to break away from that group now. The 63.3 kilometre marker, they're on the top of the climb. They're rolling along the, I say, bumpy toplands before they descend down, and just one climb really that is of any intention before they take that run into the finish line today. Well, this is Category 2. SS, Khan Cairn is on the move here. SS is now only 9 seconds clear. Khan Cairn, Matthias Vanhey, Marvin Godzari, the 3 riders working to bring him back into the fold with 20 kilometres to go in this race. Khan Cairn, for me, at the start of the stage race, was a really big pick in Category 2. He's really, really a rider on form at the moment.
He certainly is, and it shows at the moment, and he's on the pursuit at the moment of SS. I think it's not going to be long till he's on his wheels. Van He, former yellow jersey, making his way up here with Ritter, Koistonen, X100 and Morel, all on the way up here. SS, if his mission today was to go out and to get some airtime, he's certainly achieved that. If his mission was to get an absolutely shopping basket load of climb points, of sprint points. He's done that. He's put them all in his bag. But now you're starting to see the riders come onto his wheel. They go up alongside. I'm sure SS will want to get these final points at the top of the climb. You can see he's digging in deep to stay with them. Van He is in here, and I think Van He is now choosing that moment to go with Kayan here with Godarzi. They're pushing on up this climb. Kayan on 27 points in the climb competition. SS on 30. X100 on 26. They're all following Alvarado. But now, as they go over the top, surely Van He's going to keep this push going. They don't want to make this easy for the riders behind. It's still a big group, but it has strung out. They have done some damage. Godarzi, Van He, and Kayan, 3 new leaders in Category 2, with a long-time breakaway rider, SS, being passed and about to get caught by that bunch.
Well, whilst this is just a 2-kilometre segment, overall this is a really long climb, and you can see from the top right-hand corner, the climb has not finished yet, and these 3 riders, Van He, Godzari and Kayan, could well go clear here. This could be a really strong move. They would need to transition along the top, drop down into the descent, and then run into the finish line. It is a big ask. It's just shy of 20 kilometres away, but can they do it?
Well, it remains to be seen. The overall still to be decided. The final sprint points just before that finish. SS grabbing 2 points in that final run up there. You could see him desperately clawing for them, trying to stay with that group. Those 2 points mean at the top of the King of the Mountains competition in Category 2, at the top of that climb, the very last climb of the day, the Whitacombe climb, the 3rd time of asking. Adrian Alvarado still leads, 43 points. Kayan and SS tied in 2nd place with 32 points. 4th place, Mr. X100, 5th place. It's Ross Fawcett, but at the moment that battle between Kayan and SS is going to be put on pause in Category 2 as they now race their way down into the finish. We're in with Category 5. We're in with Nicholas Hagland. Good to see into that pain cave at the moment, and you can see out the saddle here, really putting down the power through that bike in the draft here. This Category 5 group, it is a big group here, making their way along here at the 75.3 kilometre marker. They have only left in front of them the Category 6 leaders. So Category 6 leaders in front. Category 5 leading bunch are on the way, and the Category 6 leaders are going to be very aware that it can cause carnage when the big group come up and over the top.
Well, I'll tell you something. This is the front of the race at the moment with Category 5 and Category 6. I'm just taking a little look back at the Category 1 results for the Lindenhof climb for the 3rd time of asking. They're not over the Whitacombe climb yet. 3 riders clear now. Ollie Jones struggling to stay with the group of Osborne, Vink and Wu. He's 3 seconds back going over the top. A chase group of 5 riders at 32 seconds behind Van Elst, Turek, Safrazadi, Tugels and Knudsen. Knudsen is now in that chase group. And then a further 25 seconds back, Skierski and Pucker. So the top 11 riders through. It's then a full minute back to the chase group further down the road of Power, Kaminsky, Vujasins, Paradians, Pedersen, Andreasen et al.
Yeah, Ollie Jones started the day 1.167 clear of Fink. He had a slightly bigger gap to Osborne, 2.53 seconds, and he had 4.73 seconds to Wu. But if that gap opens any further going over the top, if Jones can't get on, he is going to be in trouble. Meanwhile, on our screens, Category 6 and Category 5 leaders are all together. This could be a simultaneous bunch sprint into the finish. We're in with Daniel Dotto in Category 5. Category 5 have got a descent as well as Category 6 having that same descent simultaneously here. And it does mean that the Category 6 riders, in theory, I don't think should be distanced here. by the Category 5. It's about the amount of power put down, and I don't think the differential between Category 5 and 6 will be enough to shed the Category 6 riders. 5 and 6 could well be coming into our race and finish together before they get there after this descent, and as they go onto the flat, the final sprint of the day, Zurich sprint number 3. Points up for grabs for Category 6 and 5 on the right-hand side of your screen. Left-hand side of your screen, look at the damage that has been done.
Well, Vink, Osborne and Wu, the damage has been done because Jones is now at 23 seconds. They've gone through the final climb checkpoint of the day here in Zurich, and the 3 riders leading the Category 1 race are now 23 seconds up on Ollie Jones, who was with them not that long ago. What I'm now looking for is the chase group of 5 riders in that race to see what the time gap is at the top of the Whittaker climb between Jones and that group. It's looking like Jones may have a lonely ride to the finish to hold on to 4th place.
Wow. All going to be down to what they do in this section over the top. What can Jones do to respond here? He's got to keep on pushing to minimize those time gaps. He's working for the team as well as working for himself. But it is Osborne, Wu, and Vink. They've shown themselves to be the strongest climbers week after week on the Sunday Race Club. They've climbed clear at the moment.
Well, I can tell you now that behind Ollie Jones, Said Safrazadi has moved into 5th place with Stefan van Elst on his wheel. Those 2 riders at now over a minute behind Jones. Around 12 seconds back on them, Turek, Tugels and Knudsen. It's looking like Safrazadi and van Elst may be moving clear of the rest of that group of what was 5 riders.
Okay, we are in Category 5 at the moment. We're in with Clinton Dave Cirillo. He tightens up the shoes. That is a surefire sign that he thinks this is going to come down to a sprint. Come on, Clinton. This is the time to make it count. He's here in the yellow jersey as our stage winner on stage 1. He absolutely annihilated everybody else off his wheel at that stage. He took that yellow jersey. He held on to it for a day only because Hertz came over the top to beat him. Cirillo went into 2nd. He's gone back into 1st. Hertz versus Cirillo, a real fight in the sprint here. And this, realistically, I think here we are going to see the decisive move. Who is going to take the yellow jersey in the Category 6 race and the Category 5 race be decided by who can win today's stage, because this is going to be absolutely key.
Well, we called the Category 5 and Category 6 women over the line together earlier on today in Zurich. It's looking like we're going to call the sprint between the Category 5 and Category 6 racers over the line together in Zurich in the men's race as well. While they come through the final sprint checkpoint of the day, it's looking like Carvajal picking up 5 points from Hagland and Lenador in Category 5. In Category 6, well, it's looking like Junior Silva goes through ahead of Riley Milostic. I can tell you there are 18 Category 5 riders in the group, and there are 6 Category 6 riders in the group. This is going to be one big up sprint very, very shortly. All 24 riders, well, they're coming towards the line. They've got a little way to go till they get to the 1,000 meter marker, but it is coming and coming fast.
So this is going to be about making sure that you're in the draft until the key moment to accelerate and to move into the wind and move clear at the front. The only time that absolutely matters is when you get to the line. Get to that line first. See what you can do. I don't think we're going to see anybody surely go for a real long one here. It's so flat. It is such a long, straight section. Nobody surely is going to go and be brave, be bold and go for this. You've got to stay in here. There's so much draft available in this group. We've got a real mix of riders. We've got yellow jerseys in here. We've got polka dot jerseys of our climb leaders as well. We've got masters leaders, but that could all be shaken up by what happens now. Never mind by what's happening behind with those big time gaps. Now the sprinter's gone, and it's Martin Wang doing a Wang, going away from the front in the last stages here. He's gone long again. He went long yesterday. Can he hold it to the line? That is such a monumental task at this stage here today. 80.8 is the distance they've got to cover in kilometres. Smithson moving up, Dotto moving up, Mkhitaryan is in the mix here. Do not go too soon or you are going to be in trouble. Here we go. This is the kick. This is the run. 300 metres, 250 metres. Mac Lenador starts to get mobbed here as over the top goes Andrew Neville Ross in the sprint jersey. They're in category 5. Cadabona is coming in category 6. This could well mean a change at the top in terms of the overall. Cadabona in category 6 is going to be a category 6 winner. Reinheimer takes it, I think, in category 5. Reinheimer goes in and through. Andrew Neville Ross there with cramp in his leg. He goes through in category 5 behind Reinheimer. So it's Reinheimer from Neville Ross, from Pulaka, from Mountier, Hagland, Mkhitaryan, Kendall, Cirillo, Bramati, and Lenador. They're your top 10 in category 5. Category 6, Emma?
Well, category 6, Cadabona took the win from Radamaki. Riley Milostic came through in third place. It's Junior Silva, Maxine Fabra, and Roberta Diaz coming through to round out the top 6 places. I'm hoping the cramp for Neville Ross wears off quickly and he does some great recovery overnight.
Well, I think, just trying to double check the time gaps here, we saw Cadabona go in and through 1.2 seconds clear of Milostic, and he was... I think that means that we're going to get Cadabona in 1 and Milostic in 2 in the overall. We'll have to wait and find out all the results on MyWhoosh.com. Make sure you go to that results page. Remember, it's not official until you get that official blue stamp on there when the results are verified and all that data double checked. The race data checking as well as, of course, well, that verification process ensuring our riders are racing all to an accurate race finish. Move off the front here. Johan Moreno doing a hitman clear on the front here. Ramirez on your screen leading this big group down into the descent.
Yeah, they are indeed, and they are coming down into the flat run to the finish. And there you go, Lake Zurich is ahead of them as they take the right-hand bend on the highway and sweep down into the city centre. They're going to sweep down towards the final sprint checkpoint of the race in around 400 metres. Then they've got the run to the finish line. The finish line, well, it is 2.1 kilometres. They've got to get through this sprint checkpoint first, and I think this is what Moreno is going for. Ramirez is in the pack behind, but it is indeed the rider out front at the moment, dialing it towards the sprint checkpoint, the final sprint checkpoint of the day, and Johan Moreno will go over, or should I say under, that sprint checkpoint in 1. Nicholas Spratt goes through in 2. Lynn goes long, and that is a long effort because that is a big run for the finish line. He's gone at 14 watts per kilo. He's at 79.1. He's got 1,700 metres to go. This is a massive effort. This is a huge long run for the line.
Come on, this is what we love to see. This is why we love cycle racing. You Lynn, 14 watts per kilo over the top. He now takes a quick bit of recovery at 5 watts per kilo. He's going to need to kick again because Spratt is on his way. They are coming behind here in category 4. A big kick, a big move as they run towards the finishing straight in category 4. Just a quick update for you. Category 5, I think the yellow jersey is going to be Reinheimer, courtesy of that win. I think he's taken away the yellow jersey from Cirillo because of the time differences, and it's time differences that count now.
Well, time differences are what we're starting to see in this group of category 4 riders. 15 riders went through the final checkpoint together, just 1.4 kilometres from the finish line. We saw a big kick from Lind. Spratt's come onto his wheel. They're 4 seconds, 5 seconds clear of the group behind, and now Nicholas Spratt digs. Spratt is a great rider for a long attack. He's got company with Lin Santiago. Ramirez is on your screen at the moment. He is leading the charge behind and trying to run up onto the back of Lin's wheel. Can Spratt drag strip this out? He's got around 700 metres to do so. Lin and Ramirez are bringing the rest of the group, of course. Can Spratt stay clear?
So Spratt in the green on the front. Yunyu, Lin and Ramirez behind. They're at 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Then it's going to be Wachowski who's coming with Elamani. Ibrahim is in here. He's the big sprinter who's likely to accelerate up Esabri. Ibrahim in 8th place at the minute in the bunch, but the man they're after and the man they've let go is the wrong person to let go. When he sees the finish, oh my goodness, it's like he's got an extra gear. He's put it in overdrive. Nicholas Spratt here continues to push to the line. Nicholas Spratt, the sprint leader, is going to go in and across the line here today. He has got to wait and see. Will it be enough to go clear of Ibrahim? Ibrahim chasing hard behind him. My goodness me, Ibrahim, has he done enough to keep hold of the jersey? Spratt came through with the win. He was 2.9 seconds down on the race leader. Emma, what is the time gap between our first and second place rider today?
2.7 seconds. Ibrahim is going to stay in the lead. Just. But Nicholas Spratt, what can we say? Phenomenal riding, great timing, great push, great effort, and what a stage.
Spratt goes through in the lead there. That gap, I mean, we're talking 0.2 of a second. Ibrahim had to give that absolutely everything to hold the jersey. Never mind to take second on the stage here today. Brilliant riding here in our category 6, 5 and 4. 6 race categories, fantastic racing in all of those. Don't forget, you could be racing just like this. You could be riding the MyWhoosh Championships in the next edition, whenever that's going to be. Got to say, don't forget, each and every Sunday, 52 weeks of the year, the Sunday Race Club, 6 race categories, all riders verified. Everybody out and racing, big prizes, team prizes in the monthly finals, qualifiers on the way through to the end of each and every month, prizes for our top 10 individual riders. There are prizes for our sprint segment winners, for our climb segment winners, and the team competition. Get yourselves on board. Download the app, iOS, Android, and on Windows. Jump on board. Come and ride with the riders that you're seeing here today. Ride with the riders that you've seen entertain us in the women's and the men's race. We've got Category 3 on the way in towards the line, Emma. This is going to be... This could be very decisive.
Well, it's also really interesting because Rafael Amaro was clear with Christopher Morgan early on. He's now 12 seconds clear on his own. Fabulous riding. Take a little look, though, at the chase group behind. It's wide across the road, and Kowalski here on our screens. He's got one of those Alpha Jaw jerseys on. Got to know where to get one of those from because I seriously like them. But at the moment, Morgan, Kowalski, Kansara, Kochkov are all in the chase group, and the man they're chasing is Rafael Amaro down the road. He is at 14 seconds. He's continuing with a really strong pace here, but at the 76.8 kilometre marker, they've got 4 kilometres to go.
Amaro coming in was 7.46 seconds down. He could be riding into the win. A long way to go, though.
Well, Category 1 now at the 71.5 kilometre marker. The 3 riders clear on the front, Wu, Vink and Osborne. They are significantly clear of Ollie Jones. You can see 500 metres clear of Ollie Jones. And that's around, well, I say it's around. It's looking to me like it is around a minute.
And Jones still ascending to the top of that climb. They're already on the way down, so they've got the speed. They're picking up that distance. They're going to be making the ground. Jones now goes over the top. The gradient changes to a descent. He's got to push here. Can he get back in touch? We are going to see plenty of those yellow jerseys change hands. We've seen them being held by 0.2 of a second in Category 4. We've got Category 2 and 1 on the way in at the moment. I really am interested to see what happens in that Category 1 race. The team tactics there by the Boss Moves only. They've really played the team card today and used the strength of their riders. We've seen that trying to play out in Category 2. Goddardzi at the moment on the front on this rise. This is the last real opportunity, though, on the way to the finish for a climber to break clear. And that's what we're seeing from Goddardzi in Category 2, a rider that can go uphill very, very well indeed. Now, will it be the result he's looking for? Goddardzi at the moment pushing over the top. The chase is starting to pick up behind. I don't think he's going to be left to run to the finish. And there's Bengston in here climbing well as well. And you can see it's starting to break this group again. This is the chase group. They've got to get over the top. They've got to go into pursuit mode and really start to close down. Goddardzi with that lead, but look at this, the group fractured in its chase behind.
Oh, they are indeed. And just dropping back into the Category 3 race. And Rafael Amaro, now at the 79.1 kilometre marker, he has indeed come through that final sprint checkpoint of the day. And I'm just doing a little double check. It's looking like he is clear by, I want to say, well, 12 seconds. 12 seconds clear.
Oh, you had me worried when you said 7.
No, 12 seconds clear at that checkpoint from Morgan Fournier, Kansara et al. And it's looking like he's holding it at the moment, though the push is really on. And Nicholas Arago behind, really starting to drive the front of the group.
And Nicholas Scolari's got to go. Nick Scolari has got to push here for the Take This squad. He is in that yellow skin suit. It's at risk. The time gap between Squillari and Amaro at the start of the stage, 7.46 seconds. Come on, Raphael. 7.46 seconds is what you need. He's got 13, 14 on Squillari. Arago's at 10 seconds trying to bridge across, but this pushes everything. Come on, there's a yellow skin suit at stake. There's the overall at stake here. You can see him digging deep in here. The time is ticking away. That banner cannot come soon enough. It's another 700 meters to go. Amaro with the gap. Squillari is not working hard enough behind. I think he's capitulated the GC here overall, and he's now looking to move up potentially by using that sprint. He's not chasing. Arago's in between here, but Amaro giving it everything.
Yeah, Amaro is indeed dialing this for the finish. Arago is pushing on. He's now 6 seconds clear of the chase group. The chase group, well, that is 17 riders, and it's 17 riders meandering down the road looking at the view in Zurich because Amaro is about to come through the finish line.
Rafael Amaro in the scorching heat in France, riding in that pain cave. He was brave, he was bold, and he will take the stage win here today on stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championship. He's going to take away the yellow jersey, and he's going to do it in style because he will have seconds to spare from all the rest of the group. Rafael Amaro, stage winner, yellow jersey winner. Behind Arago takes second. It's going to be Fourier who's going to take third. Didier Guarin, Kansara and Montoya come chasing in behind. We're going to get those results confirmed. It's Amaro who goes through 11.221 seconds clear of Arago, 12.364 from Fourier, and at the moment, just looking to the time gap to Squillari, 13.737 seconds back. Squillari
it's not a lot for Mount Fuji.
It's not a lot for Mount Fuji, no. I will give you that. But while I'll take every second I can get, and Amaro took the chance, and it paid off for him today.
Well, the Zurich sprint, the final sprint of the day, the checkpoint, and this is Category 2 coming through, and they're going to run into that checkpoint very, very shortly. They're on the descent now, as you can see, down to Lake Zurich itself, and then the long run into the finish line in the heart of the city. It's a big group of Category 2 riders. At last call, it was 28 riders in this leading group. I can't believe we've done 3 laps of Zurich, 1,398 meters of climb. It will have been 80.8 kilometers of racing, and well, they're all still together, 28 of them.
28 of them. This is a real big push here as they move on in category 2. Remember, category 6, 5, 4, 3 have already finished. The leaders already in and across the line. Category 2 will be our next leaders to come in and through that finishing line. Who will be able to take this out? We have got our yellow jersey wearer in here in category 2. That is Maciej Mendakowicz. Can Mendakowicz hold on? We're not going to see surely another late escape. Damsgaard's gone off the front though. He's gone at nearly 7 watts per kilo. Is that going to be enough to break clear of this group? I'm not sure it is. I think you need a sprint around about that sort of 11 to 14 watts per kilo to kick clear, and then you've got to be able to hold a pace afterwards, and that's just so hard.
Well, Van Hee's coming. Van Hee will not let anybody go. Van Hee wants the top of the tree. He wants that yellow jersey here in the category 2 race. He's coming up onto the wheel of Nikolai Damsgaard. He's going to manage the pace, manage the effort. There's still a 2-second gap back to Godzari and Peter Milostic. Peter Milostic, I think, is the dangerous rider to have behind. Guerra is there. Ritter is there. The Cairns are there. Bengston is there. There's a lot of dangerous riders behind as we drop in with Mashando. He's in that pain cave. He's part and parcel of this category 2 race. The yellow jersey of Mendakowicz is there as well. Damsgaard and Van Hee are clear by 4 seconds at the moment. They're coming up to the 600 metre to go marker. And Peter Milostic now on the front, kicks at 10 watts per kilo. 4 seconds is too much with this gap now as a run into the finish.
Well, here we go. This is the run for the finish. Van He goes over the top. They've got a long way to go. It's a big kick from a long way out, and Van He has gone over the top. He wants to take away the yellow jersey of Maciej Mendakowicz. Mendakowicz was 4.812 of a second clear at the end of the race. Behind the sprint, starting to wind up. Motorway coming at 10 watts per kilo. So he's got Darcy. It's up to 11, but look at this. Van He is going to make it to the finish. He's going to push over the line. Van He takes the stage win. Damsgaard's going to take second. Milostic will take third. It's going to come down to those time gaps to see whether he's done enough to take away the yellow jersey and to snatch it back from the rider who took it yesterday, and that's Maciej Mendakowicz. 4.812 seconds was the time gap that he needed.
I tell you, Van Hee challenging and zoning the mountains from the picture behind him.
He has, and he's done it in style. I've just checked. So he needed 4.812 to take away the jersey from Maciej Mendakowicz. Maciej Mendakowicz came over the line 5.531 seconds. So it looks like Van Hee's late charge to the line that saw him go clear has taken him back. The yellow skin suit, the leader at the general classification.
Well, I'll tell you something. Category 1 is a light and a fire because Vink, Osborne and Wu have gone clear. The 79.4 kilometre marker. Ollie Jones, 35 seconds back and on a charge, actually, by the look of it. He's around 350 metres behind them. I'm not sure he's got enough road to close them down. Over 2 minutes back, Van Elston, Safra Zaidi, Chugals et al. They are the riders chasing. At the moment, though, it is Wu, Osborne and Vink, and it's looking to me like that is lining up for a sprint today.
I think it's got to be surely. We know that Wu would have tried on the climb, but he's not got the sprint firepower to match Vink and Osborne. When it comes to a sprint out of the two, your money would surely be on Michael Vink. But there's a very big difference in the power, isn't there, and how it's delivered from Vink to Osborne.
Yeah, there is a very big difference because Jason Osborne tends, we've seen historically, to have a higher level of power. Vink, a lower level of power, but lasts longer. However, Michael Vink recently has shown us a great turn of heel with some big kicks recently in the last couple of weeks. Now, interestingly, Ollie Jones has picked up his pace at the moment behind. He's banking on the fact they're going to be playing cat and mouse for the last kilometre and that he can close that gap down. That is what he's trying to do at the moment. But Osborne, Vink, and Wu are lining this up. Yunfei Wu on the back of the group. Vink leading it out at the moment. Osborne in the middle. The two teammates versus Wu. But this, well, Osborne, I think, is going to launch this. Vink goes as well, and Wu is going to run into the gap.
Wu's going to run into the gap if he can. He's going at 12.5 watts per kilo, but the absolute watts is what matters here. Vink starting to open up. Vink in second place at the start of the day here. Well over 1,000 watts, 1,100 watts going. Now Osborne is coming up alongside. He goes over the top. Osborne pushes here. Osborne's going to take it to the line. He goes over the line. He takes the stage victory. Vink in 2, Wu in 3.
Wow, what a push, what an effort. Ollie Jones now looking to come in into fourth place today. So with the three riders through, Osborne from Vink, from Wu, Ollie Jones, he stayed with them for as long as he could today. He's adamant he tried to defend that yellow skin suit, that he took 3 wins on the first 3 stages. Ollie Jones is going to come through for fourth place today. It's going to be around 30 seconds. He's going to lose on GC today, but great riding and great racing from Ollie Jones. Said Safrazadi and Stefan van Elst are 18 seconds clear of Leonard Tugels. Hayden Pucker, Paul Skierski, Dan Turek are all just 30 seconds behind. They've also got Michael Knudsen for company. Can I just say credit to Skierski and Pucker, the 2 young riders, for bringing the group back that were in front of them.
Absolutely brilliant and fantastic to see the power going down. Oh, the way these riders have been racing and riding day after day after day, brilliant to see. And it's great to have this stage race that goes over 8 days, 7 stages over 8 days. What is a rest day when we have Sunday Race Club in between? This is really, really all about being able to put those efforts out day after day and to dig deep, because you're going to have to find something really, really special in that run to the line. Jones trying to do that as he made his way in just to get that extra little bit of time back after he'd lost it on the climb. This is the run for the line. You've got Said Safrazadi against Stefan van Elst. Van Elst on your screen in person on the left-hand side of your screen. He's just in front of the moment. You can see Tugels coming up alongside. I think here's they go in towards the line. Van Elst is going to go through in front. Then it's going to be Safrazadi going through. Sorry, then a lap rider in between. We're going to drop back to Leonard Tugels now. He is distanced in between. So Osborne in 1, Vink in 2, Wu in 3, Jones in 4, Van Elst in 5, Safrazadi in 6. It's going to be Tugels coming through in 7th position, and these riders know that seconds are going to count. Well, every single second.
Well, Paul Skierski going for the seconds because he's battling Hayden Pucker for the young rider competition, and he's absolutely dialing this here. Pucker now opening up behind. They're both trying to take Michael Knudsen on the line, but Paul Skierski, what power, what timing, taking Hayden Pucker in that young riders competition. The young riders competition between these 2 riders, Paul Skierski and Hayden Pucker, so close. Even the white jersey can't decide where it's going to land.
It certainly can't. Don't forget, of course, all the results on your screens and from ourselves are provisional at the moment until verified and the checks are done. Jason Osborne coming in and across the line. He takes away the race victory here today from Michael Vink, Yunfei Wu and Ollie Jones. The long-time 4 breakaway riders becoming 3 on that final ascent and the final sets of ascents within the world of Zurich here on MyWhoosh. Great riding, and it does mean that the provisional GC, and this is just by my math, so I'm going to give you that wording right now. It's as dodgy as it comes, but by my reckoning, Michael Vink now has that race lead from Jason Osborne, with Wu in 3rd and Ollie Jones into 4th place. They are your 1, 2, 3, 4 on provisionally at the moment, but the riders are going to be making their way now into a recovery zone, hopefully, because stage 4 is done. Well, break or break through it, said Emma, on the strapline on the bottom there. And I think a number of people broken by the climbs, a number of people really struggling with those. A breakthrough from the leaders in category 1 who made that breakaway and then were able to go clear of Jones, in Vink, in Osborne and in Wu. They are our top three here today. You can see that time gap back to Jones, 31 seconds, 2 minutes to Van Elsen, Safrazedi, 2:20 to Jugels. You know, we're talking minutes gaps now in that top 10. We're not talking the seconds that we had when we started the day.
And we knew that was going to happen. We knew with 3 laps of the Zurich course today on stage 4 of the MyWhoosh Championships, we knew we were going to start to see bigger time gaps come in. And that has happened in Category 1. That those top 3, I think, will battle it out again tomorrow when we head to Japan and Mount Fuji. It is going to be one massive climb. Though the thing that surprised me today, Matt, was the volume of sprinting in those lower categories, the size of some of those packs, and the fact that in some of our categories overnight, it's going to be seconds still in terms of that yellow jersey.
I've got to agree with you. I mean, I was surprised in some ways to see not so much the sprints, but the volume of riders involved in each of those sprints. Some of those groups not breaking apart, the differential in power not there, maybe some opportunities not taken, maybe just some tired legs in there. It does mean that when we move on, as you say, to Fuji, we're going to have a real mix of racing, because we've got some people reclaiming yellow jerseys. We've got some riders defending yellow jerseys. We've got some bigger time gaps. We've got some very tight time gaps. We're now 0.2 of a second separating first and second places. And the same's replicated in the women's race that we saw earlier on. And I think that now means that both the women's and the men's races going across into Mount Fuji, you've got to be looking at what they do, their tactics tomorrow. We've got an early climb. We've got the first climb coming in. That first checkpoint finishes at 16.7k. We then go on to Mount Fuji with the next checkpoint on the climb before we reach the actual finish of the stage for the men at 66.3k. We've also got an early climb for the women. And I think because of that, you've got an early climb and you've got the big climb at the end. Tactics and how you ride, that's going to be really important after today's really hard stage.
Well, I think there's a couple of things at play, really. One, the GC contenders. It is a really big GC competition tomorrow. It's also the final 2 climb checkpoints in the climbing competition overall on the MyWhoosh Championships. So after tomorrow's stage, the climbing championships is wrapped up. The GC still has 2 more stages to go, but we've got a rest day after tomorrow. So I'm expecting some really hard racing and maybe a little less cagey racing from some of those categories who maybe are saving a little bit back for tomorrow. They're going to have the opportunity for a rest day before we go into the individual time trial on stage 6. And then what I would class as a traditional Sprinters Day finish on stage 7. So for me, well, it's all about the mountains tomorrow. It's all about the GC. It's all about being brave, having the legs, and having the recovery.
Recovery is key. I hope our riders are making sure that they make sure they refuel, re-energize, and get plenty of rest before tomorrow. I'm going to say, I agree 100%, Emma, there. It is going to be about GC. It is going to be about the climbs competition. That climbs competition wrapping up. So those points are going to be very critical. Some of the climbs competitions, again, we've got some leaders who are clear and now realistically shouldn't be pulled back. But don't forget Mount Fuji, the very last climb, has got big points, triple points on there, 15, 12, 10, 8, and 6. For that final climb. So if it's at all close coming into the final climb in those competitions, it can really change around. You need big point gaps coming into that last climb in that climb competition. That is all to come tomorrow here on MyWhoosh. Thank you very much for watching. Do make sure you subscribe if you've enjoyed this and get notified when MyWhoosh goes live. You can do that by clicking the subscribe button on YouTube or on Twitch TV. Make sure you give MyWhoosh a follow on Instagram or on Facebook. Is at MyWhoosh. You can get in touch with Emma at biking_Emma. You can get in touch with myself. That is at Matt Fixer Pain. And don't forget, of course, we want you to download the app on iOS, on Android, and on Windows. Get on board. Come and join us. Come race, ride, or train on MyWhoosh, the amazing platform. Make sure you save it for the good stuff. We want to see you on what is going to be the good stuff of stages tomorrow. It is Japan. It's the hard mountain stage of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. It's going to be a blast. We will see you there. Thank you to the team behind the scenes, to our riders for keeping us entertained, and to you for watching. But from Emma and myself, stay safe. We'll see you for a big blast of a great, big, monumental, gigantic, gargantuan mountain. I've run out of superlatives for things that are massive and big and uphill. You'll find some more for tomorrow.
Mount Fuji.
Mount Fuji. We'll see you there.
Goodbye.